Martial Peak Chapter 1381 to Chapter 1413. After all, Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, and although this buck-toothed cultivator was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, to put it bluntly, an ordinary second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not his opponent, so Yang Kai was somewhat contemptuous of him. Without a trace, Yang Kai looked away and glanced at Yang Inflammation. Unexpectedly, after this glance, the buck-toothed cultivator's face changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his body directly hitting the door with a bang. Immediately, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as his long and narrow eyes suddenly opened. His eyes trembled as he pointed at Yang Inflammation. You. Nephew Go, what's wrong? Yan Pei looked at him in amazement, then at Yang Inflammation, not understanding why the other party looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yang Kai was also suspicious and quietly asked Yang Inflammation, "Do you know him?" Yang Inflammation shook her head blankly and replied, "I've never seen him before." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Yang Kai was even more confused. Although Yang Inflammation's artifact refining and spirit array skills were good, her temper had always been very good, so she shouldn't have made enemies outside. However, judging from the reaction of this buck-toothed cultivator, the other party was obviously very afraid of Yang Inflammation, as if he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, which was unforgettable. "Nephew Go!" Yan Pei shouted as an invisible spiritual energy rushed towards the buck-toothed cultivator, awakening him from his shock. The cultivator surnamed Gu shivered and the fear in his eyes dissipated a lot, but his forehead was instantly covered with fine sweat, visible to the naked eye. His face began to turn blue and his lips turned white. What the hell? Yang Kai looked displeased. Even if this person had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, he shouldn't be so weak now, right? What's more, Yang Inflammation said that he didn't recognize the other party at all. It seemed that the other party had mistaken him for someone else. Just because he recognized the wrong person, he had such an unbearable reaction. It seemed this guy was just an embroidered pillow. Yang Kai coldly snorted and couldn't help but look down on him. He came back to his senses. The cultivator surnamed Ge kept wiping away the sweat on his forehead with his hands, but after wiping away one piece, another piece appeared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. Soon, his sleeves were soaked with sweat. While wiping his sweat, he kept glancing at Yang Inflammation, but when he met Yang Inflammation's eyes, he quickly looked away. His expression was one of fear and trepidation. Seeing this, Yang Yan pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly realized that this person was quite interesting. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, and she used a pair of beautiful eyes to fiercely stare at the other party. The cultivator surnamed Ji's legs slowly began to tremble. He looked around as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into or quickly escape from this place. Yan Pei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this prickly appearance. He said in a clear voice, "Nephew Go. Let's talk nicely." The cultivator surnamed Ji's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh. However, he squeezed out an expression that was uglier than crying. He clasped his fist at Yang Inflammation cautiously and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask this lady's name?" This sentence seemed to have used up all the strength in his body. After he finished asking, he waited anxiously. The sound of him swallowing his saliva was extremely loud. Yan Pei put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Speaking of which, he had some understanding of this descendant of his old friend. He knew that the other party had been following his old friend in seclusion. Although he didn't have much experience, his cultivation aptitude was a heaven-defying existence. Therefore, even though he only had the cultivation base of the first-order origin returning realm, he could fight above his level. He was the elite of the elites. This time, he had no choice but to leave the mountain on the orders of his old friend. He had also encountered some trouble along the way, but they were all resolved by him with thunderous methods. The other party wasn't a coward. Although his appearance was a little wretched, his spirit was heroic and had won Yan Pei's appreciation. Yan Pei even intended to send a message to his old friend to let this cultivator surnamed Gu stay in the Trove of Treasures pavilion to take up an important position. But today's scene made Yan Pei unable to believe it. No matter how impressive this little girl's methods were, she shouldn't be able to scare this nephew Gu into such a wretched state at first sight, right? What's more, this little girl looked completely harmless. Me? Young Inflammation smiled slightly. Her beautiful face bloomed so that the cultivator surnamed Gu didn't dare to look directly at her. My name is Young Inflammation. What can I do for you, sir? Young Inflammation. The cultivator surnamed Gu shuddered and almost fell to the ground. His mouth muttered a few words, but no one knew what he was mumbling. Soon after, he bent his waist and kept clasping his fist. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. My name is Guqi. Just call me Little Chi. As he spoke, there was a flattering smile on his face. Set off by his buck teeth, he looked even more wretched. Little Chi. Young Inflammation gently nodded, holding back a smile. With a graceful and noble demeanor, she lightly opened her red lips and said, Little Chi. Here. Guqi hurriedly responded. His head almost reached his crotch. He was very respectful. Am I ugly? Young Inflammation seemed to ask casually. These words were like a bolt from the blue, making Guqi's face change greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Miss Appearance shames the moon and flowers. You are a first-class beauty. The word ugly has nothing to do with it. Is that so? Young Inflammation raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly, If that's the case, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? I thought I was too ugly to be seen in public. Guqi became more and more frightened. With a long face, he said, Miss, I'm innocent. It's really. Really what? Young Inflammation asked. There was a faint majesty in her demeanor. This scene made Yang Kai and Yan Pei stunned because this majesty didn't seem to be fake. It had a taste that made everyone submit. At that moment, even Yan Pei faintly had the illusion that Young Inflammation was high and mighty. Guqi was even more unbearable. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Yan Pei reacted in time. He reached out and lifted his body up. With a light cough, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, Little friend Yang, you see. Yang Kai gently nodded and glared at Young Inflammation. Don't make trouble. Guqi was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although he didn't know why he was so afraid of Young Inflammation, it was a bit too much for Young Inflammation to continue playing tricks on him. Young Inflammation stuck out her tongue and said, Who told him to be so timid? Timid. Yan Pei secretly smiled bitterly. This descendant of his old friend was not a timid person, but today's matter was really too strange. He couldn't figure out the reason. Brother Gu, right? Yang Kai stood up and slightly cupped his fist to Guqi. He smiled apologetically and said, This senior sister is a bit naughty. She was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Gu. Senior sister? Guqi was stunned for a moment. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his expression changed. There was no longer the contempt and disdain from before. He actually nodded and bowed. I don't dare. Brother is too polite. Yang Kai touched his nose and felt helpless. He always felt that this Guqi in front of Young Inflammation was like a mouse in front of a cat. He pondered for a moment and said, Young Inflammation, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Brother Gu. Oh. Young Inflammation heard this and unwillingly pouted. No need. Guqi hurriedly waved his hand. If Young Inflammation went out because of him, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 10,000 times. Young Inflammation secretly had a headache. She was just being playful and teasing the other, but she didn't want to make things like this. Now she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Guqi looking at him with a sincere expression, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and signaled to Young Inflammation. Young Inflammation understood and covered her face with the hood of her black robe and sat quietly to the side. Seeing this, Guqi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Brother Gu, please sit. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Guqi looked at Yan Pei for help. Seeing the other side nod gently at him, Guqi took a seat while apologizing. His appearance was like that of a junior meeting an elder. Even after sitting down, his butt only touched half of the chair. indicating the difference in status. Yang Kai and Yan Pei naturally saw the scene clearly, but they didn't say anything. It's like this, I heard from Senior Yan that the Star Emperor token was given to you by Brother Ge. Yang Kai looked at Ge and asked. Yes. Ge face became bitter as he quietly glanced at Yang Inflammation and for some reason, explained, if it wasn't for the circumstances, Ancestor would never have used the Star Emperor token to exchange, but now, there is no other way. I asked Brother Yang and Yang Inflammation to judge clearly. Yang Kai secretly understood what this was, but after meeting Ge, he had always been baffled by his actions, so he wasn't too surprised. And what Brother Ge wants to exchange is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water? Yang Kai asked again. Yes. Ge nodded cautiously. Although this Yang asked Senior Yan to call Brother Ge here, I have to say that whether it is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, I don't have them. It's fine, it's fine. Ge didn't seem to mind at all. If Brother Yang wants this Star Emperor token, allow this Ge to go back and report to Ancestor. If Ancestor agrees, giving it to Brother Yang, and Miss Yang Inflammation isn't a big deal. Yang Kai looked stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, this Yang didn't mean that. Although the divine technique sealed inside this Star Emperor token has been activated, it is still something refined by great emperors, so its value is extraordinary. This Yang won't take it for free. If I may ask, is there something wrong with Senior Ji's knowledge? See? Hearing Yang Kai's inquiry, Yan Pei's eyes flashed, secretly surprised that he could guess this much. As an old friend of the Hidden Master, Yan Pei naturally knew why the other party had taken out the Star Emperor token to exchange for something this time. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that Ge readily admitted it without any hesitation, nodding as he said, what Brother Yang said is correct. Half a year ago, my ancestor was plotted against by a villain and his knowledge sea was poisoned, so he needed a flowing flame flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. According to my ancestor, only these two things could cure his knowledge sea poison. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly, becoming more and more confident as he reached out and touched his space ring, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Ge. Although I don't have Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, Brother Ge might as well take a look and see if this pill meets Senior Ji's requirements. After a few words, although Ge's expression was still a little restrained, his mood had finally stabilized. Glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai, he smiled and stretched out his hands to accept the jade bottle. After apologizing, Ge carefully opened the lid of the bottle and in an instant, a fragrant scent wafted out, causing him to raise his brow in surprise. As the fragrance entered his nose, he couldn't help feeling somewhat refreshed. Pouring out the pill from the bottle, Ge's eyes bulged. This is... Yan Pei, who was sitting to the side, also straightened up as his eyes stared fixedly at the pill, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although Ge had been living in seclusion with his elders for many years, as an origin-returning realm cultivator, he still had some ability to discern. As the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yan Pei had auctioned countless valuable items over the years, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. The two of them instantly saw through the extraordinariness of this pill. An origin-grade high-rank pill? Yan Pei called out in horror, disregarding the difference in status, snatching the pill from Ge's hand and holding it in his palm to examine it carefully. Is it really an origin-grade high-rank pill? Ge also felt like he was dreaming and asked in disbelief. Yes, it is indeed an origin-grade high-rank pill. This color, this fragrance, and the medicinal efficacies contained inside are clearly at the level of an origin-grade high-rank pill. Yan Pei murmured. One couldn't blame him for losing his composure as on Shadowed Star, origin-grade high-rank pills were nothing more than a myth. Here, the highest rank an alchemist could reach was origin-grade low rank, and it was impossible for them to advance any further. As everyone knew, when alchemists refined pills, their chances of failure were very high. Therefore, even origin-grade low-rank alchemists didn't dare say they could refine origin-grade low-rank pills with 100% certainty. Occasionally, if one was lucky enough, an origin-grade mid-rank pill would appear, but each origin-grade mid-rank pill was a priceless treasure. Even if one was successfully refined, it would be hidden away by the great forces, never to be seen in the outside world. As for the origin-grade high-rank pill, to put it bluntly, no one on Shadowed Star could refine such a pill. Treasure Trove Pavilion had obtained a few of these pills over the countless years, but without exception, they had all been found in ancient ruins. After the flowing time Great Emperor passed away, most of these pills had lost their medicinal efficacies and could no longer be used. Only one of these pills had ever been put up for auction. Yanpei vaguely remembered that at that time, the great forces of Shadowed Star had all fought over it. That time, Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had almost ended prematurely. Every time he thought about it, Yanpei felt a lingering fear. But now, after so many years, another origin grade high-rank pill had appeared in front of him. No matter what the function of this pill was, its value was immeasurable. However, since Yang Kai had taken out this pill at this time, Yanpei had some guesses about its function. This is a soul-cleansing pill. I wonder if Senior Yan has heard of it. Yang Kai smiled lightly before taking a sip of tea. A soul-cleansing pill, it's actually a soul-cleansing pill. Yanpei breathed a sigh of relief. This is really a good pill for treating the symptoms. Senior Yan, you mean? Gucci looked at Yanpei worriedly from the side and asked weakly. Take it. Yanpei put the soul-cleansing pill in his hand into a jade bottle and tossed it to Gucci. This soul-cleansing pill is enough to solve Brother Ji's crisis. Although it's not as effective as soul-cleansing divine water, it's better than the Lu Yan flying fire he needs. Really? Gucci was overjoyed. Why would this old master lie to you? Yanpei snorted. The reason why Brother Ge didn't ask you to exchange for this pill is probably because he thought there was no such thing as an origin-grade high-rank pill in this world, so he settled for the next best thing, Lu Yan flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. But now that there is such a good pill for his illness, what need is there for those things? Brother Ji's luck is quite good. Hearing this, Gucci's face filled with joy and he quickly and carefully put the soul-cleansing pill into his space ring before thanking Yang Kai. No need, Brother Ge and I are just taking what we need. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. This soul-purifying pill was something he had refined when he was in retreat last time. He had refined a lot of pills last time, but there weren't many origin-grade high-rank pills, only 2 or 3 of them. This soul-purifying pill happened to be one of them. At the auction, Yang Kai had heard from Yanpei that the owner of the Star Emperor token wanted to exchange for the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai had guessed that there was something wrong with the other party's knowledge see, and if that was the case, this soul-cleansing pill was undoubtedly the best choice. Gucci took the soul-cleansing pill and naturally handed the Star Emperor token to Yang Kai. After fiddling with it for a while, Gucci found that it was almost identical to the Star Emperor token he had obtained in Lu Yan's desert last time, so he tossed it into his space ring. After Gucci completed his task, he naturally couldn't wait to leave this place and return to his family ancestor so he could take the soul-cleansing pill. Before leaving, Gucci solemnly cupped his fists and said, if family ancestor survives this disaster, he will definitely pay you a visit. I hope Sister Yang Yun will not take offense. Saying so, Gucci bowed to Yanpei again and hurried away. Inside the room, Yang Kai rubbed his nose and exchanged a glance with Yanpei, both of them wearing confused expressions. Gucci's words before leaving had a deep meaning. He said that his family ancestor was going to visit Yang Yun, not Yang Kai, which was quite intriguing. Senior Yan, this Brother Ge little friend doesn't need to inquire. If that old friend of mine really comes to visit, you will naturally know his origins. If he doesn't, this old master will not tell outsiders what his identity is. However, there is one thing little friend needs to know. Although this old friend of mine has been in seclusion for a long time, he was still a famous character back in the day. Yanpei smiled slightly, appearing very enigmatic before suddenly asking in a low voice, right, little friend Yang, the soul-cleansing pill you just took out. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Quickly shaking his head, he said, no, that's all. Yanpei obviously didn't believe him so easily and didn't continue to pester him, instead turning a thoughtful look towards Yang Kai and asking, is this pill something little friend obtained in the past? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded, presumably Senior Yan also knows where I came from, but even in the outside world, origin-grade high-rank pills are rare treasures, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. So that's how it is. Yanpei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, it's fine. If little friend Yang discovers some other good pills one day, you might as well hand them over to my treasure trove pavilion for auction. The price will definitely satisfy you. Of course, Yang Kai responded casually. Yan Pei chuckled and got up. Good, this old master will do his best to fulfill little friend Yang's request. If I really find some good earth attribute supreme treasures, I will definitely let you know. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai also stood up, then this junior will take his leave. Coming out of treasure trove pavilion, Yang Kai had a heavy look on his face as he glanced over at young Inflammation from time to time, secretly wondering what this woman had done before meeting him and why Gucci had been so nervous and cautious when he saw her. He had no clue. Young Inflammation was a very mysterious person, and the more he came into contact with her, the more he couldn't see through her. However, there was one thing Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that young Inflammation had no malicious intentions towards him. Yang Kai, it seems that someone is watching us. After leaving Heavenly Fate City, young Inflammation suddenly whispered. Oh? Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and soon noticed that there were indeed people hiding nearby, but their cultivations weren't very high. The one leading them was only a member of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, and it didn't seem like they were from the same group. However, although these people had ill intentions, they didn't show any murderous intent. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately understood who was watching them, so he smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry about them, this is Heavenly Fate City, they won't dare to make a move here. Let's go back first." Saying so, he and young Inflammation used their movement skills to fly towards Dragon Cave Mountain. A moment later, the two arrived in front of the mountain defending array. Landing, Yang Kai ordered, "You go back first, I'll talk to these people." Young Inflammation nodded and didn't say much before walking straight inside. The mountain defending array couldn't stop young Inflammation in the slightest, allowing her to walk straight in, her figure disappearing in an instant. After young Inflammation left, Yang Kai turned around, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he called out loudly, "You've all followed me here, why don't you show yourselves?" The surroundings were quiet and there was no movement. Yang Kai wasn't surprised and simply smiled, "Since you won't show yourselves, I'll go in. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, the cultivator hiding nearby finally couldn't hold back. On the left, a ripple spread out and a group of 5 or 6 people strangely appeared, while on the right, several figures of the cultivator also appeared. As soon as the two groups of people appeared, they glared at each other fiercely, as if they were ready to jump at each other's throats. The group of people on the left had some traces of demonic chi on them and their clothes were embroidered with patterns of birds, fish, insects, and beasts. Needless to say, these people were from Myriad Beast Mountain. Only the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, who dealt with monster beast all day long, would be contaminated with demonic chi. As for the group on the right, although their cultivations were the same as those on the left, the fluctuations of their vitality were obviously higher and there was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. People from Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai's gaze fell on a certain person in the group on the right and raised his brow, cupping his fists and smiling, "Brother Dang, long time no see." The man smiled bitterly and showed a helpless look before returning the courtesy, "Brother Yang, you're still as elegant as ever." The two exchanged words and seemed quite familiar with each other, causing the expressions of the Myriad Beast Mountain disciples on the left to change slightly while the Origin Returning Realm leader on the right looked happy and asked the cultivator surnamed Dang, "Do you know this little brother?" And, hearing his elder's question, the cultivator surnamed Dang nodded helplessly. "Oh?" The Origin Returning Realm cultivator looked overjoyed, "Since you know each other, things will be easier. Dang Ning, tell this little brother that Elder Jean sure needs that piece of profound gold, see if he is willing to part with it." This Demon Blood Temple disciple was none other than Dang Ning, whom Yang Kai had met before. When he left Luyan's desert, Yang Kai happened to encounter him being chased by 2 of his fellow sect disciples. At that time, Yang Kai had lent him a hand. The Demon Blood Thread secret technique was obtained from Dang Ning and had helped Yang Kai a great deal. Later, Dang Ning returned the favor and led Yang Kai to use the space array there, allowing Yang Kai to teleport to another city and return to Heavenly Fate City. From this relationship alone, Yang Kai had a good impression of Dang Ning. Although the Demon Blood Temple disciple Yang Kai came from wasn't very good, it was definitely not a problem to have a private relationship with him. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Dang Ning would also come to Heavenly Fate City this time and follow him with the other disciples of Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai knew that Dang Ning had no choice but to follow him, so of course, he didn't blame him. What's more, although Yang Kai had a friendship with Dang Ning, it wasn't deep, so there was nothing to worry about. Nodding, Dang Ning looked at Yang Kai helplessly, but before he could speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Brother Dang, there is no need to say anything more. Since this profound gold was obtained by me, it is absolutely impossible for me to hand it over. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint everyone, please return." The origin returning realm cultivator from Demon Blood Temple's face sank and was about to say something. On the other side, a burly man from Myriad Beast Mountain laughed, "Little boy, don't be so ruthless. First listen to my Myriad Beast Mountain's conditions before making a decision. Although my Myriad Beast Mountain is not comparable to Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect, it is still a first-class sect. We will definitely not let you suffer a loss. If you want something, no one will refuse." His words were casual, but there was a hint of threat in them. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple immediately retorted, "Friend's tone is quite bold, what other conditions can you offer? If he had enough capital. Why did you back off at the auction?" The tall and sturdy man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain coldly snorted. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai, his lips wriggling as he transmitted his divine sense to him, "Young man. I don't think you lack Saint crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bid such a high price at the auction. But you also know what our 10,000 Beast Mountain does. How about this, I can make the decision to give you 37th grade monster beast. 10 8th grade monster beast, and I'll teach you the beast taming technique, as long as you give me that piece of profound gold. And your little mountain doesn't occupy a large area, so if you have these monster beasts to guard it, it will be impregnable. Although I can't guarantee too much, no one will dare to provoke you, what do you say?" In all fairness, this price wasn't high, but it wasn't low either, but it definitely couldn't match the number of Saint crystals Yang Kai was willing to pay. After all, a 7th grade monster beast was only equivalent to a Saint Realm cultivator, while an 8th grade one was only equivalent to a Saint King. 10,000 Beast Mountain clearly wanted to take advantage of this situation, and Dragon Cave Mountain was protected by many layers of spirit arrays, so what use would these monster beasts have? As such, even if the other party was showing some sincerity, Yang Kai decisively shook his head. The man from 10,000 Beast Mountain frowned and continued to transmit his voice, "I'll add 5 more 8th grade monster beast, this is the highest price my 10,000 Beast Mountain can offer. Think carefully before you answer. I already said, the profound gold has already fallen into my hands, so it is impossible for me to hand it over. Your Excellency, please return." Yang Kai looked at him faintly. "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you believe I won't flatten this little mountain right now?" The burly man flew into a rage. Yang Kai's shameless attitude annoyed him greatly. Listening to this man's threats, Yang Kai grinned, "Good, I'll wait and see how you flatten my Dragon Cave Mountain. You court death." Murderous intent flashed across the burly man's eyes, but soon, he seemed to remember something and glanced around vigilantly, only to see the people from Demon Blood Temple staring at him with great interest, as if they couldn't wait for him to immediately start fighting with this little brat. Immediately, the burly man's heart clenched as he knew that if he attacked, he would only end up benefiting these people from Demon Blood Temple, so he quickly suppressed his anger, sneered, and stood aside, assuming a posture of watching a good show. Since he couldn't obtain the profound gold, he naturally couldn't allow these people from Demon Blood Temple to obtain it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report back to Elder Fong. Moreover, this place was close to Heavenly Fate City, so he didn't dare to kill people at will. If not for this, how could they have gotten a chance to act this time? Old woman Feng and Xianxia would have already personally come to Yang Kai. It was because they were in Heavenly Fate City's territory and didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak that these 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sent their respective disciples to discuss the profound gold with Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would be tactful and hand over the profound gold. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple saw the people from Myriad Beast Mountain looking at him and didn't try to hide anything, loudly declaring, "I don't know what price this friend from Myriad Beast Mountain is offering you, but my demon blood temple is willing to pay you 20 outstanding beauties. What does little brat think of this proposal? Saying so, he looked at Xianxia confidently, as if he felt that no one could refuse such an offer. When the people from Myriad Beast Mountain heard this, all of their expressions changed greatly, the burly man even sucking in a breath of cold air. 20 blood slaves, your noble temple is truly generous. After saying so, he glanced over at Xianxia somewhat uneasily, fearing that he would immediately agree. After all, the temptation of 20 blood slaves was too great for ordinary people to refuse. If Demon Blood Temple was willing to give him such benefits, he would immediately betray Myriad Beast Mountain and join Demon Blood Temple. Heh, compared with Elder Xianxia's secret art, what are 20 blood slaves? The leader of the Demon Blood Temple group smiled lightly as he looked at Xianxia and said, blood slaves can only be cultivated by my Demon Blood Temple on Shadowed Star, but if some special ceremony is performed, the blood slave will completely obey your orders, loyal to you until death. What's more, each blood slave's primordial yin qi can help enhance the cultivator's vitality. Saying so, he suddenly turned to a woman behind him and revealed an evil grin. This is one of my blood slaves. Soon after, he gave an order that made everyone's jaws drop. Take off your clothes. The woman heard this and was stunned, her face turning pale as her tender body trembled slightly. This woman had picturesque facial features and a graceful waist, giving her an extremely charming appearance. It was unknown what kind of beguiling technique she cultivated, but there was an alluring charm to her brow. Her cultivation was not low, at least a first-order Saint King, but after listening to the orders of the man from Demon Blood Temple, she actually began to undress in front of everyone. Biting her thin lip, the woman's face turned pale, obviously unwilling, but she was unable to disobey this man's order. Rustling sounds rang out as the male disciples of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were dumbstruck. The sound of gulping could be heard continuously, and the few female disciples even revealed looks of disdain, spitting endlessly. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and very soon, the woman was only left with undergarments that covered her vital parts. Her skin was snow white like fine jade, and her body was suffused with an alluring luster, causing one's appetite to be aroused. Especially this kind of flirtatious expression, which was extremely lethal to any man, causing one's blood to boil. Seeing that she was actually about to take off her undergarments, Xianxia couldn't help frowning, showing a look of impatience as he quickly said, I'll say this one last time, I will not hand over the profound gold. You don't need to test me anymore. The expression of the Origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple changed slightly as he stared at Xianxia and asked in a low voice, Boy, do you really want to be so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation? Xianxia just stared back at him indifferently, too lazy to say anything more. Humph, good, young people with lofty aspirations, I hope your life won't be as thin as paper. The man sneered, leaving behind these ruthless words before tactfully not attacking Xianxia here, waving his hand and leading the Demon Blood Temple disciples away. Before the blood slave left, she gently nodded to Xianxia with a look of gratitude on her face. Grabbing the clothes on the ground, her tender body flickered and disappeared without a trace. Dang Ming also cupped his fists to Xianxia, an apologetic look on his face before retreating with his elders. After the people from Demon Blood Temple left, the burly man leading the Myriad Beast Mountain group chuckled, Boy, you should think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, come to Heavenly Fate City and find me. The conditions I proposed before can be exchanged at any time. His face was filled with goodwill, as if all the unpleasantness he had with Xianxia a moment ago was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. After saying so, he took his people and left. After the conflict dissipated, Xianxia frowned secretly. He found that recently, he had made more and more enemies, but there was nothing he could do about it. The profound gold was indeed of great use to him, so he couldn't easily hand it over. Moreover, Dragon Cave Mountain was near Heavenly Fate City and was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. Although Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the various grievances between Xianxia and the Xia family, if Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple attacked Dragon Cave Mountain, Shadow Moon Hall would not sit idly by. These two forces could be ignored for the time being, but the Xia family needed to be considered. Originally, Xianxia planned to settle the score with the Xia family after coming out of seclusion last time, but now that he learned that Lu Yi was also in the Xia family, and it seemed that even Sea-Heart sex people had run to the Xia family. Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to take action. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive strength was absolutely unquestionable, but in terms of offensive power, it was indeed somewhat lacking. This matter would need to be carefully considered. Regarding Lu Yi, Yang Kai was still quite wary. Just the fact that the other party could regrow his severed arm was enough to shock him, so it would be unwise to act rashly before thoroughly understanding Lu Ye's background. Thinking so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountain defending array. Yang Yan was waiting for him up ahead and had not gone to rest, so when he saw Yang Kai return safely, he wasn't too surprised and simply beckoned to him before walking towards the cave mansion. Yang Kai smiled lightly and slowly followed. Inside the cave mansion, the two sat face to face and Yang Yan stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see that Star Emperor token." As if he had expected Yang Inflammation to say this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and handed the Star Emperor token he had exchanged with Guqi to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation received it, a complicated look on her face as she gently stroked it, her expression fluctuating as a trace of reminiscence flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai sat to the side, not bothering to disturb her. After half an hour, the strange look on Yang Inflammation's face disappeared as she let out a heavy breath and handed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai. "Keep this thing well, it may be of great use in the future." "Great use?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "How do I use it?" "I don't know." Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. "It's just my feeling. Even if you asked me to explain it, I wouldn't be able to. However, it definitely hides some secrets, and it is rumored that the great emperors refined a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens in their lifetime. Perhaps we need to collect all 10 in order to unravel the mystery." After saying so, she laughed self-deprecatingly, but collecting all 10 Star Emperor tokens is simply too difficult. For an ordinary person, obtaining one in their lifetime is already a great opportunity, so how could they possibly collect all 10? "Is that so?" Yang Kai showed a strange smile. "I have more here." "What?" Yang Inflammation looked at him in amazement before her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the other Star Emperor token that had strangely appeared in Yang Kai's hand, speechless for a long time. This Star Emperor token was basically the same as the one Guqi had exchanged for, and there was no difference at all. The divine technique sealed inside had been activated, but the remnant Emperor pressure was incomparably clear. Obviously, it was also something refined by the great emperors. This was not the end though, as Yang Kai flipped his hand and another Star Emperor token appeared. When Yang Yan saw the third Star Emperor token, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she muttered, "Could this be?" This third Star Emperor token was clearly different from the previous two. Although its appearance was the same, the energy fluctuations it gave off caused one's heart to palpitate. Yang Inflammation was experienced and knowledgeable, so how could he not see through its hidden mysteries? This is an intact Star Emperor token." Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed it to Yang Yan. Yang Inflammation took it in a flurry. Then, something unexpected happened. When the intact Star Emperor token was grasped by Yang Yan, a rippling aura was visible to the naked eye and at the same time, a crisp bird cry rang out from the Star Emperor token. This bird cry was similar to that of a sparrow, but it was extremely loud and clear. At the same time, a cyan, slender bird pattern with long feathers on its tail flashed across the Star Emperor token before disappearing. Immediately afterwards, the Saint Chi fluctuations in Yang Inflammation's body resonated with the energy contained in the Star Emperor token, and both of them floated up involuntarily. With a loud sizzling sound, the aura inside the cave mansion became chaotic and a coercion that caused Yang Kai to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai didn't understand what was going on at all and hurriedly summoned his purple shield while circulating his Saint Chi to protect himself. Only then did he release his divine sense to investigate the situation of Yang Inflammation. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was surprised. He found that Yang Inflammation didn't show any signs of abnormality and instead seemed to be receiving some kind of message from the Star Emperor token. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled, and her brow furrowed from time to time. This scene didn't last long, only a dozen breaths of time. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what to do, Yang Inflammation suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the Star Emperor token floating in front of her, and gently floated down to the ground, staring at it thoughtfully. What happened? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Inflammation glanced at him and didn't answer his question directly. You haven't refined it yet, have you? This thing can be refined? Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. This is also a kind of artifact, but it's a one-time use artifact, so naturally it can be refined. Fortunately, you've been keeping it hidden and haven't used it yet, otherwise you would have died. Yang Kai didn't show any surprise. Guizhu had already told him this before, so even though the situation had become more dangerous over the years, he had never thought about using this Star Emperor token. This kind of trump card that would allow him to perish together with his enemies was not something he would easily take out. You seem to know a lot of things. Yang Kai frowned slightly as he looked at her. What do you want to say? Yang Inflammation pursed her red lips lightly, her expression slightly uneasy. Since you fell into a coma for no reason last time, I feel like you've changed a lot. What are you hiding? Is there something you can't tell me? Yang Kai decided to speak up about the doubts he had been harboring during this time, especially today. When Gucci saw Yang Yan, he acted like he had seen a ghost, but Yang Yan said she had never seen him before. Now, this Star Emperor token had actually resonated with Yang Inflammation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to ignore it. Yang Kai wanted to talk to Yang Yan openly and honestly. I'm not hiding anything, it's just. Yang Inflammation showed a hesitant look on her face. Just what? It's just that I'm not sure myself, so I didn't say anything. When I'm sure, I'll tell you, okay? Yang Inflammation looked at him pleadingly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly grinning. Tell me how to refine this thing. I've studied it a few times before, but I've come up with nothing. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't continue to ask, Yang Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. I only just found out, hee hee. Saying so, Yang Inflammation condensed a wisp of sword-like Xianxia at his fingertips and quickly cut a small wound on his wrist. Red blood immediately flowed out and Yang Inflammation placed the Star Emperor token on the wound. Yang Kai heard a bone-chilling sound, as if a hungry ghost was devouring flesh and blood, and the blood that flowed out of Yang Yan's wrist was absorbed by the Star Emperor token. In the blink of an eye, the Star Emperor token had become as red as blood. After doing all this, Yang Inflammation seemed to be a little tired and tossed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai before sitting down cross-legged. That's it? Yang Kai looked at the Star Emperor token in his hand in amazement and found that only its color had changed a little, nothing else had changed. Yang Inflammation nodded seriously. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. If refining this Star Emperor token required blood, then it should have been provided by the person who refined it, so why would Yang Inflammation provide blood? You'll know once you try. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips before standing up and walking out, saying, You must take good care of these 3 Star Emperor tokens. Got it, Yang Kai nodded helplessly. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai held the bright red Star Emperor token in his hand and tried to pour his Xianxia into it. Surprisingly, his Xianxia poured in easily without the slightest hindrance, nor did it show any sign of activating the divine technique sealed inside. At this moment, the Star Emperor token was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing Yang Kai's Xianxia and establishing a faint connection with it. This was clearly the beginning of refining this artifact. Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation was right. This Star Emperor token could really be refined, so he spared no effort in doing so. At the same time, in a jungle about 300 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, a young man was flying forward seemingly casually at a leisurely pace. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately attacked this young man. The reason was simple, this young man was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, the one Yang Kai hated to the core. Looking at the direction he was flying, it was obvious he was returning to the Xia family. Lu Ye's lips curled slightly as a light smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the star shuttle beneath his feet turned and flew directly into the jungle. A moment later, he gently landed on the ground and stood there with his hands behind his back. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of a gentle breeze blowing through the branches and leaves. What's wrong? Didn't all of you lie in ambush here specifically to wait for this Lu? Now that this Lu is here, why don't all of you show yourselves? Lu Yi tilted his head and glanced at the thick trees on either side. No one answered, nor did anyone show up, as if Lu Yi was the only one here. However, Lu Ye's expression remained firm as he sneered, "A group of cowards, actually daring to ambush this Lu? Good, since you don't want to show yourself, don't blame this Lu for being impolite. Brat, your eyesight isn't bad. You were actually able to see through our concealment technique. What a pity, your life has come to an end." A loud and clear voice rang out. In the next moment, several people suddenly jumped down from a large tree. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound as people appeared all around, all of them staring towards Lu Yi with malicious intent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was surrounded and there was no way out for him. In the auction just now, Lu Yi had been extremely generous with his money, so naturally, he had attracted the attention of countless people. Although he had quietly withdrawn from the auction at the last moment, many people were still secretly following him. Knowing that he was returning to the Xie family, these people had set up an ambush in this jungle in advance, waiting for him to show up. Sure enough, Lu Yi really did pass by here, but what these people with malicious intentions did not expect was that Lu Yi would be so bold, daring to walk right into the trap despite knowing that there was an ambush. The man who spoke just now was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator with a short stature and a large bump on his forehead. His appearance was extremely ugly, and as he stared at Lu Yi, a malicious grin appeared on his face as he nodded, not bad, your courage is extraordinary. I haven't seen such a brave little brat in many years. Brother Qing, why are you wasting time with him, just hurry up and do it." On the other side, an elderly man with 3 strands of long beard impatiently urged. Although on the surface, this elderly man was much older than the cultivator surnamed Qing, the two were actually not that far apart in age, only their appearances differed. Yes, a long night is fraught with dreams. This boy is quite rich, so his harvest will definitely not be small. What's the hurry? The cultivator surnamed Qing coldly snorted, naturally we must act, but how should we distribute this treasure? Shouldn't we discuss it first? There were a total of 3 groups, 3 origin returning realm masters, 1 Saint King, and 1 Saint Realm Master, totaling about 15 to 16 people. Now that they had the upper hand, none of the 3 groups put a trivial Lu Yi in their eyes. After all, under the investigation of their divine senses, they could tell he was just a third-order Saint King. In front of him, all of them wanted to discuss the division of benefits. Someone who could spend 40 million Saint crystals at the auction should still have some Saint crystals left on him. What's more, the things he bought at the auction were all excellent treasures, more than enough to be divided among them. The backgrounds of these 3 groups were not high and the forces they belonged to were only comparable to Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi belonged to. All of them were small forces, otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to killing and robbing. A cultivator from a big force was generally more self-disciplined due to the strict rules of their sect. With such a big fat sheep in front of them, anyone who looked at it would drool, feeling that their group was stronger and deserved a bigger share. In an instant, the 3 origin returning realm masters began to quarrel, spittle flying everywhere, none of them willing to back down. Lu Yi stood in place with an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest sign of panic, as if these people were not talking about him, his expression gradually becoming impatient. Seeing the 3 people arguing more and more fiercely, Lu Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore and coldly snorted, "Useless trash." As soon as this statement came out, all 3 origin returning realm masters stared at him in amazement. The cultivator surnamed Qing pretended to pick his ear and exclaimed in surprise, "Boy, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again." "I said you're just a bunch of trash, killing and robbing people, but before they're even dead, you're already discussing the division of benefits? Ridiculous, do you think you can eat this Lu?" Lu Ye's mouth curled into a sarcastic and disdainful smile. The cultivator surnamed Cheng's face sank. His expression became ferocious as he chuckled meaningfully, "Two friends, this little brat is tired of living. Since he wants to die, we might as well grant him his wish first, then we can sit down and have a good discussion." The other 2 were also stimulated by Lu Ye's arrogant words, so naturally, there was no reason for them to disagree. The cultivator surnamed Qing sneered, waved his hand, and shouted, "Chop him into mincemeat, I want him to regret being born in this world." Once the order was given, many Saint King Realm and Saint Realm cultivators summoned their artifacts. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed, becoming incomparably gloomy as he laughed, "Trash like you want to scheme against this senior's life? for more than 100,000 years. You are the most daring people I have ever seen. What? The three origin returning realm masters were dumbfounded upon hearing this. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Lu Yi laughed maniacally and waved his hands. Suddenly, blood-red beams of light shot out. They all rushed towards the cultivator. A strange sound rang out from the blood-red light, as if it was some kind of living creature, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. They all tried to resist, but a scene that made everyone despair appeared. Whether they attacked or defended, they were unable to resist this blood-red light. Not to mention the Saint Kings and Saints, even the cultivator surnamed Qing and the other two origin returning realm masters were all struck. The blood-red light only flickered slightly before disregarding their protective Saint Qi and drilling directly into their bodies, disappearing from sight. What the hell? The cultivator surnamed Qing cried out in horror as he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps, his face pale as he hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate himself. What surprised him though was that there was nothing wrong with him. His Saint Qi was flowing smoothly, his meridians were open, and his divine sense was not affected in the slightest. What was the effect of that blood-red light just now? After so many years of cultivation, this was the first time the cultivator surnamed Qing had encountered such a strange thing. Feeling suspicious, he turned his head to look at the other two origin returning realm masters but found that they were just as suspicious as him. Their expressions were gloomy and uncertain, obviously unable to find any useful information. After releasing the blood-red light, Lu Yi did not move, simply standing in place and staring at them with a contemptuous look, coldly snorting in dissatisfaction. I thought I would be able to draw out a lot of useful people, but I didn't expect that only 3 wastes would show up. Fine, at least you are of some use. From now on, you will obey the senior's orders. Draw out? The cultivator surnamed Qing listened to his words and frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, his expression changed drastically. You deliberately acted so generously at the auction just to attract people to rob you. The other two origin returning realm masters heard this and instantly understood the whole story and could not help looking at Lu Yi with some fear. No matter what this person wanted to do, this intention alone was enough to make them suspicious. What's more, no one knew what that blood-red light just now was. You are not qualified to ask. If you obey the senior's orders, I can spare your life, otherwise. Otherwise what? The cultivator surnamed Qing obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. Or rather, he did not believe that the blood-red light had any mysterious effect. After all, he was not feeling any discomfort right now. Maybe the other party is just deliberately mystifying things. He comforted himself. Otherwise, the end will be very miserable. Lu Yi grinned wickedly. As soon as his voice fell, the cultivator surnamed Qing suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and screamed loudly. His scream sounded like he was being cut by 1,000 knives, causing everyone to be shocked. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivator surnamed Cheng's clothes were soaked with sweat. His whole body was bent like a shrimp as he let out a beast-like roar from the depths of his throat. His skin was red, as if he would explode at any moment. What did you do to Brother Qing? What was that thing just now? The other origin returning realm master's eyes trembled as he asked in shock. Not only was the cultivator surnamed Qing affected by the blood-red light, but everyone present was affected as well. Seeing the cultivator surnamed Qing being tortured like this, he naturally felt a sense of sadness. This senior just gave him a 10,000 poison evil insect, why make such a fuss? Lu Yi sneered. 10,000 poison evil insect? Everyone heard this and looked at each other. Although none of them had heard of it before, from the experience of the cultivator surnamed Qing, it was obviously not something good. The elderly man's expression flickered for a moment before he suddenly pointed his finger and summoned a long black sword. This long sword was shrouded in black qi and faintly exuded a bloody aura. The black qi struggled and squirmed before suddenly transforming into a 10-meter-long black snake that bit towards Lu Yi. He actually intended to kill Lu Yi directly. This idea wasn't wrong. No matter what this 10,000 poison evil insect was, for it to cause this cultivator surnamed Qing to suffer so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was obviously under Lu Yi's control. The elderly man was also affected by this 10,000 poison evil insect, so if he wanted to get rid of it, he could only kill Lu Yi by surprise. In his opinion, Lu Yi was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, so the fact that he could stand here so calmly without the slightest fear was obviously because of the strangeness of the 10,000 poison evil insect. But no matter how powerful the 10,000 poison evil insect was, once the cultivator died, it would be useless, right? The elderly man was also a decisive person, so as soon as he thought of this, he immediately took action. There was no prior warning, and his attack was extremely ruthless, directly summoning his most powerful artifact. The black snake rushed towards Lu Yi in an instant, causing the elderly man's mouth to curl into a cruel smile as he secretly cheered in his heart. But in the next moment, his eyes bulged. Because Lu Yi had actually stretched out his hand and grabbed the black snake, seemingly moving slowly but actually grabbing it in the palm of his hand. The black snake struggled and squirmed, trying to break free from Lu Yi's grasp, but no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to do so. How is this possible? The elderly man's face changed drastically. This artifact of his was extremely evil, not to mention just holding it, even if a Saint King realm cultivator were to come into contact with its black chi, they would immediately fall unconscious. At that time, they would be at his mercy, but this young man seemed to be completely fine. This scene frightened the elderly man, but he was still an origin returning realm master with extremely rich combat experience. With a single thought, the black snake in Lu Yi's hand suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a jet of black venom directly onto Lu Yi's face. Let's see if you'll die this time. The elderly man roared with a ferocious look on his face. After saying this, he opened his mouth wide and was unable to close it again. He was shocked to find that even if he was sprayed with venom, Lu Yi remained unscathed. Only a sizzling sound could be heard from his face as Lu Yi's expression gradually became extremely violent, his eyes becoming extremely cold. Facing these two eyes, the elderly man's body trembled as a chill ran down his spine. He felt the call of death. Lu Yi stretched out his other hand and slowly wiped the venom off his face, saying in a low voice, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you've chosen to seek your own death, don't blame this senior." Saying so, he stared coldly at the elderly man. In the next moment, the elderly man's vitality began to surge and the surface of his skin became as red as iron as his body began to swell. "No, no. Spare." The elderly man shouted in horror, but before he could finish speaking, his body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but bones. The smell of blood filled the air. The other origin returning realm master saw this scene and froze in place, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of monster had they provoked? A trivial third-order Saint King not only ignored all of the elderly man's attacks but also caused him to explode with a single thought. Was this really something a Saint King could do? After killing the elderly man, Lu Yi casually threw the black snake in his hand to the ground. Without its master controlling it, the black snake once again transformed into a black sword. Lu Yi calmly took out a brocade handkerchief and wiped his face before turning to look at the last origin returning realm master. The cultivator was quite perceptive and knew that he was doomed. Seeing Lu Yi look at him, he immediately half-knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "This one is willing to serve you as master and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you." With an origin returning realm master doing this, the other Saint Kings and Saints all exchanged a glance before kneeling on the ground and pledging their allegiance. The cultivator surnamed Qing had been tortured for a long time and was terrified of Lu Yi, so how could he resist? He also hurriedly got up and expressed his willingness to follow Lu Yi. The reaction of these people obviously satisfied Lu Yi. Even if he knew they had no sincerity at all, Lu Yi didn't need them. In front of absolute strength, what did it matter if they tried to curry favor? The corners of Lu Yi's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. "Good, since you all are so sincere, I won't hesitate to spare your lives, but Saint Realm Masters are too weak to be of any use. Kill them all." Hearing this, everyone's complexion changed greatly, especially the Saint Realm cultivator, who panicked. Never having expected that even if they groveled, they wouldn't be able to escape this fate, so they immediately began begging for mercy. The two origin returning realm masters also chimed in. After all, these saints were their juniors, how could they just kill them like that? Lu Yi remained unmoved and said lightly, "Do you need this senior to do it himself?" The cultivator surnamed Qing and the other origin-returning realm master were stunned for a moment before recalling the tragic death of the elderly man just now. After exchanging a glance, the two of them steeled their hearts and pushed their Saint Chi towards the Saint Realm cultivator. With a series of cracking sounds, the Saint Realm cultivators all had their heads crushed and died on the spot. Lu Yi gently nodded, expressing his satisfaction before ordering, "This senior has something he wants you to do. Please give us your orders, master." The cultivator surnamed Qing said respectfully. "No matter what method you use, whether it's luring or kidnapping, find this senior some origin-returning realm cultivators whose strength is no less than the two of you. Find some Saint Kings as well." "Yes." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Qing immediately understood what Lu Yi was planning to do. This young man clearly wanted to use the same method to recruit subordinates, causing him to feel secretly happy, not feeling the slightest sense of rejection. Human psychology was always so subtle. If one suffered a loss, of course, one would be happy to see others suffer as well, so one's mood would be much better. "But master, where should we take these people?" "The Xie family." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards the Xie family's headquarters. After he left, the cultivator surnamed Qing gasped for breath. When he was being tortured by Lu Yi just now, he had almost thought he would die, but he had never expected to be able to keep his life, so he was naturally overjoyed. "Brother Qing, do we really have to obey this little brat?" The other origin-returning realm master stared in the direction Lu Yi disappeared and frowned, a look of unwillingness on his face. Although he was quicker than anyone else to pledge his loyalty, he still felt some rejection in his heart. No matter what, Lu Ye's cultivation was a level lower than his, and the flowing cloud valley he came from was not very powerful either. How could such a person deserve his loyalty? What else can we do? Does Brother Ren want to experience the pain of 10,000 poisons biting at his heart? The cultivator surnamed Qing recalled the torture he had just suffered and couldn't help shivering. The cultivator surnamed Ren's face also turned ugly as he hesitantly said, "But this boy, isn't he?" The cultivator surnamed Qing wore a thoughtful expression. Flowing Cloud Valley shouldn't be that strong, so how could such a monstrous talent appear here? But his methods are incredible, not even fearing the Black Snake Sword. "Brother Ren, are you sure you can withstand a blow from the Black Snake Sword?" The cultivator surnamed Ren shook his head quickly. The Black Snake Sword was the half-grown old man's most important artifact and was extremely powerful. He didn't dare to take it head-on, but Lu Yi had done so. Now that he thought about it, there were many suspicious points, but Lu Ye's strength was obviously not low. "You and I are definitely not his opponents in a one-on-one fight. He is only a third-order Saint King now, but if he breaks through to the third-order origin-returning realm one day, haha. Don't tell me Brother Ren doesn't understand the saying under a big tree is the best shade?" Hearing what he said, cultivator surnamed Ren's eyes lit up. "Besides, our families aren't strong, and with the appearance of the Emperor Garden this time, everyone wants a piece of the pie. If we can join forces with that little brat, we may be able to obtain some benefits. On top of that, this 10,000 poison evil insect is too strange. I've never even heard of it before, so I don't think anyone knows how to deal with it. What Brother Qing says makes sense, then we might as well follow his orders for now. In any case, there's plenty of time in the future." "And that's what I was thinking," cultivator surnamed Qing nodded immediately. The two of them reached an agreement and naturally agreed to carry out the task given by Lu Yi, preparing to find an origin-returning realm master to lure to the Xie family so Lu Yi could plant the 10,000 poison evil insect. Half a month later, inside the cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai looked at the blood-red Star Emperor token in his hand with a touch of joy in his eyes. After half a month of refining, he finally managed to refine this intact Star Emperor token into his body. Yang Kai had heard of this kind of one-time use artifact before, all of which were extremely powerful, but because of the limited number of times they could be used, ordinary artifact refiners would not easily refine them. Yang Kai had never expected that he would actually be able to obtain one, and a famous Star Emperor token at that. What was sealed inside this Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the Great Emperors. It could be said that once used, one would be invincible on Shadowed Star. However, the consequences were equally huge. The divine technique of the Great Emperors was no trivial matter, and if one did not have enough strength to lift the seal, it was very likely that they would perish together with their enemy. Yang Kai knew that he could not open this Star Emperor token right now. Even if he reached the origin returning realm, he would need to consider whether or not to use it. Perhaps he would need to reach the third order origin returning realm before he was qualified to use it. After happily playing with this Star Emperor token for a while, Yang Kai took it back into his body. Just as he was about to cultivate his golden blood thread secret technique, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction, a look of amazement filling his face. After a short while, Yang Kai got up and disappeared from the cave mansion like a ghost, restraining his aura as he quietly flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was late at night, and Yang Kai had deliberately concealed his whereabouts, so no one on Dragon Cave Mountain noticed that Yang Kai had actually left. Half an hour later, in a wasteland about 200 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai's figure landed. Not far away, a graceful figure was standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Noticing his arrival, this figure raised her eyes and looked over, helplessly saying, "I knew I couldn't hide from you." "Nonsense." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "You were the one who gave me the mountain defending array token, so of course I noticed you activating it." The one who had quietly left Dragon Cave Mountain in the middle of the night was actually Yang Yun. "What are you doing out here?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "I want to go somewhere," Yang Yun replied without concealing anything. "Where are you going? Why didn't you tell me?" Yang Kai looked at her with dissatisfaction. Nowadays, the area around Heavenly Fate City was filled with dragons and snakes. Many great forces had stationed themselves here to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, but the Emperor Garden had remained silent for so long. However, the cultivator who stayed here could not bear the loneliness. After all, many of the great forces had grievances with each other. Every day, fights broke out near Heavenly Fate City and people died every day. Shadow Moon Hall naturally would not intervene in the grievances between these great forces, so the situation around Heavenly Fate City was becoming more and more chaotic. Yang Yun leaving alone was actually very dangerous, so Yang Kai was naturally a little angry. "Didn't you follow me?" Yang Yun pouted. "Tell me, where are you going?" Yang Kai looked at her helplessly. "You'll know when we get there," Yang Yun giggled. Yang Yun giggled, but before Yang Kai could ask, she continued, "When we get there, I may know a lot of things and can answer many of your questions. Don't ask me now because I don't know how to answer them." Yang Kai frowned and nodded gently. "After a long time, I'll explain things to Dragon Cave Mountain and then we'll set off." "No need, I've already told Wu Yi and Xianxia." Yang Yun stuck out her tongue and only then did Yang Kai understand that she had no intention of leaving him behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Yang Yun wiped her space ring and took out a long shuttle-like artifact before gently tossing it forward. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth and this long shuttle artifact grew in size, becoming 10 meters tall and 10 meters long in the blink of an eye, floating quietly in front of them like a shark. "This is..." Yang Kai stared dumbfounded. "This is my improved flight-type artifact, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. This is my first time using it, so it should be quite good." Yang Yun smiled lightly before pouring her Saint Chi into the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. With a soft sound, an entrance suddenly appeared on the shuttle. Yang Yun flew in lightly, waved to Yang Kai, turned around, and disappeared inside. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed as he circled around the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle several times before following in. Entering the interior, Yang Kai was stunned again because from the outside, this so-called Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was only 10 meters long, but after entering, he discovered that there was actually a whole new world inside. There were several rooms, and although this space wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. Yang Kai also felt a familiar wave of power lingering around. Space Force. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai found traces of Yang Yun and walked straight in that direction, entering a room full of various spirit arrays. The entire room was filled with dense spirit chi. Pieces of round objects that looked like Saint crystals were placed in grooves. They were densely packed together and were innumerable. Saint crystal sources. These were the Saint crystal sources that could only be condensed by the stone mongoose, and their grade was even higher than high-rank Saint crystals. At this moment, Yang Yun was fiddling with something in front of a spirit array. Yang Kai leaned over too. take a look and found that the spirit array in front of him actually showed a clear path with flashing points of light that were somewhat similar to a star. Yang Yan skillfully chose a point of light, and in the next moment, Yang Kai noticed that the flying shark battle shuttle flickered slightly before shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai's face paled. He found that the flying speed of this flying shark battle shuttle was several times faster than that of a star shuttle, reaching a terrifying level. You asked me to pour my space force into those things some time ago in order to refine this thing? Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked around. You can even refine this kind of thing? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. One had to know that the grade of starships on Shadowed Star was not high, and there were very few of them. Only a few great sects could possess them. The last starship the Haika family sent to Shadowed Star territory was rented from Shadow Moon Hall at a high price. For this reason, the Haika family had paid a huge price at that time. It was not a simple matter to refine a battleship. It was very likely that it would require hundreds or even more refiners to work together for many years before it could be completed. But Yang Inflammation had actually achieved this with his own strength. Although it was small, it was still a starship. What's wrong with this? I can refine even bigger ones, Yang Inflammation said smugly. If he had a tail, it would have already flown to the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling his mouth go dry as he stared at her expectantly. Why was Shadowed Star isolated from the outside world and unable to communicate with the other stars in its territory? It was nothing more than its location being too remote. It would take several years to travel from the nearest living star, and along the way, there were many dangers and thorns. With the artifact refining level of Shadowed Star's starships, it was impossible for them to support such a long distance and dangerous flight. If there was an Origin King grade starship, or even an Origin grade high rank starship, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would be able to restore contact with the outside world. Yang Kai had been stranded on Shadowed Star for a long time, so he knew that there were only two ways to leave Shadowed Star. The first was to rely on his own cultivation to ignore the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory and cross the long star road with his own strength. The second was to rely on a high-grade starship. However, neither of these two options could be easily achieved. Without even mentioning the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, which prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm, a starship that could withstand the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory was simply impossible to produce. But now, Yang Inflammation had taken out one. The Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was definitely a powerful artifact that could support long-distance voyages within Shadowed Star's territory. This gave him hope of leaving Shadowed Star. He suddenly felt that the distance between him and the woman he had been thinking about all this time had suddenly narrowed. Before he received any news about Su Yan, Yang Kai had not thought much about it, but after learning that Su Yan was living to this day's territory, he dreamed of finding her. There was also Xianing Chong, who lived on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai wanted to go back and see how she was. Yang Inflammation to say, Yang Inflammation to you, to Yang Inflammation stars to, Yang Inflammation Yang Yangxiang twos, to me, to you, to me to you to you to you to you to. Yang Inflammation stars. But it still needs some improvements. Yang stars. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has an underground secret vault? Yang Kai was even more stunned. Yang Yan chuckled lightly, you've been in retreat all day, so of course you don't know. Yang Kai blushed with shame. Speaking of which, although he was the sect master of Dragon Cave Mountain, he never cared about its affairs. The only thing he cared about was funding. If there was a shortage of Saint crystals or materials, he would find a way. As for what those Saint crystals and materials were used for, he didn't care. Yang Kai used to think that Dragon Cave Mountain was spending money like water because Yang Inflammation was arranging spirit arrays, but now he knew that Yang Inflammation was refining starships. No wonder no matter how many Saint crystals and materials there wasn't enough for her to squander. Thinking about the scale of the starships he had seen on Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's Watermoon Star, Yang Kai understood. While they were talking, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's divine sense was almost unable to keep up with its speed, so it was easy to imagine how fast it was. I want to do an experiment. If something goes wrong, remember to save me, Yang Inflammation suddenly said inexplicably. What? Yang Kai was taken aback, unable to recover from his daze. Yang Inflammation smiled strangely as he suddenly poured his Saint Chi into a complex spirit array in front of him. Immediately after, a loud buzzing sound rang out in this room as all the Saint crystal sources inserted into the grooves gave off a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a frightening energy fluctuation gathered in one place. Yang Kai's face filled with shock as he turned his head to look at the Saint crystal sources, only to find that all the Saint crystal sources had dimmed in an instant, as if all the energy inside them had been sucked dry. Quickly calculating the sum of these energies in his mind, even Kai Yang, who had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but pale. Kong, a muffled bang rang out, as if it had come from the ninth heaven, shaking the flying shark battle shuttle violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai saw a bright and dazzling pillar of energy shoot out from a certain part of the flying shark battle shuttle and bombard the void. The void was like a snowflake under the scorching sun and quickly melted, transforming into a chaotic vortex that slowly rotated and emitted strong space force fluctuations. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Inflammation had already controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to rush towards the void corridor. Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop her, only able to hear her giggling like a silver bell. A familiar feeling suddenly descended from the sky. It was the unique feeling of weightlessness that one would experience when passing through a void corridor or using a space array. This feeling came quickly and went quickly. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai found himself and Yang Inflammation in a strange place while the flying shark battle shuttle slowly emerged from a huge vortex. Not having the time to be shocked, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but in the next moment, his face sank. Because not far in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting. Their strength wasn't very high, with the leaders being first or second order Saint Kings while the rest were all saints. The number of people in the two groups added together was about 30 to 40. In the middle of the two groups, there were several corpses lying on the ground, all of them extremely gruesome to look at. Not far away, there was also the corpse of an 8th order monster beast, Wind Flame Fox. At a glance, it was obvious that these two groups were fighting over this dead monster beast. It was very likely that the two sides had joined forces to kill the monster beast, but in the end, because of unequal distribution of the spoils, there was a conflict. This situation was so common that Yang Kai was able to guess the situation with just a sweep of his divine sense. Aya! Yang Yan let out a soft cry, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face, as if he hadn't expected that the flying shark battle shuttle's first attempt to shatter space and perform a long-distance transmission would be witnessed by so many people. After all, it was still late at night, so who would have thought there would be so many people in this desolate wilderness? What are you doing? Hurry up and leave, is it fun to be stared at like a monkey? Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. Yang Yan immediately recovered, stretched out his hand, and tapped the array plate in front of him. With a hum, the flying shark battle shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Below them, the two parties who were fighting fiercely were all stunned. Brother, what was that? A woman dressed like a young woman approached a Saint King realm cultivator and asked with trembling eyes. She didn't look very young, but she had maintained herself very well and still retained her charm. It was obvious that she must have been a beauty when she was young, but at this moment, her pretty face was filled with panic, obviously frightened by what had just happened. Brother doesn't know, the Saint King realm man shook his head blankly. It wasn't that they were shallow, but rather that the scene just now was too shocking. A void vortex had appeared out of thin air, and then a shark-like creature had emerged from it. Even if an origin-returning realm master was here, they would likely be frightened, let alone people like them. But from the looks of it, it should be a starship, right? The man muttered again. Is there such a small starship? The young woman obviously had some doubts. Little sister was fortunate enough to see Thunder Typhoon Sec's starship set sail many years ago. That one was several dozen times larger than the one just now. Just as the two were talking though, a scream rang out. The man and the young woman's expression went cold as they turned their heads to look, quickly discovering that one of their cultivators had been seriously injured by an enemy while he was absent-minded, bleeding profusely as he cried out in pain. The man flew into a rage. "Su old third, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Shameless." Saying so, Yang Kai once again activated his artifact and sent it flying towards the other side. The original silence was instantly broken as the two groups once again clashed. As for what they had just witnessed, in the face of this blood feud, it had long been forgotten. Above a certain grassland 1,000 kilometers away, the flying shark battle shuttle came to a stop quietly. Inside the starship, the shock on Yang Kai's face had yet to fade while Yang Yan was quickly replacing the Saint crystal sources. Yang Kai had never expected that this flying shark battle shuttle could actually shatter space. Although the consumption was enormous, consuming all the energy contained in over 100 Saint crystal sources at once, this was still an unimaginable feat. Moreover, the distance the flying shark battle shuttle could cross when shattering space was much greater than when he tore space himself. At the very least, Yang Kai could no longer detect its original position with his divine sense. A moment later, Yang Yan finished replacing the Saint crystal sources and once again urged the flying shark battle shuttle to fly forward. "How far can you travel by shattering space like this?" Yang Kai asked. "Just now, it should be 100,000 kilometers, Yang Yan replied casually, his brow wrinkling slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The consumption is too great, and the exact position isn't easy to determine. After all, I was only using the principles of space arrays, so it seems I'll have to make some improvements." Yang Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "This kind of thing can't be leaked, otherwise it'll cause a lot of trouble," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Hee, it doesn't matter if it leaks," Yang Yan said confidently. "Even if others obtain this flying shark battle shuttle, they won't be able to use it." "Why?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "Because others don't have Saint crystal sources. If they want to drive this flying shark battle shuttle, they don't have enough high-rank Saint crystals, so only the Saint crystal sources condensed by Xiaoxiao can meet the requirements," Yang Yan explained. Yang Kai suddenly understood. "So that's why you're holding on to the stone mongoose so tightly?" Yang Yan nodded happily. The poor stone mongoose. Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as he observed a moment of silence. The flying shark battle shuttle flew forward at an unimaginable speed while Yang Kai sat cross-legged in one of the rooms of the battle shuttle, cultivating alone. As for Yang Yan, he was controlling the direction of the battle shuttle. Riding this special flight-type artifact was much better than using a star shuttle. First of all, this battle shuttle had its own room and was quite spacious, allowing Yang Kai to stay inside without being disturbed by the outside world. This was something a star shuttle could not compare with. Second, while controlling a star shuttle to fly, one had to resist the wind and activate the star shuttle's protection, all of which consumed the cultivator's Saint Chi. However, this flying shark battle shuttle did not have such concerns as all of its power was provided by Saint crystal sources, so it did not consume any of the cultivator's strength. Third, the speed of this flying sand battle shuttle refined by Yang Yan was not something an ordinary star shuttle could compare with. At the very least, Yang Kai had been cultivating here for more than 10 days without feeling the slightest disturbance, as if he was in a secluded room where the outside world's interference could not reach him at all. Yang Kai was now a third-order Saint King, just one step away from the origin returning realm and he would be able to condense his own sure. However, breaking through to the origin returning realm was not a simple matter. At least, Yang Kai still could not see any hope of doing so. He secretly felt that breaking through was probably not something that could be achieved through hard work, but rather through opportunities and external stimuli. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the third-order Saint King realm, he had heard some news about Su Yan from Qianyu, which had given him an opportunity to break through. Yang Kai wanted to find this opportunity by cultivating various secret techniques, so over the past few days, he had been cultivating his golden blood thread, assimilating the colored glass bead with his demon eye of annihilation, and even refining the last few Lu Yen flying fires. The power of his conflagrated knowledge sea had increased significantly, allowing him to perform alchemy more easily. At the same time, the strength of his divine sense had also greatly increased. If he used his blossoming lotus secret technique, its power would definitely increase as well. However, Yang Kai had not found an opportunity to experiment. On this day, Yang Kai was condensing a new golden blood thread with his golden blood when he suddenly felt the battle shuttle tremble slightly and come to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes, got up and walked out. A moment later, he came to Yang Inflammation's side. We're almost there, we'll use our star shuttle to fly the rest of the way. Yang Yanyan glanced over at him. Of course, Yang Kai had no objections. He had always been curious about where Yang Inflammation would go this time. Now that the answer was about to be revealed, he was naturally looking forward to it. The two of them exited the battle shuttle and Yang Yan formed a few seals before the flying shark battle shuttle quickly shrank and was stored into her space ring. The two of them then summoned their star shuttles and flew forward. The more they flew forward, the more clearly Yang Kai could feel the rich fire attribute aura in the air. Gradually, his expression became strange as he fell into deep thought. 2 days later, when the horizon was dyed red and the ground beneath them was dried up. Countless ravines and cracks crisscrossed the landscape. Yang Kai exclaimed, Luyan Sandfield? The place you want to go is Luyan Sandfield? Yang Kai naturally remembered this familiar scene clearly. On all of Shadowed Star, it was likely that only the area around Luyan Sandfield had such a harsh environment. However, as far as Yang Kai knew, even if he used a star shuttle, it would take him 2 to 3 months to travel from Luyan Sandfield to Heavenly Fate City, but this time, it only took him and Yang Inflammation 10 days to arrive. It was obvious how terrifying the speed of the flying shark battle shuttle was. Faced with Yang Kai's inquiry, Yang Inflammation didn't answer and instead stared blankly at the fiery red sky in front of her, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she was recalling something, but at the same time, there was also a trace of fear. As they approached, this expression became more and more obvious, as if she was afraid of something, her face turning slightly pale. Yang Kai stepped forward and gently held her hand. Yang Inflammation was startled and turned her head, but after seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile. What are you doing here? Can you tell me now? Yang Kai stared into her eyes. To confirm something, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. Oh? What is it that you need to confirm in Luyan Sandfield? Yang Kai was surprised. The last time Luyan Sandfield opened, Yang Inflammation had completely disdained it and had no intention of following along, but now, several years after Luyan Sandfield closed, she had actually taken the initiative to come here. One had to know that there was no way to enter this place now unless one used a Star Emperor token to open the way. When Yang Kai had been stranded in Luyan Sandfield, he had used a Star Emperor token to open the way and return safely. Because of this, he had wasted a lot of time and suffered a lot. Yang Kai, do you believe in reincarnation? Yang Inflammation suddenly asked. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly. Do you remember when I told you that all my knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays was innate? No one ever taught me these things, and in my memory, I don't have the concept of parents. It's as if I appeared in this world out of thin air. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more, not understanding what Yang Inflammation was trying to say, so he could only try to comfort her. No one appears out of thin air. Perhaps you encountered something in the past that caused your memory to be somewhat incomplete. Perhaps. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly but didn't argue further. While talking, the two arrived at the periphery of Luyan Sandfield's first layer flame area. Staring at the dark flame barrier, even though Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive. The terrifying power radiating from this flame barrier was something that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have no choice but to die if they tried to break through. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when Yang Inflammation arrived here, the flames seemed to have become even more intense. In my many years of dreamland, I often dreamed that I had become another person. This person rebukes the heavens and earth, covers the heavens with one hand, and is an overlord. Yang Inflammation stared ahead, not showing the slightest trace of panic, simply muttering to herself softly. Do you think you are this person? Yang Kai looked at her serious face and wanted to laugh but couldn't, faintly feeling that something was wrong. I didn't think so before, but since the Emperor Garden appeared, these ethereal dreams have become more realistic. Sometimes, when I am meditating or refining something, these inexplicable scenes will appear. Combined with my experiences over the past few years, I can't help but think so, Yang Kai explained. I've never thought so before. You came here to prove this point? Yang Kai finally sorted out his thoughts and asked curiously, how do you prove it? What's so special about this place? It's simple. Young Inflammation smiled and her tender body flickered, instantly disappearing from where she stood and rushing straight towards Lu Yin's sand. It was unknown what kind of exquisite movement skill she used, but Yang Kai was unable to stop her. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he turned his head to look towards Lu Yin's sand, only to see Young Inflammation's figure disappear into the flame barrier. Hurriedly taking out a Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was about to use its power to chase after her when the flame barrier suddenly roared and squirmed violently. An unimaginable resistance emerged from the other side and, like a giant invisible hand, pushed Yang Kai several thousand meters away. Young Inflammation's intrusion was like sprinkling a handful of salt into hot oil, causing Lu Yin's sand's first layer flame area to thoroughly boil. The heavens and earth buzzed, and the already crimson-red sky became as red as blood. The crisscrossing ravines on the ground cracked open even wider, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't stand still, swaying unsteadily. Looking around, the world energy aura of Lu Yin's sand's first layer flame area had become completely chaotic. The fire attribute aura within 1,000 kilometers was madly gathering towards this place, reaching a density visible to the naked eye in an instant. Yang Kai stared blankly, his face pale. With such a violent gathering of energy, let alone a trivial Yang Yin, even the most powerful master on Shadowed Star would not be able to resist it and would be crushed to pieces in an instant. But when he saw a graceful figure quietly standing in the air, his nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Young Inflammation is actually fine. Although Yang Kai couldn't see her face or movements clearly, from the vague outline of her figure, he could infer that this woman seemed to be constantly forming hand seals. With her as the center, the surrounding fire attribute aura and the flames of the flowing flame sand field's first layer flame area were all gathering towards her. The momentum was extremely shocking. Such a massive change in the heavens and earth naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even the cultivators who were tens of thousands of kilometers away could clearly feel it. For a time, many lights shot up into the sky and rushed towards Lu Yin's sand, wanting to see what was happening. Kai Yang stood in place, anxiously watching, his heart in turmoil, his thoughts in chaos. He never imagined that Young Inflammation would be so bold as to rush into the flame area alone. What was he trying to prove that he was willing to risk his life? Yang Kai was both angry and anxious, but he was helpless. Every time Yang Kai tried to approach, he would be pushed back by a huge force. Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be powerless. Kong long long. A huge sound came from all directions, and the flames of Lu Yin's sand's first layer flame area were squirming and flowing, constantly converging towards Young Inflammation, as if her side had become a bottomless hole that could accept any amount. As time passed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the flames of the first layer flame area were rapidly becoming thinner and thinner, and their power was greatly reduced. He could not help but be stunned. Half an hour later, Young Inflammation's delicate body was clearly revealed, and the first layer flame area was almost gone. Yang Kai stood in place and watched. He saw Young Inflammation with a solemn face, her eyes closed, her long black robes fluttering in the wind, and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She was holding a fiery red ring in her hands. The ring was about the size of a collar, but it exuded a terrifying fire attribute energy fluctuation. All the fire attribute aura and the flames of the flame area were pouring into the ring and being swallowed by it. Yang Kai had never seen this ring before and was certain that Young Inflammation did not have such an artifact before. This artifact seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and Yang Kai was unable to identify its grade at a glance, which greatly surprised him. One had to know that even if it was an origin grade high-rank artifact, Yang Kai could still identify it with his eyesight, so could this ring be an origin king grade artifact? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was taken aback. After a short while, everything suddenly returned to normal and the changes in the surrounding area disappeared without a trace. However, the flowing flame sand field's first layer flame area, which caused all cultivators on Shadowed Star to tremble in fear upon hearing its name, no longer existed. In its place, only a dry, dark red earth remained, a shocking sight to behold. Young Inflammation slowly opened her eyes and Yang Kai was about to open his mouth to call out to her when he suddenly found a strange look in her beautiful eyes, causing him to freeze in place and stare at her with narrowed eyes. Young Inflammation played with the ring in her hand for a moment before a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had just regained something precious and was extremely happy. Immediately, she stretched out her white arm and put the ring on her wrist. With a flash of light, the ring quickly shrank and fit perfectly on her white wrist. Young Inflammation shook it happily as a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Yang Kai. Standing mid-air, she suddenly raised her head and called out. Yang Kai did not respond and instead stared at her more carefully because at this moment, Young Inflammation, although her appearance had not changed, gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling, as if she had become a completely different person, which made him feel a little uneasy. Although he did not know why Young Inflammation had undergone such a change, he was certain it was related to what had just happened. Compared to why the first layer flame area of Lu Yan's sand field had disappeared, Yang Kai was more interested in what had happened to Young Inflammation. Young Inflammation did not care about his silence and instead stroked her hair behind her ear and said softly, "I know who I am." "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked loudly. "I am one of Starfield's great emperors." A trace of pride flashed across Young Inflammation's face as she raised her slender neck slightly, releasing a graceful and noble aura. This kind of temperament shouldn't have appeared on such a timid woman, but at this moment, it was incomparably natural, as if Yang Yan was born with this temperament, causing others to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority. Even an Origin King Realm Master did not necessarily have such a temperament. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he nodded lightly, his mouth twitching slightly before his figure and disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Young Inflammation. With a soft thump, Young Inflammation exclaimed as she covered her forehead with both hands, her beautiful eyes filled with a layer of mist as she stared at Yang Kai aggrievedly. Her graceful and noble temperament seemed to have been instantly defeated by this finger and disappeared without a trace. "You're one of Starfield's great emperors, right?" Yang Kai grit his teeth as he looked at her, stretched out his hand, pinched Young Inflammation's cheek, and pulled fiercely to the side. "What are you doing?" Young Inflammation seemed to be dumbfounded as her mouth was pulled out of shape, making it difficult for her to speak clearly. "What do you think I'm doing?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he pulled even harder. "Let go of me." Young Inflammation cried out as she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, "Hurry up and let go, don't think I won't dare to do anything to you. When my main body awakens, I'll make you pay." "Wait for your main body to awaken, right?" Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Yang Yan's face. In an instant, Yang Yan's expression twisted, a look of both anger and amusement appearing on her face as she clawed at Yang Kai, a look of defiance and defiance. Yang Kai remained unmoved and continued to ravage her face. Young Inflammation's tears flowed down her cheeks. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned his head and looked into the distance. At the same time, Young Inflammation's movements also stopped. The two exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and disappeared. Under the investigation of the two's divine senses, countless people were rapidly approaching from all directions, apparently attracted by the changes in the world just now. About half a cup of tea's worth of time after Yang Kai and Young Inflammation disappeared, more than a dozen different colored lights flew over from different directions. When they arrived at the periphery of Lu Yan's desert and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were dumbfounded. The flame area, which had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, had actually disappeared. These cultivators couldn't help rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. But what shocked them the most was that the first layer flame area had really disappeared. For a time, everyone was shocked and quickly took out their communication artifacts to send out messages. As time passed, more and more cultivator arrived, all of them looking around blankly. After over 100 cultivators had gathered here, everyone had a simple discussion and decided to explore further. After all, the first layer flame area had disappeared, which meant that the second layer treasure area was now unimpeded. If they entered, they might be able to obtain a great harvest. But to their disappointment, after several days of searching, none of them managed to find anything in the treasure area of the second layer. The spirit grasses and herbs that should have been here had all disappeared along with the flame area. No one knew where they had gone. While these people were breaking into the second layer treasure area, Yang Kai and Young Inflammation had already reached the towering mountain range of the fourth layer. Being able to reach this place was not because Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token, but because yang inflammation had opened the way ahead. The third layer flame area was much more powerful than the first layer flame area, but when yang inflammation passed by, the heat waves and flames all parted on their own, as if they had a mind of their own, not daring to obstruct his path. The two of them went all the way and did not encounter any danger. Looking at the looming pavilion in the clouds, yang inflammation showed a trace of nostalgia, that is the ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, turned to look at her and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you?" "You can say yes, but you can also say no." Yang inflammation frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "It is a sect that the great emperors of Starfield supported." "Aren't you one of the great emperors of Starfield?" Yang Kai's mouth slightly raised. Yang inflammation curled her lips. "I am me, and the great emperors of Starfield are the great emperors of Starfield. Although we are somewhat related, I cannot represent the great emperors." "Oh?" Yang Kai became even more interested. He had never doubted Yang inflammation's words. After all, he had long suspected that Lu Yen's sand field might be related to the great emperors of Starfield. Otherwise, he would not have found a Star Emperor token in the attic on the 6th floor. Yang inflammation was also unconscious when the Emperor Garden appeared, and when Yang Kai awakened her soul, he witnessed many incredible things in her knowledge sea. Now, she had easily led him into Lu Yen's sand field. Combining all this information, Yang inflammation saying that she was one of the great emperors of Starfield was not too shocking. Even though he felt a little uneasy and hesitant, Yang Kai still chose to believe Yang inflammation. After a long silence, Yang inflammation said, "Have you heard of soul splits?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am a soul splits of the great emperors. For some reason, the great emperors are still asleep. All my artifact refining and spirit arrays are inherited from the great emperors." "Why would she be asleep?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He was not curious about this soul splits because he also had a soul splits, a secret technique he had obtained from the great demon god's golden blood. This soul splits had been forced by Guizhou to enter the space array he had constructed to investigate the situation on the floating continent. As a result, its yuan qi was severely injured and it was almost destroyed. However, after so many years of nourishment, this soul splits had long since recovered and was even stronger than before. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to find a vessel to use this soul splits. "She seems to be injured." Yang inflammation's words were shocking. "The great emperors can also be injured?" Yang Kai was taken aback. "So what if she's the great emperors?" "She also has an enemy, and that enemy's strength is no weaker than hers. I don't know the specific situation as the memories I inherited from the main body are somewhat incomplete. I only remembered them after arriving here, but after the battle between the two, the great emperors should have fallen into a deep sleep and it should have been tens of thousands of years since then." Yang inflammation slowly shook his head. "My strength is too low, so I don't know much. Only after my strength has improved will I be able to summon this information one by one." "What happened to that enemy?" Yang Kai asked. "He's probably dead," Yang Yan replied uncertainly. "Then this ring?" Yang Kai looked at the red ring on her wrist thoughtfully. "One of the 3 blazing flame rings is an artifact of the great emperors, so I was able to collect it." Yang inflammation smiled lightly. The 3rd layer flame area and the 5th layer flame area were both transformed from the 3 blazing flame rings. "Unfortunately, my strength is not enough and I am unable to collect them for my own use for the time being. Even with the first ring, I can't display much of its power." Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had dared to ravage Yang inflammation before because he had been with Yang inflammation for so long, Yang Kai estimated that if the original bodies of the great emperors were here, he wouldn't even be able to move a muscle. The majesty of the great emperors was not something he could easily offend. On top of that, this so-called 3 blazing flame rings was just an artifact of the great emperors and had become a restricted area on Shadowed Star. Just how strong was the divine technique of the great emperors themselves? Such a person had actually been injured, so who was her enemy? What made Yang Kai feel even more incredulous was that the great emperors, whose name had spread throughout Shadowed Star's territory, was actually a woman. If this kind of secret were to spread out, it would likely cause countless men to die of shame. But as a result, Kai Yang suddenly understood. No wonder when the Luyan sand field closed, a jade-white palm belonging to a woman appeared. In the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai saw this jade-white palm for the second time. Thinking about it this way, it should be a secret technique left behind by the great emperors. After all, whether it was the Luyan sand field or the Emperor Garden, strictly speaking, both belonged to the great emperors. With the divine technique of the great emperors, it was not surprising that they could accomplish this. Although Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil and his mood was chaotic, he remained extremely calm on the surface. While chatting with Yang Yan, he inquired about all kinds of information about the great emperors. After all, Yang Yan's memories were slowly recovering, and as a sole clone of one of the great emperors, she must be somewhat flustered. If Yang Kai did not maintain his calm, it would only make things worse. The only thing that Yang Kai could not understand was why the great emperors chose to sleep on Shadowed Star. Did the world principles here that prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with her? After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the location where the great emperors were sleeping was actually inside the Emperor Garden. This reminded him of something. Fei Ji too once said that he had found a jade coffin in a certain palace in the Emperor Garden. Inside that jade coffin was a person who appeared to be a woman. Fei Ji too and the others had triggered the spirit array near the jade coffin at that time, allowing Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the others to escape. So, the woman lying inside the jade coffin was the true body of one of the great emperors? Such a terrifying master was actually sleeping on this isolated and backward shadowed star? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic. While pondering, Yang Kai secretly glanced at Yang Yan, unable to connect her with the great emperors of Star Field who were famous throughout Star Territory. Let's go. Yang Yan stared at the supreme profound sect ruins in the clouds for a long time before saying with waning interest. Don't you want to go in and take a look? No, Yang Yan slowly shook her head before lightly stepping forward. Where are we going now? Yang Kai asked puzzledly. I'm going to the 6th floor to retrieve something. Yang Yan smiled and did not explain further. The 6th floor. Wasn't that where the attic was located? Back then, he had found the 10,000-year incense there. From the looks of it, the 10,000-year incense was probably something owned by the great emperors back then. In other words, it was the Yang inflammation. Yang Kai sniffled. There was nothing awkward about it. After all, to him, Yang inflammation was basically his, so there was no need to be too distant. The speed of the two was not fast, but with Yang inflammation leading the way, any danger in this Luyan sandy ground was avoided. The two of them quickly arrived at the 5th layer of the flame area. Just like when he had passed through the 3rd level, the omnipresent heat wave seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically parted to the sides, revealing a path that led directly to the 6th level. A soft cry came from Yang Kai's body as the Firebird artifact spirit appeared on its own. Flapping its wings, it hovered above Yang Kai's head and transmitted a vague message. Yang Kai smiled lightly, understanding its intentions, but he didn't stop it, instead just waving his hand and letting it do as it pleased. The artifact spirit cried out happily and immediately turned into a flame, flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction it was heading, it was surprisingly heading towards the location of the Earth-Lung Fire Vein. The Earth-Lung Fire Vein was the birthplace of this artifact spirit. Although it had stayed there for tens of thousands of years, due to the limitations of its growth, it could not continue to absorb more power from the Earth-Lung Fire Vein. But now, it was different from before. After being baptized and integrated with several wisps of Sun's true fire, the Firebird artifact spirit was much stronger than when Yang Kai first obtained it. Now that it wanted to go to the Earth-Lung Fire Vein, it obviously wanted to devour the pure fire energy there to strengthen itself. How could Yang Kai stop such a good thing? After half a day, the two of them passed through the 5th layer flame area and arrived in front of the exquisite loft hidden in the bamboo forest. Looking at this simple loft, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with nostalgia, as if she was reminiscing about something. Yang Kai did not say anything to disturb her and instead came to a stop in front of the bamboo forest. These bamboos were extremely hard. Yang Kai had spent half a year here in the past but only managed to cut down 20 of them with his space blade. Now, the cutting marks were as fresh as new, and everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in his mind. This is black golden bamboo. Although it is an excellent material for refining sword-type artifacts, compared to its other function, it is not worth mentioning, so don't touch it. Yang Yan's voice came from not far away. Its other function? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He had experienced the hardness of this bamboo and naturally knew that it was not an ordinary artifact refining material. And, after black golden bamboo blooms, the black golden bamboo rice it produces is the purest source of energy in the world and can be consumed by any cultivator, allowing them to improve their cultivation without any side effects. Yang Kai's expression froze. Is there such a thing? Why would I lie to you? Yang Yan shot him a disdainful look. Then when will it bloom and produce black golden bamboo rice? Yang Kai asked impatiently. Soon, probably within 10 or 20 years, Yang Yan smiled, naturally knowing what he was thinking. 10 or 20 years. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. Who knew what would happen 10 or 20 years from now? Perhaps by that time, he would no longer be on Shadowed Star. Chuckling lightly, Yang Yan no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and stepped into the loft. Yang Kai sighed bitterly and hurriedly followed. After entering the first floor of the loft, the first thing that caught his eye was a picture scroll hanging right in front of him. There was no other pattern on this picture scroll, only the back of a woman. When Yang Kai first came here, he had also studied this picture scroll, but no matter how he probed it, he could not find anything special about it. This picture scroll seemed to be a common item in the market and did not give off any energy fluctuations. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that this back was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Now that he looked at it again, he suddenly understood. This back was exactly the same as Yang Yan's. It was just that because Yang Yan always wore a large black robe all year round, Yang Kai had never thought of it. But at this moment, Yang Yan was standing in front of the picture scroll and staring at it blankly, so when he compared the two, he naturally understood what was going on at a glance. Just as he was thinking this, the picture scroll seemed to be blown by a breeze and swayed slightly, followed by an incredible scene. The back of the woman in the picture actually slowly turned around and stared straight at Yang Yan with a smile on her face. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement and was stunned for a moment. After the woman in the picture turned around, Yang Yan's appearance was clearly the same as Yang Yan's. The only difference was that the two of them were wearing different clothes at this moment. Yang Yan was wearing a black robe while the woman in the picture was wearing a white robe, giving her a pure and beautiful appearance. This strange scene looked as if Yang Yan was standing in front of a mirror, making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. What shocked him even more was that the woman in the picture actually glanced at him, as if she had her own life and consciousness. If Yang Kai had a little doubt about Yang Yan's identity before, then at this moment, all of his doubts were gone. Not to mention anything else, just the strangeness of this picture scroll made Yang Kai unable to speculate. One person, one portrait, stared at each other for a long time before Yang Yan suddenly sighed softly. Since I have awakened, you don't have to stay here. Come out, you have worked hard these past few years. I am you and you are me, why be so estranged? A voice identical to Yang Yan's came out from the picture scroll. Immediately, the woman in the picture smiled and with a shake of her tender body, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Yang Yan's head. Yang Yan's tender body trembled and a trace of pain appeared on her face, but she soon calmed down and closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her. On this trip to the Luyan Desert with Yang Yan, everything he saw and heard was beyond his scope of understanding. The methods of the great emperors were not something a cultivator of his level could come into contact with. After the portrait of the great emperor disappeared, the painting began to burn without any fire. In a flash, it disappeared from this world. Yang Yan was still sensing with her eyes closed, and Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her, just waiting quietly to the side. About 2 hours later, Yang Yan suddenly exhaled softly, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, turned around, and smiled at Yang Kai. Although he still couldn't see through Yang Yan's cultivation, Yang Kai felt that after receiving the portrait, Yang Yan's aura had changed and seemed to have become stronger. This is a hidden chess piece left behind by the great emperors. If I hadn't appeared in time, she would have played a role, Yang Yan explained softly. What role? The role of awakening the great emperors. Yang Yan replied slowly, you should be glad you aren't a woman. If you were, your body would have already been possessed when you entered this place. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, speechless, but soon he became suspicious again. You mean, you're now shouldering the task of awakening the great emperors? Yes, Yang Yan nodded. How do I awaken them? Wait for the Emperor Garden to open and then go inside. Yang Yan looked up in the direction of the Emperor Garden, but unfortunately, this was the Luyan Desert and the sky was covered by the heat, so it was impossible to see what was outside. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. This matter is over, let's go back, Yang Yan said with satisfaction. Good, wait a moment, Yang Kai nodded, at the same time sending out an order in his mind before standing in place and waiting. A moment later, a streak of fiery light flew over from afar. It was the Firebird artifact spirit that had left Yang Kai before. In the blink of an eye, the artifact spirit rushed in front of Yang Kai, its body covered in raging flames. It seemed that although it hadn't been there for long, the artifact spirit had still obtained many benefits from the earth-lung fire vein. After being summoned back by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit still seemed somewhat reluctant to part with him and kept chirping. Yang Kai waved his hand and the artifact spirit obediently entered his body. Only then did the two walk out side by side. In order to avoid being seen, the two of them were extremely careful when they went out. Fortunately, the appearance of the Emperor Garden had attracted the attention of most cultivator, so there weren't too many people who rushed to the Luyan Desert to investigate the situation. After concealing themselves for a while, the two of them finally left the Luyan Desert unscathed. After leaving this forbidden zone, Yang Yan immediately summoned his flying shark battle shuttle and flew off in the direction of Heavenly Fate City. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. On this day, 1,000 kilometers outside of Heavenly Fate City, the figures of a man and a woman appeared. The man had a tall stature while the woman wore a black robe. Naturally, these two were Yang Kai and Yang Yan. After leaving Luyan's desert, Yang Yan had the flying shark battle shuttle travel through space again. Unfortunately, although the distance this time had not changed, the destination was not satisfactory, causing the two of them to spend a few more days returning. However, this did not matter. In any case, the Emperor Garden was still some time away, so there was no need to rush. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Emperor Garden was floating above Dragon Cave Mountain, allowing it to be so close to Heavenly Fate City. This was not a coincidence, nor was it because Dragon Cave Mountain had good luck, but because Yang Yan had been there at the time. The Emperor Garden was the courtyard of the Great Emperors, where the true bodies of the Great Emperors slept, so naturally, it was inextricably linked to Yang Yan, so it was not difficult to explain why it was floating directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's conjecture and he had not confirmed it with Yang Yan, but it should not be far from the truth. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked up, only to find that the sky in front of him was filled with flashing multicolored lights. Faintly, there seemed to be a strong energy fluctuation coming from them. Yang Yan's figure came to a halt as he and Yang Yan glanced at each other in amazement, their faces immediately becoming gloomy. Looking at the situation over there, it seemed that some kind of battle was taking place, and the location of this battle was actually near Dragon Cave Mountain. Could it be that after he and Yang Yan had only left for a little over a month, someone had already attacked Dragon Cave Mountain? Realizing this, Yang Kai sent out his divine sense and urged his star shuttle to rush over at full speed, Yang Yan naturally following closely behind. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain was indeed under siege, and the one leading this attack was the Xia family, who had many grievances with Yang Kai. Because Lu Yi had moved into the Xia family, Yang Kai had been busy with many things recently, so he had not taken the time to deal with his grievances with the Xia family, but now, the other side had actually taken the initiative. At this moment, in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his face gloomy, his eyes filled with anger, was staring at the flashing lights inside Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, the anger in his heart. Xia Li. The Xia family's strongest master was now a second-order origin returning realm master who held a high position in Shadow Moon Hall, but for this operation, he had not hesitated to leave Shadow Moon Hall in order to avenge the death of Xia Hongwen. It was no secret that Xia Hongwen had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Although no one had revealed it, before Xia Hongwen entered Lu Yan's desert, he had planted a kind of secret technique on his body that Yang Kai had killed. Even if no one knew, this secret technique had been transferred to Xia Hongwen's body. After that, the Xia family's people only needed to do a little investigation to determine who the murderer was. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had Qian Tong as his backer, so Xiali could only wait for an opportunity to strike. An opportunity soon came. When Qian Tong disappeared last time, Xiali naturally wanted to take revenge, so he secretly instructed his subordinates in Heavenly Fate City to seize Dragon Cave Mountain's Saint Crystal and seize its cultivator in an attempt to lure out Yang Kai. This plan was very successful and flawless, but who could have known that Yang Kai's strength was so amazing that he single-handedly broke into Heavenly Fate City and killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xia family in front of everyone's eyes. Then, Fei Ji too intervened and allowed Yang Kai to leave. After that, Qian Tong returned safely, so Xiali could only give up for the time being. However, what Xiali did not expect was that Qian Tong would say that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xia family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This made Xiali overjoyed, but also extremely vigilant, thinking that Qian Tong was trying to lure the snake out of its hole by retreating in order to advance. However, after asking around, Xiali learned that it was actually Yang Kai himself who had made the request and that Qian Tong was only cooperating with him. Courting death. Xiali was overjoyed. Without Qian Tong and the support of Shadow Moon Hall, how could a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain withstand the bombardment of the Xia family's disciples? As far as Xiali knew, there were only 2 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, and one of them was a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago. There was even one time when Xiali could not wait to rush to Dragon Cave Mountain in person, wanting to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but after seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Xiali realized that he had underestimated this place. He could not see the slightest flaw in this mountain defending array and had sent many of his family's disciples to investigate it, but none of them had succeeded and had even suffered a great deal of losses. Originally, Xiali planned to ask the Kai family and Du family, who were proficient in spirit arrays, to break Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, but to his surprise, the Kai family's patriarch refused his invitation and even returned the reward he had offered. After inquiring about it, Xiali learned that Yang Kai had once saved the lives of Kai He and Du Cc of the Kai family, so when they heard that someone wanted to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, the 2 of them naturally tried their best to stop him. As rising stars of their families, they naturally had some authority, so it was only under the interference of these 2 that the Kai family and Du family refused Xiali's invitation, much to his annoyance. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Dragon Cave Mountain, relying on the mysteries of its mountain defending array, didn't put the world's heroes in its eyes and acted extremely arrogantly, first defending Sea Heart Sect, a great force from the limitless ocean, then offending Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. On top of that, Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, had said that he and Yang Kai were like fire and water, a deep grudge between them. With these forces joining forces, Xiali's confidence soared. Feeling that Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely die without a burial this time, Xiali immediately gathered the elites of his family and ordered them to leave Shadow Moon Hall and begin attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. This time, there were more than 30 origin-returning realm masters. Although there were no third-order origin-returning realm masters, and Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple did not blatantly cooperate, only secretly sending some masters to help, Xiali was still very satisfied. In any case, it was certain that there were no masters in Dragon Cave Mountain. They were only relying on the protection of this mountain defending array. As long as the spirit array was broken, the people inside would be at his mercy. Whenever he thought of Yang Kai kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Xiali felt a burst of joy. The saddest thing in this world was to send off one's own child. When he learned that Xia Hongwen had died in the Luyan desert, only the heavens knew how sad he had been. After investigating and discovering that Yang Kai was the murderer, Xiali had been unable to sleep or eat in peace for the past few years whenever he thought about how Yang Kai was still free and unfettered in this world. Unable to cultivate, Xiali had practically become his heart demon. Although he was no longer young, Xiali's violent temper had not changed in the slightest over the years. Of course, he had to avenge his son's death, but he also had to plunder Dragon Cave Mountain's wealth. The amazing heritage Dragon Cave Mountain had displayed in recent years was extremely tempting. The materials purchased from Shadow Moon Hall alone were worth hundreds of millions of Saint crystals. Xiali even suspected that there was a rich Saint crystal lode under Dragon Cave Mountain, otherwise, how could they have obtained so many Saint crystals? On top of that, if this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was successful, the Xie family would have the lion's share of the benefits. Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple had already announced that they would not ask for anything else but the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands. As for who would obtain it in the end, these two forces would discuss it carefully, and there was no need for the Xie family to worry about it. With such good conditions, Xiali naturally agreed. Without hesitation. The conditions put forward by Flowing Cloud Valley were even stranger. Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, only wanted Yang Kai's body and nothing else. What could the body of a Saint King Realm cultivator do? Although Xiali did not understand, it was not convenient for him to ask. On the other hand, Lu Yi was a person worth being wary of. Every time he saw this young man, Xiali always felt a faint uneasiness, as if he was not facing a Saint King Realm Jr., but rather a poisonous snake hiding its fangs. What made Xiali feel even more strange was that Lu Yi had gathered more than a dozen origin-returning realm cultivator subordinates. Although all of them were from the First Order origin-returning realm, Flowing Cloud Valley was just a small force and did not have so many origin-returning realm masters. These origin-returning realm masters also gave Xiali a strange feeling. Xiali once happened to bump into a few of them talking to Lu Yi, and when these origin-returning realm masters faced Lu Yi, they were all extremely respectful, their expressions filled with awe and fear, as if they were slaves facing their master who controlled their lives. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Xiali's mind, but he slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about them. Instead, he issued orders, directing the forces gathered together to bombard a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. Since it was impossible to invite an outstanding array master to help, Yang Kai could only use a crude method. He believed that at some point, the spirit array would be broken. Moreover, this method satisfied Xiali even more. He really wanted to see what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when the spirit array was broken and Dragon Cave Mountain was exposed in front of him, allowing him to crush it. It had been 2 days since the spontaneous attack began. During these 2 days, the more than 30 origin-returning realm masters were already panting from exhaustion, not to mention the Saint King realm masters. They had consumed countless Saint crystals and pills to supplement their Saint Qi. This mountain-protecting Grand Array was much stronger than Xiali had imagined. After 2 days of fierce attacks, it had only caused the light curtain's color to fade a little. It hadn't reached the point where it could be broken. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, there was also no sign of any counterattack, as if everyone inside had died. A variety of artifacts of different shapes and sizes bloomed with colorful lights and unleashed their full power, attacking a certain part of the light curtain one after another. All the cultivators present were secretly shocked, but at the same time, they couldn't help but hold back their anger. They had never seen such a sturdy array formation before. It was best to describe it as impregnable. All of a sudden, the clouds and mist behind the grand formation roiled, and several figures appeared from within. Xiali raised his brow and raised his hand, motioning for everyone to stop. In the next moment, everyone put away their artifacts and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see 2 picturesque women standing side by side. Behind these 2 women were 3 old men, all of whom, judging from their auras, were First Order origin-returning realm cultivators. Xiali's eyes were cold as he swept his eyes over the 2 women in front of him, a sneer appearing on his face. On the other hand, most of the cultivators' eyes were filled with malicious intent. Some of the more lecherous ones were even leering at the 2 women, gazing at their beautiful figures, as if they were already in the bag and only needed to wait for the spirit array to be broken before they could seize them and humiliate them wantonly. The 2 women looked indifferent, not showing the slightest fear. Xiali recognized the identities of these 2 women at a glance. In order to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, he had naturally investigated the details of this place. One of the 2 women was called Wu Yi, a disciple of the local Haiku family who later left her family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. The other was called Xianxia, who seemed to have been brought back by Yang Kai from somewhere. Their cultivations were not worth mentioning. A second-order Saint King and a first-order Saint King were not enough to enter Xiali's eyes. As for the three old men standing behind them, two of them were definitely Xianxia and Hoan. These two were also foreign elders of the Haiku family. During Lu Yan's trip to the desert, these two had actually obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed them to break through to the origin returning realm and later join Dragon Cave Mountain. As for the last person, Xiali glanced over suspiciously, but after seeing the other party's face, he asked in surprise, "Brother Ning, why are you here?" This white-haired old man was none other than Ning Xiangchen, who had gone to the Emperor Garden with Yang Kai. After returning from the Emperor Garden last time and receiving Yang Kai's promise, Ning Xiangchen had been collecting artifact refining materials in order to come to Dragon Cave Mountain to borrow Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin-grade artifact. It was not easy for Ning Xiangchen to gather so many materials. Ning Xiangchen had hurriedly rushed here, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had not yet returned? In desperation, Ning Xiangchen could only temporarily wait inside the mountain. Before he had even warmed his seat, the Xie family had already begun attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. Ning Xiangchen fell into an awkward situation for a while. It was not appropriate to continue staying here. Once Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was broken, he would definitely be caught in the crossfire. Leaving now was also not an option as that would appear too heartless. If that happened, he would not be able to find Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin-grade artifact. Ning Xiangchen's face. He was in a dilemma. He didn't belong to any sect. He didn't have a clan, either. He had relied on himself to cultivate to his current level. Every step he took was filled with obstacles. He had escaped death countless times. The path of cultivation was full of thorns. When Master Grimm of the Shadow Moon Hall was still alive, if an artifact was damaged, it would be repaired by Grandmaster Green. The Grandmaster was approachable and easy to talk to. Over the years, Ning Xiangchen had received a lot of care from the Grandmaster. But other than Master Green, he no longer knew any other origin-grade artifact refiners. Otherwise, how could he have asked Yang Kai for help? Ning Xiangchen stayed on Dragon Cave Mountain for 2 days uneasily while the cultivator outside bombarded the mountain for 2 days, but during these 2 days, he discovered something very strange. That was, the cultivator inside Dragon Cave Mountain, even in the face of heavy encirclement, did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they continued to carry out their duties, busying themselves with their cultivation, as if the movements and enemies outside did not exist. If 1 or 2 cultivator behaved like this, it could be explained away as having good mental fortitude, but if everyone behaved like this, it was a bit strange. This was especially true for the leaders, Wu Yi and Qianyu. These 2 women were calmer than anyone else these days, even drinking tea and chatting happily from time to time. Did they not know how to write the word death? Ning Xiangchen was both shocked and impressed. Compared with his anxious mood, the performance of these juniors couldn't be any better. The mountain defending array of Dragon Cave Mountain, after being attacked by more than 30 origin returning realm masters and more than 200 Saint Kings for 2 days, was actually still impregnable. This was what truly impressed Ning Xiangchen. This small mountain was not simple. Just this protective mountain array alone was not something that an ordinary person could set up. Recalling the many performances of Yang Kai in the Emperor Garden, Ning Xiangchen grit his teeth and decided to take a risk. That was to stay and fight side by side with Dragon Cave Mountain. All kinds of signs indicated that this small mountain was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. It was very likely that it was hiding some kind of powerful trump card that could save them from danger. Of course, Ning Xiangchen making this choice was not because of a sense of chivalry, but rather a gamble he had made after careful consideration. Ning Xiangchen was betting that Dragon Cave Mountain would survive this current crisis. Once it did, he would be able to legitimately borrow the Firebird artifact spirit from Yang Kai. Otherwise, if he owed him a favor, Ning Xiangchen would feel uneasy. At this moment, following Wu Yi and Qianyu out to meet the enemy was Ning Xiangchen's own request. Hearing Xia Li's question, Ning Xiangchen chuckled, "Brother Xia, long time no see. I heard Brother Xia left Shadow Moon Hall? Why ask when you already know the answer, Brother Ning?" Xia Li coldly snorted. The other party was just a cultivator without any sect, so even if he was an origin returning realm master, Xia Li didn't put him in his eyes. It was just that the two of them had known each other for a long time, so they had exchanged a few words. Since Brother Ning is here, this Xia has a proposal that I wonder if Brother Ning would consider. Oh? What kind of proposal does Brother Xia have? Ning Xianchen frowned. Xia Li's eyes swept over Qianyu and Wu Yi before sending a divine sense message. Brother Ning, you can also see the current situation. Facing the joint forces of so many friends, this little mountain is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once the spirit array is broken, Dragon Cave Mountain will be a fish on the chopping block. I don't know what benefits Dragon Cave Mountain has offered you, but this Xia is willing to pay double the price as long as you can capture these two women and hand them over to me. With Brother Ning's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to accomplish this, right? Ning Xianchen raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint smile as he said in a clear voice, Brother Xia, although this Ning doesn't belong to any sect or sect and is nothing more than a straggler, I still know what integrity is and what loyalty is. Sneak attacking two juniors from behind is inappropriate. If this Ning were to do such a disgraceful thing, I fear that in the future there would be no place for me to stay in this world. Hearing Ning Xianchen's words, Xia Li's face sank. The other party had not quietly sent a divine sense message to him and had instead directly stated his proposal in front of everyone, obviously not giving him any face, causing Xia Li to feel annoyed. Ning Xianchen continued leisurely, what's more, Brother Xia doesn't need to exaggerate. Although there are many people who have come here to cause trouble, breaking this spirit array is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. This matter is this old master's own idea. No one has offered me any benefits, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Xia. Originally, when they saw Xia Li quietly send a divine sense message to Ning Xianchen, Wu Yi and Qianyu's expressions were a little nervous, fearing Xia Li would use some kind of method to win him over. After all, they were not familiar with Ning Xianchen, so when they heard him say this, they couldn't help relaxing and showing looks of gratitude. Changqi even laughed and patted Ning Xianchen on the shoulder. Brother Ning, you'll be glad you made this choice. Howen also had a smile on his face, suddenly feeling that Ning Xianchen, this old man, was a lot friendlier. I hope so. Ning Xianchen remained calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was beating rapidly. He had made such a choice because he couldn't stand Xia Li and the others bullying the weak. Now that he had torn all pretenses with Xia Li, if Dragon Cave Mountain really fell, he wouldn't have any good consequences. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled calmly, but at the same time, her expression was somewhat unfathomable as she said, Senior Xia, and fellow seniors, my Dragon Cave Mountain has no grievance or grudge with you, so why do you insist on forcing us? No grievance or grudge? Xia Li heard this and grinned. If there really was no grievance or grudge between us, did you think we would attack a small mountain with nothing better to do? This old master won't bicker too much with a junior like you. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, you'd better withdraw this mountain defending array and avoid some physical pain, otherwise. Otherwise? Wu Yi raised her head slightly and stared at Xia Li with her beautiful eyes, not showing the slightest timidity. Xia Li coldly snorted, once the spirit array is broken, I'll skin all of you alive. Senior's tone is quite bold, aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Wu Yi still smiled calmly, but her words were filled with sarcasm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she swept her eyes over the many enemies who were glaring at her and shouted, since that's the case, Junior will also advise seniors to leave now. If you leave now, my Dragon Cave Mountain can let bygones be bygones and pretend this incident never happened, but if you insist on remaining stubborn, don't blame my Dragon Cave Mountain for being ruthless. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many of the Origin returning realm masters who had come to help stared at Wu Yi like she was an idiot, their hearts filled with anger. Originally, after attacking for 2 days and still failing to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses, all of them were already feeling depressed, but now hearing Wu Yi's shameless boasting, all of them couldn't help seething with anger. Any cultivator who had come here to attack Dragon Cave Mountain had either an ulterior motive or had a grudge against Yongkai, so how could they be scared away by Wu Yi's arrogant words of 1 to 2? Not only that, these words only served to further stimulate their resolve. Immediately, some of the more hot-tempered cultivators activated their artifacts or released their martial skills to attack Wu Yi. Con long long, a loud bang rang out as the light curtain of the mountain defending array in front of Wu Yi flashed wildly, blocking all these attacks. Wu Yi's face became cold as she glared at the cultivator who had attacked her and coldly declared, "Since all of you insist on remaining stubborn, let's wait and see. I hope you won't regret today's decision." Saying so, she waved her hand and a thick layer of cloud appeared from all directions, engulfing Wu Yi and the others, causing them to disappear from the sight of the many enemies. "That arrogant little girl, when this old master catches her, he'll let her know what it means to wish for death." An old origin returning realm master sitting cross-legged atop a huge toad-like monster beast glared fiercely in the direction Wu Yi disappeared and gnashed his teeth. This old man was extremely ugly, with triangular eyes, a sunken nose, a bald head, and a face full of lumps. His short stature complemented the toad-like monster beast he was sitting on. Needless to say, this old man was from Myriad Beast Mountain. Although these people from Myriad Beast Mountain weren't wearing their sex robes in order to facilitate their movements, as long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to see their origins because their main method of attack was to control their monster beast. Such an obvious style was impossible to conceal. The jade blood toad this old man was riding was a powerful ninth-order monster beast, and coupled with the secret art this old man cultivated, he was strong enough to compete with a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, those who knew this old man well knew that he was not only ugly, but also extremely twisted and lustful. He liked to torture beautiful women to death in order to experience the perverted pleasure of doing so. If Wu Yi really fell into his hands, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Heh, those two girls are quite strong. If they were handed over to this old master, he would be able to turn them into two good blood slaves. On the other side, a middle-aged man covered in blood-red light grinned wickedly. A cultivator capable of turning blood slaves was undoubtedly from Demon Blood Temple. "Talking is useless, we should all work together to break the spirit array." Xiali showed a displeased look as he faintly reminded them. Now that this group of people had been intercepted in front of the spirit array and couldn't even break through the first layer of defense, what was the point of talking about anything else? The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain grinned. This old master didn't want to use this trick, but since that little girl is determined to die, this old master can only fulfill her wish, heh. Saying so, his expression suddenly became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi. At the same time, the jade blood toad he was riding also puffed up its cheeks and let out a low croak. In an instant, the surrounding Yuan Chi became turbulent and began converging towards this old man. Xia Li's eyes lit up as he stared at the old man's movements, smiling as he asked, "Is old Du planning to use his blood toad poison smoke?" Hearing what he said, the other origin returning realm masters all showed looks of shock as they turned to look at old Du. The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain coldly snorted, "The blood toad poison smoke is my treasure's specialty, but it can only be used once. This old master has thrown out a brick to attract jade. I hope all friends here won't hold back." With that said, the old man suddenly opened his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood arrow was like a snake fanged as it flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. At the same time, the jade blood toad's cheeks bulged. A mouthful of pitch black, ink-like venom was spat out from its mouth. It wrapped around the blood arrow first, even though it was released later. The fusion between the two was tumbling. In the blink of an eye, some unknown changes took place. The venom and blood arrows turned into a black mist in the blink of an eye and bombarded the light screen of the formation. Whoosh! The sound of corrosion could be heard. On the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, light flickered as a large gap was melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could actually allow one person to pass through at a time. Although this gap was quickly repaired, it still showed how powerful this attack was. Previously, after 2 days of frenzied attacks, no one was able to break a hole in the formation with one strike. However, this old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain did it. Even if this gap was repaired, it didn't matter as this blow was enough to consume a large amount of the mountain defending array's aura. If this old man continued to attack it a few more times, he might really be able to break it. After using this attack, the old man's face became slightly pale and the jade blood toad he was riding also became slightly withered. The old man didn't say a word as he simply took out a jade bottle from his space ring, poured out a blood-red pill, and tossed it forward. The jade blood toad flicked its scarlet tongue and swallowed this pill, its green eyes flashing a look of enjoyment. This blood-red pill was undoubtedly a great supplement for the jade blood toad. Old Du's methods are good, Xiali laughed. He was secretly shocked but also overjoyed, since that's the case, this Xia won't hold back. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly summoned a small dagger-like artifact. This artifact shone with a silver luster and was filled with spirituality. White rainbow dagger. When the old man saw this dagger, he suddenly exclaimed, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he muttered, I didn't expect that this spirit array-breaking artifact would be obtained by Brother Xia. Brother Xia's opportunities are not small. The other origin returning realm masters also stared at this white rainbow dagger with greedy looks, seemingly having a great origin. Xiali chuckled and said lightly, it's not an opportunity, I just happened to obtain it. Saying so, he began pouring his Saint Qi into the white rainbow dagger with a solemn expression. How could the others believe his words? As far as everyone knew, this white rainbow dagger was an artifact specifically used to break spirit arrays and barriers, and its grade was extremely high, reaching the origin grade mid-rank. Such a grade might not be much in the territory of the Star Territory, but on Shadowed Star, it was extremely valuable. After all, the rarer an object was, the more valuable it was. Moreover, this white rainbow dagger should be a family heirloom of some small family. As for why it had fallen into Xiali's hands, no one knew. It was likely that Xiali had used some kind of method to snatch this white rainbow dagger from that small family. However, this had nothing to do with them, so although everyone disdained Xiali's character, none of them said anything. During this moment, Xiali activated the white rainbow dagger and the small dagger transformed into a white rainbow in front of him before disappearing in a flash. When it reappeared in the next moment, it had strangely appeared inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. With a whoosh, the white rainbow dagger flew out from inside and penetrated the spirit array without any hindrance. Although it seemed to have no effect, everyone understood that the spirituality of the spirit array had been greatly worn away. The reason why the white rainbow dagger was called an array-breaking artifact was because it contained some of the mysteries of space, allowing it to break through the barriers of space and attack directly from inside the spirit array. Such an artifact was impossible to refine with the current level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star, so it was a treasure left behind from ancient times. Sure enough, after Xiali activated the white rainbow dagger a few times, the light of the mountain defending array dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and the other origin returning realm masters recruited by Lu Yi all rubbed their palms together and used methods they normally wouldn't use lightly to attack the mountain defending array. No cultivator who had broken through to the origin returning realm was weak. All of them had experienced countless life or death battles, tempering themselves through countless adventures, so it was only natural for them to have some hidden treasures and methods. If they didn't use these treasures and methods now, when would they? More than 30 origin returning realm masters attacking together was a spectacular scene. Even if a third-order origin returning realm master were to come here, they would have no choice but to retreat. Seeing this, the other Saint Kings also joined in to help, and for a time, the morale of the allied forces soared. Under such a fierce attack, the mountain defending array began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment, a scene that made everyone even more excited. At the same time, in Heavenly Fate City, 50 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Qian Tong and Fei Ji were sitting opposite each other in a loft, both of them holding wine glasses in their hands and raising them to their lips, but both of them seemed to be lost in thought, forgetting to drink. Behind Qian Tong, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer stood with anxious looks on their faces. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations coming from Dragon Cave Mountain, Wei Guchang finally couldn't bear it and said, "Elder, let this disciple go." Although Dong Xianer didn't say anything, anyone could see the anxiety and worry in her beautiful eyes. Qian Tong smiled lightly, put down the wine glass in his hand, and glanced at Wei Guchang. "What can you do if you go? Although this disciple has only broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago, he can still help Brother Yang. It's better than just watching from the sidelines," Wei Guchang said in a deep voice. Qian Tong raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Do you think it's improper for this old master to just sit back and drink and be merry?" Disciple wouldn't dare. "If you think so, then admit it. What's there to be afraid of?" Qian Tong didn't care. Wei Guchang's face struggled for a moment before becoming firm as he cupped his fists and said, "Then this disciple asks Elder to forgive this disciple's disrespect." "Speak," Qian Tong gently nodded. Elder, even without mentioning Brother Yang's life-saving grace to this disciple and Xian'er, he was willing to take the risk of entering the Emperor Garden to rescue Elder last time. Elder should not just sit back and watch. Who does Xiaoli think he is? In order to deal with Brother Yang, he announced that he would leave Shadow Moon Hall. Is Shadow Moon Hall a place he can come and go as he pleases? As for the dead Xia Hongwen, everyone knows what kind of person he is. Even if Brother Yang did not kill him, this disciple would one day kill him. This disciple asks Elder to give the order for this disciple and Xian'er to go and kill Xiaoli. Even if Xian'er and I are only first-order cultivators, killing Xiaoli will be as easy as lifting our hands. Arrogant. Although Qian Tong scolded, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't think Wei Guchang was spouting nonsense and instead acknowledged his strength. Then tell this old master, why do you want to kill Xiaoli? Is it just because he left Shadow Moon Hall without permission? Isn't that reason enough? Even so, the hall has its own law enforcement hall, it's not up to you to intervene. But I know you don't have many friends, Yang Kai is one of them, so naturally you don't want to just stand by and watch, but his grievances with the Xia family is something he requested Shadow Moon Hall not to intervene in. Right now, it's not just the Xia family attacking Dragon Cave Mountain, Elder, Demon Blood Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain, Flowing Cloud Valley, and Sea Heart Sect. This old master knows all of this, which is why this old master wants to see what means he has to resolve this disaster. If he can really turn danger into safety, that little brat will be amazing. And if he can't? Wei Guchang didn't seem to have much confidence. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Dragon Cave Mountain was at a disadvantage. Enough, do you really think that old ghost Qian will just stand by and watch? Fei Ji too, who had been silent all this time, glared at Wei Guchang. Originally, he didn't want to interrupt, but this little brat's nagging was really ruining his mood. Wei Guchang was taken aback as he stared at Fei Ji too in amazement, not understanding what he meant. Fei Ji too sneered, do you think those people from Heaven's Gathering Hall are really out on a mission? Our hall is now facing external threats and is being watched by countless great forces in fear that the Emperor Garden will suddenly open. My Shadow Moon Hall is so close to it, so why would they go out on a mission at such a sensitive time? Aren't they afraid of being caught rashly? Wei Guchang heard this and his eyes lit up, City Lord Master means. He had also heard that many masters from Heaven's Gathering Hall had been mobilized, so when he heard Fei Ji too say this, he immediately thought of something. Use your brain when you do things, you still have a long way to go, young man. Fei Ji too snorted before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Wei Guchang scratched his head for a while as he looked at Qian Tong with an embarrassed expression. Suddenly, his expression became solemn as he bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Elder, this disciple misunderstood you. Ha ha ha. Qian Tong laughed, daring to stand up for a friend, even disobeying this old master's wishes, not pretentious or hypocritical. Good, you really did not disappoint this old master. Come, fill old Ghost Fei's cup, this old master will sit back and watch the show today. Yes. Wei Guchang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the wine pot, and filled a cup for each of the two elders. Then, he retreated to the side and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He exchanged a glance with Dong Xian'er. Unlike the anxiety and worry from before, both of them were calm at this moment. Heaven's Gathering Hall was a special existence in Shadow Moon Hall. There weren't many of them, only about 50 to 60, but each of them was an elite, with the weakest being a First-Order Saint King. The strongest among them was the First-Order Origin Returning Realm, but because of the special secret arts and martial skills they cultivated, each of these people could fight enemies above their own realm and were best at teaming up to kill enemies. The more people they worked with, the stronger their strength would be. If the entire Heaven Gathering Hall cultivator were to join forces, even a Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Master would not be a problem. Therefore, when Wei Guchang heard that the people from Heaven Gathering Hall had been dispatched, he naturally no longer had any worries. Without even mentioning the exquisiteness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Wei Guchang naturally stopped worrying. Just these people from Tianluo Hall were enough to make those despicable people suffer. It was just that, the elder was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once someone noticed that something was amiss, it was very likely that the Shadow Moon Hall would once again become the center of attention. The appearance of the Emperor Garden put Shadow Moon Hall in a very bad situation. On the other side, on a desolate hill a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, one of them was glowing. The white-haired old man crossed his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, his expression as calm as an ancient well. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad, but the powerful vitality fluctuations radiating from his body were awe-inspiring. Beside him was an old woman with a hunched back. She held a dragon head, walking stick and looked very weak. She coughed from time to time as if she could die at any moment. Beside the old woman was a beautiful girl who was taking care of her. The wind blew and the girl's hair fluttered. The image of the old woman and the girl formed a stark contrast in this place. The old man was Demon Blood Temple's elder while the old woman was Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng. Two top origin returning realm masters were gathered in one place at this moment. It was not difficult to understand why they would be here. After all, both of them were coveting the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands, so naturally, they were paying close attention to the situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. Once Dragon Cave Mountain was breached and Yang Kai was killed, the two of them would immediately take action to snatch the profound gold. As for now, it was not convenient for them to bully the weak. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so if they really took action, it was difficult to guarantee that Shadow Moon Hall would not take advantage of this situation. Senior Sister Feng, are you interested in reconsidering this Jin's proposal? As long as you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this Jin will accomplish 3 things for you in his lifetime, Xianxia suddenly said. Humph. Old woman Feng slammed her walking stick on the ground and sneered, Old ghost Jin, you don't need to call me that so intimately. My Myriad Beast Mountain has never had anything to do with your Demon Blood Temple, so there is no such thing as senior sister or junior brother. However, if you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this old woman will also accomplish 3 things for you in her lifetime. She had actually returned the original condition to him. After all, everyone knew that this kind of verbal promise was not binding in the slightest. Obtaining this piece of profound gold was the greatest benefit. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, but after thinking about it for a moment, he chuckled, Senior Sister Feng, there is no need to keep me at arm's length. As far as this Jin knows, Senior Sister Feng is not young anymore. How many more years do you have left to live? What can you possibly accomplish for me? So what? In any case, this old woman can live longer than you. Ahem, it's meaningless for the two of us to argue about this. Xianxia suddenly felt that bickering with old woman Feng here was like a child quarreling with a child. There was no point in dwelling on the issue of lifespan, so after thinking for a moment, he said, how about this, the two of us might as well compare notes. Whoever wins will obtain this piece of profound gold. What does Senior Sister Feng think? Do you think this old woman is afraid of you? Old woman Feng's bent back suddenly straightened as an astonishing fighting intent flashed across her old face as she sneered, this old woman would like to experience the power of your excellency's golden cicada extreme demon secret art. As she spoke, she released an astonishing pressure towards the other party, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Old woman Feng was just like her name. Although her face was old, she was extremely aggressive when she was young, and now that she was in her later years, her temper had not changed at all. In fact, it was even worse than when she was young. Xianxia was an elder of Demon Blood Temple and cultivated the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Secret Art, so his vitality was extremely vigorous, but his temper was also not very good. On top of that, he was also a top origin returning realm master, so naturally, he would not show any weakness and immediately responded with his own momentum. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions and the disciples behind the 2 old women all showed looks of shock as they retreated. Only the young girl standing next to the old woman who was supporting her staggered for a moment before a light flashed from her body and she regained her footing, but her face was still slightly pale. It seemed that being caught up in the momentum vortex of these 2 masters was not a pleasant experience. Old woman, Senior Jin, please don't act rashly. The young girl brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled helplessly, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array has yet to be broken, yet the 2 of you are already fighting over the ownership of this profound gold. If others were to learn of this, wouldn't it only cause pain to those close to you and your enemies to be happy? What's more, both of you are top masters on Shadowed Star, so if you were to really fight, I'm afraid it would take some time to determine the victor, right? How could Xianxia and old woman Feng not understand what the young girl was saying? It was just that neither of them had good tempers and neither of them was willing to show weakness, so they had decided to act rashly. Hearing what she said, Xianxia took advantage of this situation and laughed. What you said is right, little girl. What is your name? Saying so, he restrained his momentum. The young girl's complexion improved greatly and she gracefully bowed. Disciple's name is Feng Yan. Feng Yan? Xianxia frowned and glanced over at old woman Feng suspiciously, but the latter coldly snorted, this is this old woman's granddaughter, don't even think about her, otherwise, this old woman will fight you to the death. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xianxia's face as he lightly coughed and said, since she is a junior, how could this old master have any ideas about her? No wonder this little girl's cultivation is so high despite her young age, it turns out she has senior sister Feng's guidance. And, little girl, let me ask you, if I don't compete with senior sister Feng, how should I decide who owns this profound gold? Since you've already interjected, you must have a good idea, so why don't you quickly explain it? Feng Yan smiled faintly, in front of Senior Jean, how could this junior dare show off? Speak, if you make a mistake, this old master won't blame you, so there's no need to be afraid, Xianxia said with a pleasant expression. Feng Yan glanced over at old woman Feng before saying, if that's the case, then Junior will boldly speak frankly. Both Senior Sister and Senior Jean are powerful masters, so it would be unwise for Junior to act against each other. If either of you were to suffer an accident, wouldn't that push our two sects to the opposite side? Now that the Emperor Garden has appeared and no one knows when it will open, it is naturally better to have more friends than enemies. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded lightly, obviously feeling that what Feng Yan said was reasonable. Even old woman Feng's expression eased greatly as her anger subsided. It would be inappropriate for the two of you to act against each other, but both my Myriad Beast Mountain and Senior Jin's Demon Blood Temple have sent disciples to participate in this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain, so we might as well use their methods to decide who owns this profound gold. If Demon Blood Temple's disciples manage to snatch this profound gold, my Myriad Beast Mountain is willing to withdraw and congratulate Senior Jean in advance. Oh? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he stared at Feng Yan. Do you have so much confidence in your Myriad Beast Mountain's disciples? Feng Yan pursed her lips and smiled. Does Senior Jean have no confidence in his disciples' methods? Xianxia's eyes narrowed for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little girl, you don't need to provoke this old master. This old master naturally has full confidence in his disciples' methods. Good, this old master will only ask one thing. Do your words represent Senior Sister Feng? What Yenner says is what this old master thinks. Old woman Feng tapped her dragon-headed walking stick lightly and declared. It's a deal. Xianxia coldly snorted as he stretched out his palm towards old woman Feng. The latter glanced over at him before casually raising her hand and clapping it together. After making a vow, the two of them no longer paid any attention to each other and instead stared off into the distance with strange smiles on their faces. Obviously, both of them had full confidence in their disciples. Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged wasn't just limited to Qian Tong, Fei Ji too, Xianxia, and old woman Feng watching from a distance. At this moment, in all directions of Dragon Cave Mountain, at high points several dozen kilometers away, there were a number of people scattered about, all of them staring towards Dragon Cave Mountain and pointing towards it from time to time. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had only ended a short time ago, so the masters who had come to participate had not yet left. They wanted to take this opportunity to observe the Emperor Garden's movements, but there had been no movement from the Emperor Garden so far. Waiting here for the Emperor Garden to open was quite boring, so now that such a good show had happened, no matter who it was, they were all willing to watch it for entertainment. In particular, the sturdiness and strangeness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was of particular concern to these masters. Needless to say, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Fire Temple, Floating Mist Palace, Clear Sky Sect, Flame Shield Union, and other great forces on Shadowed Star all coveted Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. How could a mere mountain have such a strong defensive array? Who was the person who set up this array? No one cared whether Dragon Cave Mountain would survive or not, but everyone cared about who had arranged the spirit array. If they could rescue this person at a critical moment, they might be able to win him over to their side. Everyone had their own unspoken plans in their hearts, but all of them tacitly chose to sit back and watch, allowing the Xia family to take the lead and lead several great forces to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi and Xianxia retreated to the back of the mountain defending array, their faces slightly pale. Just now, when the two of them went out side by side to negotiate, although they were calm and composed, and didn't show the slightest sign of weakness, anyone who saw so many experts gathered here would feel uncertain in their heart. When had the two women ever seen such a big lineup? Especially now, at this critical moment, neither Yang Kai nor Yang Yan was present. If not for Wu Yi's thorough understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain spirit array, she would likely have already been discouraged. In terms of familiarity with the many spirit arrays covering Dragon Cave Mountain, besides Yang Yan who had arranged them, Wu Yi was second. Even Yang Kai was not as familiar with them as she was. After all, when Yang Yan was arranging the spirit array, Wu Yi had been there to assist him, so she knew just how dangerous the 100-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain was. As such, even though she was feeling uneasy, her mood remained stable as she retreated to the back of the spirit array and issued a series of orders. However, relying on the spirit array alone was definitely not enough. No matter how strong the spirit array was, if it could only take a beating and not fight back, it would eventually be broken. The only thing Wu Yi could do now was to contact Yang Kai and Yang Yan immediately. As long as either one of them was present, Dragon Cave Mountain could turn from defense to attack. However, Wu Yi had no idea where the two of them had gone or when they would return. Just as he was feeling anxious though, Xianxu's expression suddenly changed and she quickly took out her communication artifact and released her divine sense. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on her face as she said, "Yang Kai and the others have returned." "Really?" Wu Yi was overjoyed and asked in a trembling voice, as if she had found a life-saving straw while drowning. "And it was a message from Kai Yang." "Where are they?" Wu Yi looked around but was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai. "Hiding outside." Yang Kai said that there were too many people outside, so it would be difficult to sneak in without anyone noticing, so he didn't come in. But what? However, he told you to remove the mountain protecting Grand Formation, and then let everyone hide in the Sure Mansion. He ordered consecrated Chang and consecrated how to wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. He and Yang Yan will also find an opportunity to make a move. So that's how it is. Wu Yi showed a contemplative expression while everyone else also wore indifferent expressions. Only Ning Xianchen, who had only been here for 2 days, wore a dumbfounded expression. Has that young boy gone crazy? Why would he issue such an outrageous order? Although he had not been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, Ning Xianchen was well aware of the strength and number of cultivators here. There were only a few dozen of them, and their cultivations varied from Saint King Realm, Saint Realm, and even Transcendent Realm cultivators. The only ones he could rely on were Changqi and Haoan, the two First Order Origin returning realm cultivators. On the other hand, the other side had more than 30 Origin returning realm masters, many of whom were Second Order Origin realm masters, and more than 200 Saint Kings. In this situation, if they relied on the mountain protecting Grand Array to defend, they might be able to buy some time, but once it was removed, wouldn't that be the same as striking a stone with an egg? Even if Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, he was only one person, so with Changqi and Haoan, what could they possibly accomplish? Ning Xianchen couldn't figure it out and was about to ask when he suddenly saw Wu Yi smile and say calmly, "Since that's the case, let's do as he says. It's time to let these shameless bastards see the fangs of our Dragon Cave Mountain." She spoke resolutely, not putting the people outside in her eyes at all, as if Yang Kai's order alone had given her great confidence. Ning Xianchen almost bit off his own tongue. Xianyu nodded and immediately began to issue orders for everyone to hide inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. This cave mansion was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain and had the most spirit arrays. Unless one had a token to open it, it would be even more difficult to break through than the mountain protecting Grand Array. As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Wu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Of course, she would not refute Yang Kai's decision and simply follow it. One by one, the cultivator hurriedly rushed over after receiving Qianyu's order and hid inside the cave mansion. In the blink of an eye, only Changqi, Haoan, Qianyu, Wu Yi, and Ning Xiangchen remained outside. At this moment, Wu Yi frowned slightly as she glanced over at Ning Xiangchen. Even with her intelligence, she didn't know what to do with Ning Xiangchen at this moment. Should she let him take refuge inside the cave mansion? That was impossible. The cave mansion was Yang Kai's retreat, so there were many unknown secrets hidden there. Although they were all hidden by spirit arrays, if Ning Xiangchen inadvertently discovered them, it would be troublesome. Asking him to leave was definitely impossible. Ning Xiangchen had taken the initiative to stay behind and help Dragon Cave Mountain, so Wu Yi was very grateful. Asking him to leave at this time would be too cruel. What's more, with so many enemies outside, Ning Xiangchen couldn't just leave. This gave her a headache. Fortunately, Ning Xiangchen was a wise old man and could see Wu Yi's concerns at this moment, so he took the initiative to say, "If there is anything this old master can do, please don't hesitate." Although this old master's strength isn't high, he can still contribute. In just a short time, Ning Xiangchen weighed the pros and cons in his heart and decided to take a gamble. Although he didn't know where Wu Yi and the others' confidence came from, their indifference undoubtedly made him feel at ease. Perhaps this Dragon Cave Mountain really was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. What's more, Ning Xiangchen had just shown his face in front of those people outside and even exchanged words with Xiali. At this time, even if he wanted to go back on his word, he was powerless. Ning Xiangchen was not someone who had never encountered a desperate situation before. In fact, he had encountered situations far more dangerous than this one, so he was well aware that the greater the investment, the greater the return. This time, of course, was the best time for him to take a stand. Moreover, even if Dragon Cave Mountain was really unable to resist foreign enemies, he might still have a chance to escape. Based on all these considerations, Ning Xiangchen decided to take this risk. Good, since old Ning has said so, this young woman won't be polite. Old Ning, foreign elder Chang, and foreign elder Hao should all wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. This young woman will take her leave first. I wish the three seniors victory. After saying so, Wu Yi bowed, turned around, and walked back into the cave mansion. Her cultivation was only a second-order Saint King now, so she naturally knew that it was useless to stay outside, so she decisively entered the cave mansion. Only Ning Xiangchen was left standing there with his mouth wide open, his expression sluggish. He had thought that Wu Yi would give him some clear instructions and a proper plan, but he had not expected to receive such a vague answer. Wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy? That was too ridiculous. Did I fall into a trap? Ning Xiangchen's heart sank as he felt extremely uneasy. Changqi patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Brother Ning, you'll be very glad you made this decision." It's this sentence again. Ning Xiangchen had heard this sentence twice in just a stick of incense worth of time. What kind of trump card did this place have that the other party didn't explain clearly? How could he not be glad that he had made such a stupid decision to dig his own grave? Ning Xiangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Right, old Hao, don't you still have 2 jars of drunken moon wine? Changqi suddenly remembered something and turned to Haoan. What do you want? Haoan looked vigilant. Changqi spat disdainfully, you and I are old brothers, don't you know what I want to do? Haoan suddenly became indignant. Last time, that little girl Wu Yi bought 10 jars back, you and I split 5 between us. Now that you've drunk all of them, why do you have ideas about this old master? Do you think this Hao is so easy to bully? Family doesn't need to be so polite. Now that brother Ning is also here, old Hao, you don't need to be stingy. Take them out and drink a few mouthfuls so we can kill our enemies. Changqi smacked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Haoan grit his teeth and stared at him with grief and indignation, only letting out a sigh after a while. Fine, fine, I knew you coveted this old master's 2 jars of good wine. Since you've involved brother Ning, this Hao won't be stingy, lest others say I'm stingy. Saying so, he wiped the space ring on his hand and took out a jar of wine. Changqi chuckled and quickly took out a few plates of fresh and tender spirit fruits from his space ring as well as a table and chairs. It seemed he had come prepared. Haoan opened the seal on the drunken moon wine jar and filled the cups for the 3 of them before sitting down. Xianxia called out to Xianxia as he picked up his glass and drank it, his face filled with joy as he urged Howen to fill it up again. Xianxia looked at this ridiculous scene with a strange expression on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. With a strong enemy at their doorstep and a knife at their necks, how could these two brothers still have the mood to drink and have fun? Did these two really not know how to write the word death? After hesitating for a long time, Xianxia sighed and said, "Brother Chang, Brother Hao, if it's convenient for you too, can you tell this Ning how we are going to fight the enemy? With just the strength of the three of us, how can we fight so many enemies outside?" Hearing this question, Xianxia and Howen looked at each other and both burst into laughter. Xianxia was secretly annoyed and hurriedly asked, "Do the two of you think it's funny?" Xianxia waved his hand slightly and said with a solemn expression, "Brother Ning, you've only been on Dragon Cave Mountain for a short time, so although this Chang thinks you have a good temper, it's not convenient for him to reveal anything. However, this Chang asks you to wait and see how this group of clowns will bring about their own destruction. And, I dare not say anything else, but this cup of wine is not a farewell wine, but a victory wine. Each jar costs 100,000 Saint crystals and is extremely difficult to buy. Brother Ning, why don't you try it?" Xianxia's expression fluctuated as he was secretly shocked, not because of the price of this drunken moon wine. Drunken moon wine was quite famous, so Xianxia had naturally heard of its high price. What surprised him was Xianxia's arrogance. He clearly didn't put the people outside in his eyes at all. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia grit his teeth, steeled his heart, sat down, and snorted. "Good, then this old master will take a look and see whether you're seeking your own death or inviting your master into a trap. If it's the former, don't blame this old master for running away when the time comes." Xianxia and Howen looked at each other and nodded with a smile, "As you wish." Saying so, they filled Xianxia's cup with wine. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they tasted the wine and ate the spirit fruits, none of them showing any awareness of facing a powerful enemy. Inside the cave mansion, after Wu made arrangements for the many disciples, she and Xianyu went to a secret room, took out a golden and silver array plate from her space ring, and tossed it forward with a solemn expression. "Elder sister Xianyu, this is the array plate that controls all of Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays. With my strength alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, so I'll have to ask elder sister to lend me a hand." "Good," Xianyu nodded repeatedly. Wu stretched out a few strands of her Saint Qi and poured them into the spirit array. In an instant, gold and silver colors began alternating at an incredible speed, filling the entire room with a brilliant light. Wu's expression became solemn as she suddenly shouted, "Open!" A humming sound came from the array plate and immediately after, the golden and silver colors that were originally intertwined seemed to have come to life and began retreating to the left and right. In the blink of an eye, the two colors split apart and became distinctly separated. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, more than 30 origin returning realm masters led by Xiaoli were frantically attacking it. After each of them used their trump cards, the seemingly sturdy spirit array began to tremble, its light curtain flickering wildly and becoming much dimmer than before. "Everyone, put in more effort. This bullshit spirit array won't last much longer." Xiaoli's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He shouted loudly. While shouting, Xiaoli controlled his white rainbow dagger to shuttle back and forth through the spirit array's light curtain. There was no need for him to remind them, as the other origin returning realm masters who were participating in the attack could also see it. "I'm afraid it won't even take half a day. The formation that was blocking their path would be broken." For a moment, everyone was excited. Spurred on, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into his artifact. Multicolored rays of light shone brightly, and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. At this moment, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array suddenly faded at an extremely fast speed before disappearing. The attacks of more than 30 origin returning realm masters hit nothing but empty air, creating a series of deep fissures in the ground. "Broken?" The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain atop the Jade Blood Toad raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. Just now, he had clearly sensed that the other party's spirit array would be able to support itself for some time, but it had suddenly disappeared. This surprised him greatly and he wondered if something had happened. "I don't think so. they retreated on their own accord. The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple, who was wrapped in a blood-red light, narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a look of vigilance appearing on his face. Humph, it seems they also know that stubbornness won't end well, so they decided to withdraw their spirit array. Do they think they can escape this calamity by doing so? Someone shouted. Naturally, this statement was not accepted by everyone, but since the other party had withdrawn their spirit array, they must have made some kind of backup plan. Now that the fog inside Dragon Cave Mountain was tumbling, one's divine sense was greatly restricted and it was impossible to see the situation inside with the naked eye, so no one dared to act rashly. For a time everyone stood in place, exchanging glances with one another. A bunch of cowards. Xiaoli ground his teeth secretly and was about to encourage others to enter and investigate when he suddenly saw the fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain begin to tumble and distort. A moment later, the rolling fog dissipated to the sides, revealing the scenery. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with magnificent pavilions, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was quite good and the world energy aura inside was extremely rich. It was no longer the barren mountain it once was. However, what shocked everyone was that not many people had come to meet the enemy. The surrounding area was quiet, with only 3 old men at the origin returning realm sitting around a table, drinking and enjoying themselves. This rampant scene was imprinted on everyone's eyes, causing everyone's expression to become gloomy. These old men clearly did not put them in their eyes at all, otherwise, how could they have the leisure to drink here? Humph, even at death's door, you're still trying to act mysterious. Xiaoli coldly snorted as he continued to use his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there was nothing wrong with this place, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear, as if as soon as he stepped into this small mountain, he would step into the gates of hell. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and when he turned his head to look at the others, he found that everyone was feeling the same way, their expressions dignified. However, in this situation, it could be said that an arrow had been knocked on the string and had no choice but to release it. Although Xiaoli did not inquire carefully, he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him right now. If he and the others retreated like this, they would no longer have the face to see anyone in the future. Thinking so, Xiaoli's expression became firm as he loudly declared, "Everyone, the spirit array has been broken. If we don't act now, when will we?" Saying so, he waved his hand and immediately sent out more than 20 Saint Kings from the Xia family, using their movement skills to rush towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Although these 20 or so Saint Kings were not necessarily opponents of the 3 origin returning realm masters, using them to test the depths of Dragon Cave Mountain was the best option. Xiaoli had such a plan in mind, so when these 20 people flew out, he stared at them intently. Since the Xia family had taken the lead, the people from Demon Blood Temple and Myriad Beast Mountain were naturally not to be outdone. Lu Yi, who was hiding in the crowd, also quietly issued an order. In an instant, more than 60 Saint Kings split up and approached Xianxia's group of 3. Perceiving the number of enemies approaching, Xianxia's hand trembled and he almost spilled the wine in his cup to the ground. Although he was an origin returning realm master, he was not confident he could face the siege of so many Saint Kings. Xianxia observed Xianxia's expression and chuckled, "Brother Ning, don't be impatient, it's not time for us to act yet." Brother Ning can rest assured, Howen echoed from the side, not even bothering to look at the Saint Kings. Xianxia, on the other hand, did not have such good mental fortitude. Seeing these enemies approaching, he secretly pushed his Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. But in the next moment, these menacing Saint Kings all cried out in alarm, their faces filled with shock and confusion as their bodies swayed and fell from the sky one by one. For a time, the scene became extremely lively. A flight restricting array? Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never expected that this tiny Dragon Cave Mountain would actually have a flight restricting array. This kind of spirit array was extremely profound and could only be arranged in some large cities and sect headquarters. Once covered by the spirit array, a cultivator would not be able to fly. Of course, the power of this spirit array varied depending on the methods of the person who arranged it. Xianxian tried to circulate his Saint Qi a little and tried to fly up, but to his horror, he only managed to fly a few meters before he felt a huge pressure press down on him, making it impossible for him to move. The flight-restricting array here was capable of restraining at least a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would not be able to fly too high. Who was the one who arranged this spirit array? How could it be so powerful? Just as Xianxia was lost in thought, the several dozen Saint Kings fell like raindrops and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, they hadn't flown too high to begin with, and the physiques of Saint King realm cultivators were extraordinary, so even though they had fallen, none of them had suffered any life-threatening injuries. Instead, all of them crawled up from the ground with bitter expressions, their faces filled with resentment. This time, they had lost so much face that they naturally hated Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. But before they could recover, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, strange energy fluctuations appeared all around them. These energy fluctuations were extremely well hidden and seemed inconspicuous at first, but in the blink of an eye, a tornado suddenly formed. When it first appeared, it was not very strong, but in the blink of an eye, this tornado became extremely thick and numerous wind blades flew out from it, directly sweeping up a nearby Saint King realm cultivator. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Everyone heard the sound of meat being sliced, which made their hair stand on end. The tornado was dyed red in an instant, and they could vaguely see broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating in the wind. In another place, several ice cones as thick as thighs strangely appeared in midair. With a slight tremble, they shot forward like arrows leaving the bowstring, piercing right through the chests of two absent-minded martial artists, causing a cloud of blood to spray out. In another place, a wash-basin-sized fireball flew about randomly, but once a Saint King realm cultivator was hit by this fireball, they would immediately be incinerated to death. A few unlucky fellows were unable to dodge in time and ended up being caught in the crossfire. There were even more cultivators who inexplicably disappeared from everyone's sight, as if they had never appeared in the first place, but from where they disappeared, heart-wrenching screams rang out. The smell of blood filled the air as the first group of 80 Saint Kings who had rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain failed to even enter. Just as they stepped into the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, they suffered heavy losses. After what seemed like an eternity, of the more than 80 Saint Kings, less than half of them were still alive, and even this small number were like headless flies as they wandered around Dragon Cave Mountain, unable to find a way back. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of the cultivators outside, causing their blood to run cold. Although it looked ridiculous, everyone knew that these people must have fallen into an illusion array. What they saw was completely different from what they saw, so even if it was only a few steps, it was still a chasm between life and death. Walking around carelessly would only trigger more spirit arrays and lead them to their graves even faster. Sure enough, Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays and spirit arrays. More than 80 Saint Kings entered Dragon Cave Mountain in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. None of them survived. Xianxia could hardly believe his eyes. This was more than 80 Saint King realm cultivator. Even if Xianxia encountered such a force, he would have no choice but to temporarily avoid them, but now, Dragon Cave Mountain hadn't even expended a single soldier and they had all been buried here. So what if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? This small mountain was even more terrifying than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, Xianxia also saw that it was impossible to kill 80 Saint Kings so easily by relying on the power of these spirit arrays. Instead, it was the work of those who arranged these spirit arrays that were simply shocking. The spirit arrays were actually powerful artifacts. Combined with the power of these spirit arrays, the power of these artifacts would be greatly enhanced, which was why these Saint Kings were unable to resist at all. Just how many artifacts were required to arrange so many spirit arrays? Xianxia couldn't imagine. On the other side, inside Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were also dumbfounded, exchanging a glance with each other as shock filled their faces. Although they knew that Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays and spirit arrays, they never expected them to be so powerful. 80 Saint Kings had been thrown in, yet they hadn't even been able to probe Dragon Cave Mountain's depths. This time, the Xia family, Myriad Beast Mountain, and Demon Blood Temple had suffered a great loss. It looks like Heaven Gathering Hall's people won't even need to be mobilized. Wei Guchang also gloated. Not necessarily. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head. The other side only lost Saint Kings. The origin returning realm cultivators haven't even made a move yet. Let's just keep watching. Wei Gucheng pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, the strength an origin returning realm cultivator could display was completely different from that of a Saint King realm cultivator. The Xie family and the other allied forces seemed to have suffered heavy losses, but in fact, they hadn't suffered any significant losses. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, Xiali. The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain and the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple both wore gloomy expressions. None of them had expected Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses to be so tyrannical. The three old fogies hadn't even taken action, yet they had still managed to kill several dozen Saint Kings. If all the barriers in Dragon Cave Mountain were so powerful, Saint Kings couldn't play much of a role here and could only serve as cannon fodder. After pondering for a moment, Xiali suddenly said, "Everyone, why don't we attack separately?" Attack separately? The old man from the Myriad Beast Mountain frowned. That's right. It looks like there are a lot of restrictions in the front mountain. It won't be easy to break through them. Since that's the case, why don't we try other places? I don't believe that the entire mountain is in the same situation. There must be a weak spot somewhere. Xiali said slowly. Yes, Brother Xie's words make sense. The old man pondered for a moment and felt that Xiali was right, so he immediately said, "Then this old master will go there." He pointed his hand forward. Then, waving to the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, he sat down on his blue eyes blood toad and flew off. The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple naturally had no objections and immediately led his sect's disciples in the opposite direction. The remaining cultivators from Sea Heart Sect and Flowing Cloud Valley did not move and instead chose to stand on a united front with the Xie family, following Xiali's lead. For a time, the several allied forces split up into three groups. They began probing Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses from three different directions. A fierce light flashed across Xiali's eyes as his lips twitched and he issued a few orders before immediately waving his hand and rushing towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Under his leadership, the other origin returning realm masters also spread out, each of them bringing a few Saint King cultivators with them. Divided into several teams, each of them remained vigilant of their surroundings as they pushed forward. Divine senses swept every inch of Dragon Cave Mountain, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail or suspicious place. They were all worried that they would accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array that would lead to their demise. This kind of cautiousness was indeed very effective. They really did find several traces of spirit arrays and immediately avoided them vigilantly. Even if some of them accidentally triggered some kind of spirit array, they would at least be able to put up some resistance. After all, with the addition of origin returning realm masters, even if they fell into some kind of spirit array, they would still be able to put up a fight. What made them even more overjoyed though was that the spirit arrays at the front of Dragon Cave Mountain, after playing a magical role just now, seemed to have run out of tricks and their power had been greatly reduced. Even if they were triggered, they would be easily blocked by the origin returning realm cultivators. After advancing for an entire distance of 300 m, there was actually not a single casualty. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and all of them looked maliciously at Xianxia's group of three who were still drinking and making merry nearby. They seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to grow wings and fly over to their side right now and chop off their heads to vent the hatred in their hearts. A moment later, under the leadership of Xiali, the cultivators had arrived 100 meters away from Xianxia's group. Xiali raised his hand to signal everyone to stop as he swept his cold eyes over the trio and sneered, "The three of you, if you have any other means, don't hide them, why don't you show them to this Xie? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use them again." Hearing this, Xiangqi raised his head and glanced at him, not showing the slightest trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled strangely, "Brother Xie, why do you think you were able to safely reach this place? Do you really think Dragon Cave Mountain is so easy to break through?" These two simple questions caused Xia Li's face to change dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw out a long black whip. This long whip seemed to emit a faint sound of wind and thunder as it flashed with lightning. Clearly, it was a powerful artifact. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the long whip lashed out towards Xiangqi's chest. However, to Xia Li's surprise, Xianxia did not show any intention of resisting and instead just sat in place, staring at him with a smile, not moving at all. Xia Li only wanted to capture Xianxia so that Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators wouldn't act rashly, but how could he have known that his opponent would not resist at all? Courting death. Xia Li's eyes flashed fiercely. Not only did he not intend to take back his whip, he instead poured his Saint Qi into it even more fiercely, as if he wanted to kill Xianxia in one fell swoop. With a bang, the long whip wrapped in lightning struck Xianxia's body. Arcs of lightning coiled around Xianxia's body and slithered about, directly blasting Xianxia's body into pieces. Not only that, even the table, chairs, and wine jars in front of him were all blasted into powder. Even Helen and Ming Xiangchen weren't spared. At the same time as Xianxia's body was torn apart, the two of them also burst apart. There was not the slightest smell of blood, nor was there any blood spattering, nor did he feel like he had hit anything. Xia Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered in amazement, "An illusion array?" Looking around again, there were no tables or chairs in front of him, and the surrounding scenery had also distorted and disappeared, replaced by a gray world with no sun, moon, or stars. The earth was dry and barren, and there was not a single blade of grass growing within 100 kilometers. He had unknowingly stepped into an illusion array arranged by his enemy, causing Xia Li's heart to sink. What made him even more uneasy though was that the origin-returning realm cultivators who should have been gathered around him had disappeared, leaving only 4 Saint King realm cultivator. It seemed that the moment this illusion array played its role, everyone had been separated and forced into a situation where they were fighting alone. How is this possible? Xia Li's expression was ferocious. How could such a small mountain be able to set up such a profound array formation? Xia Li suddenly felt that provoking Dragon Cave Mountain was not a wise decision. While the many cultivator led by Xia Li were surrounded by this illusion array, Myriad Beast Mountain's side also fell into a bitter struggle. The Myriad Beast Mountain cultivator, under the leadership of the old man, took a detour from the side, preparing to find a place with weak defenses. To the old man's surprise, everything went smoothly. There didn't seem to be any powerful barriers or spirit arrays in the direction he chose, allowing him to advance smoothly and soon reach the center of Dragon Cave Mountain. He even noticed that many cultivator were hiding inside a cave. The old man was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to charge straight into the cave and find Yang Kai. But his good luck ended there. As soon as he gave the order, a number of fiery red monster beasts of various shapes and grades rushed out from all directions. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing. These monster beasts didn't have physical bodies at all and were clearly formed from pure fire attribute world energy. On top of that, these monster beasts looked vaguely familiar. It wasn't until one of his disciples shouted that the old man suddenly realized what was going on. Weren't these the fire spirit beasts unique to Luyan Sandfield? How could they appear in this damned place? This place wasn't rich in fire attribute world energy, right? Unable to understand, the old man didn't feel the slightest fear and instead felt a little happy because fire spirit beasts could produce fire crystal stones. Fire crystal stones were precious treasures that could be used for both artifact refining and alchemy. Unfortunately, fire crystal stones could only be obtained by cultivators on Shadowed Star when Luyan Sand Field opened. With such a large group of fire spirit beasts in front of him, if he could kill them all, the harvest would definitely not be small. Feeling excited, the old man urged his Blue Eyes Blood Toad to engage in a fierce battle with these fire spirit beasts. Soon, the old man discovered that something was wrong. No matter how many fire spirit beasts he killed, he couldn't find a single fire crystal stone. These fire spirit beasts didn't have fire crystal stones in their bodies at all. Instead, there seemed to be an endless stream of them, especially the few leading fire spirit beasts whose strength was equivalent to a 9th order monster beast, which had already caused many casualties to his disciples. The old man flew into a rage and immediately used his secret technique to scatter the fire spirit beasts. But soon, these fire spirit beasts, whose strength was equivalent to a 9th order monster beast, appeared out of nowhere, as if they were immortal. This situation occurred several times in a row, causing the old man to become anxious while muttering to himself. In a completely opposite direction from the group from Myriad Beast Mountain, a group of people from Demon Blood Temple were walking cautiously through a jungle. The leader of this group, a man wrapped in a blood-red light, wore an extremely vigilant expression. Although he did not find anything strange here under the investigation of his divine sense, he still had a faint sense of foreboding, as if there was some great danger around him. This place should be considered the right side of Dragon Cave Mountain and was not too far from its center. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not very big, just a tiny piece of land. Suddenly, a few screams rang out in the distance along with the rumbling sounds of battle. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the distance. The faces of the people from Demon Blood Temple who were following behind him changed slightly. One of the cultivators from the First Order Origin Returning Realm said with a gloomy face, "Brother Wu, the movement is coming from Myriad Beast Mountain. It seems that they have encountered something. This small mountain really can't be understood with common sense. Although there doesn't seem to be anything wrong here, everyone should be careful not to fall into the enemy's traps or spirit arrays." The cultivator surnamed Wu turned his head and ordered lightly. "Yes." "Huh? What is this?" Suddenly, a disciple seemed to have discovered something strange and asked curiously, but before the cultivator surnamed Wu and the other Origin Returning Realm masters could investigate, a scream of horror rang out. This scream came to an abrupt end and with a puff, the smell of blood filled the air. Gotcha. A creepy chewing sound rang out and the cultivator surnamed Wu and the others turned around in shock to see where the disciple had originally been standing. A strange blood-red, 10-meter-tall plant had appeared. At this moment, this plant had wrapped around a corpse and was constantly wriggling forward, as if it was a mouth that was tasting delicious food. The creepy chewing sound came from this plant. What was even more shocking though was that as this plant chewed, the corpse of the Demon Blood Temple disciple who had died tragically began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all his flesh and blood essence had been sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, this disciple had become a dried corpse. After the strange plant absorbed the flesh and blood essence, it became even redder. Its entire body became even redder, and its sword-like leaves glowed with a blood-like red light, making people shudder in fear. Xiao. Its seemingly very hard leaves actually danced like long whips in an instant, bouncing back several dozen meters. They directly wrapped around another Demon Blood Temple disciple who was standing in place stupidly. The disciple's reaction was not slow. As Xianxia screamed in panic, he hurriedly summoned a dark gold shield-like artifact and placed it in front of him. Although this artifact wasn't very high-grade, it was still quite powerful. Although this was not a high-level artifact, it was still a defensive artifact. With the shield in front of him, the Demon Blood Temple cultivator couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to retreat, his eyes suddenly bulged as he stared at the shield in front of him in disbelief. Gotcha. The seemingly incomparably sturdy shield simply couldn't resist all of the power of the long leaf and was directly split in half. As the light dimmed, the long leaf's momentum didn't diminish. Like a blade or a sword, it ruthlessly stabbed into the cultivator's lower abdomen, penetrating his body, wrapping him up and quickly dragging him back. "You dare!" The cultivator surnamed Wu roared. How could he just stand by and watch his disciple suffer such a cruel fate? The only reason he was unable to react just now was because the scene in front of him was too incredible. He had never seen such a ferocious and strange plant before. Saying so, he flicked his right hand and sent out a sword-light attack towards the retreating long leaf. As the two energies collided, sparks flew and the sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. The long leaf only trembled slightly and its speed was slightly reduced. It was not directly cut in half as expected. "It's actually so hard." The cultivator surnamed Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had casually sent out that attack just now, he was still a second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, yet he was unable to do anything to this long leaf. No one would believe him if he told them. A fierce light flashed across the cultivator surnamed Wu's eyes as he flicked his finger and shot out a jet-black thread. This black thread gave off a strange aura and a faint black chi swirled around it. Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. Compared to the secret technique Xianxia cultivated, this was the true Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique, a technique that almost all the elders of Demon Blood Temple were proficient in. It had a myriad of transformations, making it impossible to guard against, and it also had the magical effect of breaking sure. The black thread flashed and the long leaf that was dragging the Demon Blood Temple disciple back could not resist the attack of this Demon Blood thread and with a light crack, it was cut in half. One section continued to retract while the other section that was wrapping the demon blood temple disciple fell to the ground. What caused everyone's scalp to tingle was that this long leaf began to bleed red blood. Even though it had been cut in half, it continued to squirm and struggle on the ground, as if it was alive. The demon blood temple disciple who was wrapped in this long leaf did not manage to escape this fate. Even though the cultivator surnamed Wu acted in time and saved him, by the time everyone tried to tear this long leaf apart, they found that all the blood in this disciple's body had been sucked dry. What the hell is this thing? The cultivator surnamed Wu's face went pale as he turned his head to stare at the strange plant, a look of dread filling his face. This was just one stalk. What if there were 10, 100? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If such a thing really happened, everyone here today would most likely die. Where did Dragon Cave Mountain find such a thing? Was it not worried about accidentally harming its own people by planting it here? Just as his brow furrowed and his expression turned ugly, another first-order origin returning realm cultivator suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What? That damn thing keeps slapping the ground, it seems. Seems what?" The cultivator surnamed Wu seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. Before he could finish speaking, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the ground around him, and then cracks appeared one after another. Then, one after another, things that looked like the strange plant in front of him sprouted out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These strange things varied in height. Some were 2 to 3 meters tall and looked extremely terrifying, while others were less than half a meter in height. They were obviously new, but no matter which one it was, they were all red in color, as if they had been drenched in blood. What made people's scalps go numb was that after these things appeared, the sword-like leaf swayed slightly, as if the nose of a hunting dog was sniffing the scent of its prey. The cultivator surnamed Wu instantly began sweating profusely. All the demon blood temple disciples were also stunned in place, none of them daring to move. Just now, everyone had witnessed the terrifying power of these strange plants with their own eyes. Their two brothers didn't even have a chance to fight back before dying tragically on the spot. Now, with so many of them suddenly appearing from the ground and surrounding them, who would dare act rashly and commit suicide? However, just because they didn't move didn't mean these strange plants were the same. After swaying slightly for a moment, the leaves of various lengths suddenly shot out in all directions like arrows, each of them accurately locking onto a demon blood temple disciple. "Dodge!" The man surnamed Wu shouted as he pushed his Saint Chi to the brim and slashed out with the demon blood thread in his hand, directly cutting a leaf in half. At the same time, his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, dodging to the side. However, not everyone had the same strength as him. The Saint King Realm cultivator was extremely unlucky. In just the first wave of attacks, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator died tragically on the spot, their blood spilling out onto the ground but disappearing after a short while, as if even the spilled blood was absorbed by these strange plants. After absorbing this blood, these strange plants became more and more violent, their leaves dancing wildly, directly turning the surrounding 1,000-meter area into a bloody killing field. Accompanied by a series of screams, one cultivator after another fell, dying on the spot. The cultivator surnamed Wu was both shocked and angry, but at the same time, he felt helpless. Although he wasn't afraid of these leaves, wanting to save so many people with his own strength was a bit of a fantasy. Above Dragon Cave Mountain, somewhere in the void, Yang Kai and Yang Yan stood quietly, overlooking the overall situation. The reason why the two of them were able to stand here safely without being discovered by anyone was thanks to Yang Yan's cloak-like artifact. This artifact had a miraculous effect when used to conceal one's body. Of course, it wasn't necessarily able to hide from the detection of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but in the vicinity of Dragon Cave Mountain, the closest third-order origin returning realm cultivator was 50 kilometers away, so no matter how powerful their divine senses were, they wouldn't be able to see through their disguises. The blood sword grass has actually grown to such a scale? Yang Kai was surprised. The strange crimson plant that the demon blood temple group encountered was clearly the blood sword grass he had brought back from Luyan's desert. At that time, he had only obtained a single seed, and after planting it, he had even dripped a drop of golden blood on it. Since then, Yang Kai had not paid any attention to it, but now, this blood sword grass had given him a pleasant surprise. This thing has a very strong growth potential. As long as there is enough blood and food, it can grow indefinitely. It has even caused a lot of trouble for Shadowed Star in the past. Yang Yan explained faintly, but a trace of suspicion flashed across her beautiful eyes, but it shouldn't have grown so quickly. We haven't provided much blood and food to it these past few years, which is quite strange. Yang Kai sniffed and secretly guessed that this was related to the drop of golden blood he had dripped, but he didn't point it out and instead asked curiously, but isn't there only one blood sword grass? How come there are so many now? Its vitality is tenacious. As long as there is a single mother plant, it can split into countless child plants. What's so strange about this? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly before glancing over at the myriad beast mountain group on the other side who were still engaged in a fierce battle with the fire spirit beast and grinned, "Regroup, it's time to beat the dog." Yang Yan had been waiting for him to say this and immediately took out a spirit array from her space ring without hesitation. This spirit array was similar to the one Wu Yi was using, gold and silver in color, but slightly smaller in size. Although it was small, it had no problem controlling Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array. Pouring a few strands of Saint Chi into it, a humming sound immediately rang out from the spirit array and immediately after, the gold and silver colors converged towards its center and soon merged into one. At the same time, Dragon Cave Mountain, which was originally clear at a glance, was once again obscured by clouds as the mountain defending array flickered once more and enveloped the entire mountain. "I'll go back first, Wu Yi isn't very proficient in controlling the spirit array," Yang Yan said. Yang Kai gently nodded. Yang Yan immediately rushed down. As soon as she left, Yang Kai's figure was instantly exposed, a scene that shocked all the masters who were staring at this place. Yang Kai swept his eyes around coldly. Although he could not see anyone, he knew that Dragon Cave Mountain had attracted the attention of too many masters at this moment. Most of these people were just here to watch the fun while only a few had anything to do with Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged. Sneering meaningfully, Yang Kai's figure flickered and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. This little brat, he opened the mountain defending array again. Does he want to wipe out all those people in one fell swoop? Inside Heavenly Fate City, Fei Ji too looked confused. Qian Tong was also confused. His appetite isn't that big, is it? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to explain the scene in front of them. On the other side, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng also had doubts, but they had confidence in their subordinates, so there was nothing for them to worry about. On the other hand, Feng Yan, who had been supporting Old Woman Feng, had a strange look on her face as she stared towards Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest. She wanted to know what the final result of this battle would be. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Over on Colored Glass Sect's side, a beautiful young woman in palace robes slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment flashing across her eyes. Originally, when she saw Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays, she had a whole new level of respect for them, but after gaining a small advantage, Dragon Cave Mountain became so arrogant that they even opened their mountain defending array again in an attempt to wipe out all of them. It was truly disappointing. Opening the formation without an absolute advantage was not like catching a turtle in a jar, but cutting off one's own path of survival. Behind the young woman stood two women. One of them had a look of joy and schadenfreude on her face, while the other had a worried look on her face. Her pretty face was pale. These two women were about the same age and had similar figures, but their appearances were worlds apart. One was enchanting and charming while the other was extremely ugly. These two were Colored Glass Sect Xing Dai and Dai Yuan. The young woman who had spoken earlier was the daughter of Colored Glass Sect's sect master, Gong Ao Fu, and Yin Dai's master. Honored master, what do you think of Dragon Cave Mountain's fate this time? Although Yin Dai was asking her honored master for advice, her beautiful eyes were actually looking towards Dai Yuan. She had once suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so naturally, she hated him to the bone. Now that she saw Dragon Cave Mountain's fate, she was naturally overjoyed, especially when she saw Dai Yuan worry about Dragon Cave Mountain. Why bother asking me about such an obvious thing? Gong Ao Fu coldly snorted. Honored master means that Dragon Cave Mountain won't be able to overcome this obstacle? Yin Dai giggled. From the very beginning, the decision of those involved in Dragon Cave Mountain was wrong. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head, not answering directly. With the strength of such a small mountain, trying to compete with behemoths like Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple is clearly the same as striking a stone with an egg. Even if this small mountain has many spirit arrays and they are lucky enough to win, so what? Xianxia and Old Woman Feng are still here, will they just stand by and watch Dragon Cave Mountain strut around? If they take action, won't they have no choice but to submit in the end? So that's how it is. Insu Dai showed a look of enlightenment as she glanced over at Dai Yuan proudly, but the latter simply bit her red lip and remained silent. With a chuckle, Insu Dai continued, Honored Master means that if Dragon Cave Mountain knows what's good for them, they shouldn't provoke Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. Gong Ao Fu neither admitted nor denied this, simply saying leisurely, this is the way of the world, whoever's fist is bigger can speak. But Honored Master, if Senior Xianxia and Senior Feng really take action, Shadow Moon Hall will not sit idly by, and Elder Qian Tong will definitely not stand idly by. Dai Yuan suddenly interjected with a serious expression. Shadow Moon Hall? Gong Ao Fu glanced over at Dai Yuan faintly and chuckled, even so, what of it? With Xianxia and Old Woman Feng's means, if they want to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, it would only take a few breaths of time. Even if Qian Tong takes action, who could possibly stop them? By the time they die, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will become enemies with Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple over a group of dead people? Dai Yuan heard this and her tender body trembled. Gong Ao Fu frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Yuan are you feeling unwell? Before Dai Yuan could answer though, Insu Dai chuckled and said, Honored Master, Senior Sister is just worried about Dragon Cave Mountain, there is no reason for her to feel unwell. Why are you worried about Dragon Cave Mountain? Gong Ao Fu looked at Dai Yuan puzzledly and asked, do you know the people there? Honored Master, have you forgotten? Didn't two people come to the sect to visit Senior Sister a while ago? Naturally, I remember that. The ones who came were a man and a woman, right? Could it be that the man and woman are? Gong Ao Fu suddenly realized something, as if she had thought of something. And, the man is called Yang Kai and the woman is called Yang Inflammation. They are the people in charge of Dragon Cave Mountain and seem to have a very good relationship with Senior Sister, Insu Dai replied with a smile. Gong Ao Fu frowned as she turned to Dai Yuan and asked, Yuan is that true? Yes. Dai Yuan nodded heavily. Oh, no wonder you look so worried, but even if you are worried, you must remember not to draw fire to yourself. This time, if Dragon Cave Mountain were to lose, it would be fine, but if it were to win, it would not be so easy to resolve. When the time comes, it may involve several great forces, so my colored glass sect must not wade in these muddy waters. But Honored Master, Junior Brother Yang saved my life. Dai Yuan said anxiously. So what? Gong Ao Fu glared at her, just look at his style of conduct and you can tell he is a brainless person who only knows how to brag. It is best not to make friends with such a person, otherwise, sooner or later you will suffer a loss. Su Dai. Yes, Honored Master. Insu Dai responded quickly. Your Senior Sister is in a bad mood, so accompany her properly and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Yes. Insu Dai raised her eyes and looked at Dai Yuan with a smile on her face, looking harmless to humans and animals, but in her heart she was overjoyed. Honored Master's meaning was very clear, she was to monitor her Senior Sister and not let her go to Dragon Cave Mountain to participate in this matter. Seeing Dai Yuan's anxious yet helpless expression, Insu Dai felt happier than if she had just picked up a few million saint crystals. Although her cultivation had now reached the First Order Origin Returning Realm, which was higher than Dai Yuan's, because of the secret art Dai Yuan cultivated, she was an indispensable talent in the sect, so Insu Dai still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She dreamed that one day she would be able to squeeze Dai Yuan out of Colored Glass sect and enjoy her Honored Master's favor alone. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Ning Xianxia stared blankly at the enemy in front of him who had the same cultivation as him, as if he was in a dream. The enemy in front of him had no vitality at this moment, and there were no additional wounds on his body, only a finger-sized hole in his chest from which bright red blood was leaking out. Needless to say, this enemy was killed by him. However, the ease with which he had accomplished this feat was simply unbelievable to Ning Xianxia. If it weren't for his own cultivation, he would have thought he had already broken through to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. When he encountered this enemy just now, Xianxia had only summoned his short sword artifact and fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time. Originally, he wanted to reveal a weakness so he could release the killing blow he had been preparing for a long time, but how could he have anticipated that his enemy would be unable to resist his short sword artifact and be directly pierced through and killed on the spot? Is this really an origin returning realm master? Why did it feel like it was no different from pinching a Saint King to death? Moreover, this was already the second origin returning realm master Xianxia had killed. In the past, when he encountered opponents of the same cultivation level, when did he not fight until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark? When did the battle last for less than 2 hours? Xianxia remembered that the longest they had ever fought was 14 or 15 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted of their Saint Qi, so they agreed to fight again another day before stopping. But now, he had killed 2 opponents in the same realm in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. His enemy's eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something unbelievable before they died. Although Xianxia didn't quite understand what was wrong with his enemy and why they were acting so abnormally, he knew that there was definitely some kind of profound mystery hidden here that allowed him to kill them so easily. This hidden mystery should have something to do with the spirit array. After encountering 2 origin returning realm masters in a row, Xianxia was able to tell that these 2 origin realm masters had their hands and feet tied while fighting him. The Saint Qi in their bodies was not flowing smoothly, as if it was being suppressed by some invisible force. What's more, these 2 origin realm masters would often cry out inexplicably, as if they were witnessing something terrifying. Occasionally, these 2 origin realm masters would launch attacks towards empty space. Xianxia had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a ridiculous scene, causing his evaluation of Dragon Cave Mountain to rise to another level. A spirit array that could cause an origin returning realm master to repeatedly make mistakes in battle and even suppress the enemy's cultivation without hindering his own was not something an ordinary array master could arrange. Recalling the unfathomable smiles on Xianxia and Haoan's faces, Xianxia suddenly understood why they were so calm in the face of such a powerful enemy. Perhaps, he had really made an extremely wise decision this time. Thinking so, Xianxia stretched out his hand and called back his short sword before continuing to walk forward, his expression indifferent, no longer showing any of his previous uneasiness or anxiety. He didn't need to figure out how mysterious the spirit array was, all he knew was that there would always be enemies who would just happen to appear in front of him, allowing him to slaughter them. Xianxia and Haoan's situation was almost exactly the same as Xianxia's. But the 2 of them had long known about the exquisiteness and terror of Dragon Cave Mountain spirit array, so they had each chosen a position to wait. From time to time, some enemies would inexplicably appear in front of them and be killed by them. Young Inflammation had returned to Dragon Cave Mountain to preside over the spirit array, using the power of the spirit array to split up the enemies and lead them one by one to Xianxia and Haoan who were waiting for them. As such, Xianxia and Haoan's expressions were much more relaxed than Xianxia's. Needless to say, the Saint King's cultivations weren't high enough, and after falling into the spirit array, the circulation of their Saint Qi was suppressed, so they couldn't last more than 3 breaths of time against Xianxia and Haoan. Even first-order origin returning realm cultivators in the same realm couldn't do anything but struggle. As time passed, one enemy after another fell at the feet of these 2. The number of cultivators from the Xia family, Sea Heart sect, and Flowing Cloud Valley was rapidly dwindling, causing everyone to feel uneasy. From time to time, screams would ring out in their ears, making this place seem like an Azura's domain, causing them to tremble with fear. They all wished they had never come here in the first place, secretly making up their minds that if they could escape this time, they would never return to Dragon Cave Mountain again. Xiaoli didn't encounter any danger, but he had led several Saint Kings into an illusion array and couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried, causing him to become as anxious as ants on a hot walk but unable to do anything. The spirit array arranged by Young Inflammation was not within the territory of any cultivator on Shadowed Star, so it was naturally a piece of cake to trap them. On the left side of Dragon Cave Mountain, the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain was leading his many disciples. After a long struggle, they finally broke out of the encirclement of countless fire spirit beasts and reached the belly of Dragon Cave Mountain. Looking at the exquisite buildings and large open spaces not far away, the survivors of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were so excited that their bodies trembled. Mustering all their strength, they rushed over. After a short while, everyone finally arrived at a safe place, and they looked back with lingering fear in their hearts. They noticed that the inexhaustible fire spirit beasts didn't pursue them after leaving a certain range, and they all dissipated, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The old man rode on the blue-eyed blood toad. His long and narrow eyes swept the surroundings, and when he discovered that only 7 or 8 people had escaped the calamity and were following closely by his side, his heart couldn't help but turn cold. Previously, there were as many as 30 to 40 people by his side, but now, there were only so few left. Even these 7 or 8 people were all injured. Only 2 of them were First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators, while the rest were all Saint Kings. What kind of existence was this Dragon Cave Mountain? He had only passed one trial. He had already lost so many people. What kind of danger was waiting for him next? With this thought in mind, the old man's heart thumped and he couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. However, it was impossible for them to go back the way they came. At that time, they would inevitably fall into the fire spirit beast's encirclement. The only thing they could do now was to capture the ringleader. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked towards the cave where he had sensed the aura of many cultivator. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. But after a quick glance, a look of shock and anger appeared on the old man's face, because not far in front of him, a stalwart young man was standing there with a sarcastic smile on his face as he stared at them coldly. Whether the other party had been there all along or had suddenly appeared, the old man had no idea, but he naturally recognized this person. It was none other than the master of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was the young Kai who had bought the profound gold at the auction. This young man was no different from the description in the intelligence report, just a trivial third-order Saint King. What made the old man even more overjoyed was that the other party was only one person, yet he was blatantly blocking their path, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. One had to know that even though they had suffered heavy losses, they still had 3 Origin returning realm masters and 4 or 5 Saint Kings left. Not to mention, he was a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so capturing him shouldn't be a problem. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the other party was plotting something. Considering all this, the old man shouted angrily, "Little brat, you dare make an enemy of my myriad beast mountain? Today, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai laughed gloomily, "Now that you've entered my Dragon Cave Mountain, whether you live or die is no longer up to you." Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything more to the other party, simply shouting softly, "Young Inflammation." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original exquisite pavilions disappeared in a series of distortions and changes, and were replaced by a boundless green grassland. An illusion array? The old man's complexion changed slightly, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain Spirit Array would actually be arranged in such a place. Logically speaking, the headquarters of a great force would be surrounded by spirit arrays on the periphery and the innermost layer of the spirit array would be even more powerful, but places like the central open space generally had no such spirit arrays. After all, the cultivator who lived here needed space to move around, so what if one of their disciples accidentally triggered one of these spirit arrays? It was for this reason that the old man and the others had rushed over happily when they saw this open space just now. How could they have known that this supposedly safe haven would actually have a spirit array? Dragon Cave Mountain was just a small mountain, so it didn't make sense for it to have so many spirit arrays and spirit arrays. It was as if a great enemy would attack at any moment. Did they already know this day would come? How could the old man understand Yang Inflammation's thoughts? The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had so many spirit arrays was because Yang Kai wanted to awaken the knowledge of spirit arrays and artifact refining hidden in his mind. Only by constantly arranging spirit arrays would Yang Yan be able to learn more about these spirit arrays. In short, Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays couldn't be understood by common sense. After falling into the illusion array, the old man didn't panic because his strength wasn't weak. Instead, he just grinned wildly, trying to kill this old master with a trivial illusion array? You're looking down on me too much. I never said I would use an illusion array to kill you, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Then what do you want to do? If you have any means, don't hold back. The old man smiled proudly. Today, this old master will show you the gap between you and me. Good, don't worry, I'll be right back. Xianxia nodded lightly, and after saying so, his figure quickly faded and disappeared from the old man's field of vision. Want to run? The old man flew into a rage, and with a wave of his divine sense, he sent out a scarlet beam of light towards Xianxia. However, his actions were too slow and Xianxia's figure dissipated, followed by the scarlet beam of light. The old man's face became gloomy to the extreme. Xianxia really managed to escape. This illusion array is not simple. How the other party managed to escape from his field of vision and divine sense was something the old man had no clue about, but what was the other party trying to do? Suddenly, a thought flashed across the old man's mind and he turned his head to look around, his face instantly going pale. The 2 origin returning realm masters and 4 or 5 saint kings who were originally with him had all disappeared at this moment, as if he was the only one trapped by this illusion array. Thinking about what Xianxia had just said, the old man immediately understood what he was trying to do. Feeling both shocked and angry, the old man let out a hysterical roar as he took out a one-handed axe, poured his saint chi into it, and chopped towards the void in an attempt to break free from this illusion. He had never dabbled in spirit arrays before, so naturally, he did not know how to break this illusion array, so he could only use the most crude method possible. The grade of this one-handed axe artifact was definitely not low, most likely an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Although Shadowed Star's artifact refiners were unable to refine such artifacts, they could still be obtained from ancient ruins, so even if they were rare, they were not impossible to find. After pouring a saint chi into the axe, a giant pitch-black beam of light several dozen meters in length shot out from it and slammed into the void, creating a loud humming sound. However, such an attack was obviously not enough to break this illusion array, not to mention that this spirit array was being operated by Yang Yan. After 3 or 5 slashes, the old man consumed a lot of his saint chi but failed to accomplish anything. The old man's face became gloomy as he stopped what he was doing and waited vigilantly. He believed that this enemy would appear again. Sure enough, after about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a faint phantom suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately, this phantom gradually solidified and Xianxia's figure was revealed. The old man's gaze instantly landed on the young man's face and clothes. There were many fresh bloodstains on the young man's face, which seemed to have been splattered on. There was also a faint demonic chi in the blood. As a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain, the old man was naturally familiar with this aura. This was the smell of the monster beast's blood. Only a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain would have a monster beast by his side. What did you do to my disciples? The old man stared at Xianxia with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice. Why ask when you already know the answer? Since I've returned, what do you think happened to them? Xianxia sneered. It was just 2 first-order origin returning realm cultivators and 4 or 5 saint kings. In Dragon Cave Mountains territory, Xianxia could easily deal with them. After all, when he was just a second-order saint king, Xianxia was able to kill a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and now that he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array, he was in a perfect position. If something unexpected happened, all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. Although he had some faint speculations in his heart, after Xianxia admitted it personally, the old man grit his teeth and nodded. Good, good, since you dared to slaughter my disciples, my Myriad Beast Mountain will not rest until you are dead. Having said so, the old man's face calmed down. Seeing this, Xianxia was surprised. He had not expected that this old man would be able to calm his anger at this point. It seemed that his temperament was quite good and he was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Raising his vigilance, Xianxia maintained an extremely arrogant expression on his face. What happens to Myriad Beast Mountain in the future is none of your business, but old man, there will be no future for you because you will die here today. Hearing Xianxia's arrogant words, the old man laughed loudly. Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When this old master ruled the world, you were probably still sucking on your mother's milk, yet you dare boast so shamelessly? Fine, let this old master teach you how to speak to your elders. As soon as these words fell, a scarlet light shot out from the front. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he instinctively sensed danger approaching, but he clearly didn't see any signs of the old man taking action, so he didn't know where this attack had come from. Feeling suspicious, Xianxia didn't have time to investigate, hurriedly taking out the purple shield and placing it in front of his chest. Kong, a loud sound rang out as a powerful force hit him head-on. Yang couldn't help but stagger back a few steps as the blood in his chest churned. Although he wasn't injured, he was still very wary of this strange attack. This was because the force behind this attack was too great. If it was someone with a slightly weaker physique, even if they had the protection of the purple shield, they would still have suffered quite a bit of damage. When the old man saw the purple shield, his eyes couldn't help flashing a fiery light as he exclaimed, "An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact?" Xianxia's eyesight was quite good and he immediately saw through the extraordinariness of this purple shield. Originally, when this purple shield was first refined, it was only origin-grade low rank, but after being refined by Yang Yan several times and supplemented with various materials, it had become origin-grade high rank. This grade of artifact was a rare commodity on Shadowed Star. The old man's status in Myriad Beast Mountain wasn't low, and his cultivation was at least a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but the highest grade of artifact he currently possessed was only origin-grade mid-rank, and that was something he had obtained by chance in an ancient ruin. Xianxia, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, had actually taken out an origin-grade high-rank artifact, and one that was a defensive type at that, causing the old man to feel both jealous and greedy. If he could kill this little brat this time, this artifact would belong to him. Elder Jean sure only wanted the profound gold, not this little brat's belongings. Moreover, the other party had taken out such a high-grade artifact, so who knew if he had something even better? Considering all this, the old man's blood boiled and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a thought, he sent another scarlet light towards Xianxia. Xianxia didn't dodge this time either. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he really wanted to know where the other party's attack was coming from. His divine sense was pushed to the limit as he stared at the attack without blinking. A moment later, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This was because he discovered that the scarlet red light attack wasn't the technique of the old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain, but the tongue of the blue-eyed blood toad he was riding. No wonder this attack had such great strength. This blue-eyed blood toad was a ninth-order monster beast, and its tongue was one of the most resilient parts of its body, so it was understandable that it was able to repel him. Just as Xianxia saw through this, the scarlet tongue smashed into the purple shield again, but this time Xianxia was prepared and simply swayed slightly to offset this great force. Just as he was about to counterattack though, he saw a smug smile appear on the old man's face as he stretched out his hand and patted the blue-eyed blood toad beneath him, pouring his Saint Chi into its body as he shouted, "Come here." At the same time, Xianxia felt a huge suction force coming from the purple shield in his hand and dragging him forward. Taking a closer look, Xianxia's brow twitched as he discovered that the blue-eyed blood toad's long scarlet tongue actually had countless tiny suction cups. It was using these suction cups that its tongue was able to hold on to the purple shield and drag it back towards itself. "This old dog wants to snatch my artifact?" Xianxia instantly understood the other party's intentions and sneered, condensing a ball of black demonic flame in his hand. This demonic flame gave off a violent heat as it reached out to grab the scarlet tongue. "Little brat, you court death." Seeing this scene, the old man not only didn't become angry, but instead was overjoyed. The blue-eyed blood toad he had raised not only had thick skin and was extremely resistant to beatings, but its entire body also contained a potent poison. Not to mention its tongue, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator actually wanted to grab the blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue with his bare hands. This brat was simply courting death. Ci la, a strange sound rang out as a burnt smell filled the air. The blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue was caught by Xianxia and his demonic flame wrapped around half of it. The blue-eyed blood toad's eyes flashed a pained look as its cheeks bulged and it made a gurgling sound. How is this possible? The old man's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that his monster beast would suffer such a big loss in this confrontation while the other party was completely fine. Seeing the black flame follow the tongue and burn towards him like a prairie fire, the old man finally realized that something was wrong. The other party's black flame seemed to be quite extraordinary. Not only was it impervious to poison, but it was also extremely difficult to deal with. Immediately, the old man issued a command to his monster beast, and the blue-eyed blood toad immediately released the purple shield it was holding while retracting its scarlet tongue. In the blink of an eye, the long poisonous tongue disappeared and the blue-eyed blood toad's cheeks bulged a few times before it opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "You dare hurt my monster beast?" The old man's eyes went bloodshot. He had thought this would be a good show of killing and robbing, but it turned out to be a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. After swallowing the black flame into its stomach, his monster beast had obviously been injured. In a fit of anger, the old man pointed his finger and the lumps on the blue-eyed blood toad's body suddenly burst open, releasing a burst of colorful and unpleasant poisonous liquid. This poisonous liquid twisted slightly mid-air before transforming into small arrows that shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became dignified. Even though he had not personally experienced this poisonous liquid, he knew that it was not easy to come into contact with it. His expression becoming cold, he casually summoned a small furnace. An Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace. As soon as the artifact refining furnace appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat and rotated rapidly, expanding into a 10-meter-tall furnace in an instant. Accompanied by the cry of a bird, the firebird artifact spirit flew out of it in an elegant manner and opened its mouth to spit out a fiery red light to meet the countless poisonous arrows. When the fiery red light and the poisonous liquid came into contact with each other, a sizzling sound rang out incessantly, seemingly evenly matched. The old man's complexion changed again as he stared at the firebird artifact spirit with greed and fear, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Xianxia remained calm and composed, a faint smile appearing on his face. The artifact spirit's strength was much stronger than before, so it should have no problem dealing with a ninth-order monster beast. Suddenly, an astonishing attack filled with murderous intent flew towards Xianxia from the front. Seeing that his monster beast was entangled and unable to escape, the old man had taken the initiative to attack Xianxia, the one-handed axe in his hand pulsing with murderous intent as he casually swung it, sending out a black streak of light. Facing the power of his opponent's artifact, Xianxia naturally did not dare to act carelessly. Although the flow of his Saint Chi would be suppressed in this place, his opponent was still a second-order origin returning realm master. This was the first time Xianxia had faced such an enemy head-on. Flicking his 10 fingers, demonic flames flew out one after another, and under the control of Xianxia's divine sense, these demonic flames flickered slightly before transforming into the shape of birds that flew towards the incoming wave of murderous intent. Yuan control technique? The old man's eyelids twitched fiercely. He had actually seen such an ingenious Yuan control technique from a third-order Saint King cultivator. Even he himself was unable to control his Saint Chi to such an extent, let alone a Saint King. But the reality was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. The birds transformed from his demonic flames collided with the murderous intent in an instant, and after a series of rumbling sounds, both sides dissipated. So what if you're proficient in Yuan control technique? In front of this old master, you can only wait to be slaughtered, boy. The old man's face turned gloomy as he roared, sending out an invisible force with him as the center, directly enveloping Xianxia. A stagnant feeling spread out, making it difficult for this old man to even move his fingers. Sure. Moreover, this was the sure of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, which was much stronger than that of a first-order cultivator. Even so, the old man was not satisfied. After suppressing Xianxia with his sure, he threw the one-handed axe in his hand forward and poured his Saint Chi into it while shouting, "Go!" After the one-handed axe absorbed the old man's Saint Chi, it suddenly released even more demonic chi and transformed into a giant black python several dozen meters long. The giant python shook its head and swung its tail fiercely, opening its mouth wide as it flew towards Xianxia, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The old man grinned ferociously. As a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, he actually had to use his full strength to deal with a mere third-order Saint King, a fact that annoyed him greatly, but compared to the wealth this little brat possessed, this time's effort was worth it. With a look of confidence on his face, the old man was ready to watch Xianxia's body shatter. Several golden lights suddenly flickered, filling the entire sky. Under the cutting of these golden lights, the old man felt as if countless pebbles had been thrown into the calm surface of a lake. Very soon, his aura became chaotic, and he was no longer able to suppress his opponent in the slightest. This little brat can even break the shur of an origin-returning realm master? On top of that, these golden lights looked vaguely familiar, but the old man couldn't remember where he had seen them before. This old man couldn't be blamed for his ignorance though, as Xianxia's golden blood thread was very different from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread. Although they both originated from the same source, Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads didn't have Xianxia's unique advantages. When Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads, they either used shortcuts to enhance their vitality or directly absorbed the vitality essence of their enemies. As a result, although this method could also enhance the power of demon blood threads, it was somewhat impure and gave off a gloomy feeling. However, Xianxia's golden blood thread was condensed from the golden blood in his body and was incomparably pure, far more orthodox than demon blood threads. If the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple was here, he may be able to see some clues, but the old man didn't have such good eyesight. With his shur broken, Xianxia instantly broke free from the invisible quagmire and poured his Xianxia into the purple shield in his hand before throwing it forward. The purple shield immediately burst open and transformed into a yellow sandstorm, covering the sky, and the pitch-black python formed from the old man's one-handed axe artifact. Indistinctly, the hissing sound of a giant python could be heard from the inside. The giant python's huge body was moving left and right, but it was not easy for it to escape. After all, the grade of the purple shield was higher than that of the one-handed axe. The power of the sandstorm inside was mainly used for defense, so it was not difficult for it to trap the pitch-black giant python. Artifacts did not fight on their own, so the entanglement between the purple shield and the one-handed axe was completely a divine sense confrontation between Xianxia and the old man, a contest between the strength of their divine senses and the exquisiteness of their artifacts. The old man's complexion changed drastically, because after this exchange, he suddenly discovered that not only was Xianxia's heritage not inferior to his own, but even the strength of his spiritual energy was incredibly powerful, far surpassing that of any other cultivator in the same realm. "Who the hell are you?" the old man exclaimed. He couldn't believe that a little brat who didn't belong to any sect could possess such great strength. Forget about the elite Saint Kings of Myriad Beast Mountain, even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect couldn't cultivate such a powerful cultivator. On Shadowed Star, there was only one place that could cultivate such a heaven-defying cultivator, and that was Star Emperor Mountain. Could this little brat have come down from Star Emperor Mountain for a life experience? Recalling all the information he had gathered about Xianxia, the old man's heart thumped heavily. If not for this, how could he have so many methods to restrain the old man at every turn? "You talk too much nonsense." Xianxia had no intention of answering him. Just now, he had been forced into a passive defensive situation, not because he lacked strength, but because this was the first time he had fought against a cultivator of this level. Even if he had the advantage of time and place, he didn't dare act rashly, so he wanted to test his opponent's strength. Now that the result had been decided, he naturally had to take the offensive. As soon as these words left his mouth, a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in Xianxia's hand. This long sword was completely condensed from Saint Qi and was pitch black in color, as if it could swallow all the light in its surroundings. Raising this sword high, Xianxia slashed out fiercely. A several dozen meter-long sword Qi pierced through the air like a rainbow as it flew towards the old man. Feeling the lethality contained in this sword wave, the old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged to the side, but before he could regain his footing, another sword wave swept towards him, as if the other party didn't care about wasting his Saint Qi at all. The old man's soul almost flew out of his body. This time, there was no way he could dodge, so he grit his teeth and took out a small square shield from his space ring. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto it, causing the small square shield to spin rapidly. As it spun, a very sturdy golden rune-like phantom emerged from it and blocked the old man's path. Every cultivator had at least one defensive artifact, and the old man was no exception. After all, there were some attacks he couldn't easily resist. This small square shield was the old man's defensive artifact, and although it was only origin grade low rank, it was still the masterpiece of the origin grade artifact refiner who worshipped Myriad Beast Mountain. The old man was usually reluctant to use it, treating it as a precious treasure. But now, he had no choice but to take it out. Asterisk Kong, asterisk a loud bang rang out as the several dozen meter-long sword wave slammed into the shield. The rune-like phantom flickered slightly, but it still managed to protect the old man's path. The old man's body shook and he was forced back a few steps, but a look of joy appeared on his face because the sword wave had been completely blocked by his artifact, making him very satisfied with the strength of his defensive artifact. But in the next moment, the joy on his face stiffened and his eyes bulged. He saw streaks of sword light flying towards him one after another. Each streak was over 100 feet long, and each streak was as black as ink. Each streak was rolling with scorching black flames, and they almost occupied half of the sky. The old man's heart turned cold. Is this little brat sick? What kind of cultivator would squander his Xianxia like this in the middle of a battle? Isn't he afraid he won't be able to continue fighting? No matter what realm a cultivator was, they would always carefully calculate every bit of their strength during a battle. After all, no one could guarantee that this battle would not be a protracted one. If the battle dragged on for too long and their Xianxia was exhausted, wouldn't they be at the mercy of their foes? Although the old man had not seen Xianxia launch a desperate attack like this before, he had only seen a few of them. The few times he had seen such a situation, it was always when the enemy knew they had no hope of surviving and tried to drag him down with them. Unfortunately, in the end, no one had succeeded and all of them had been killed by him. This little brat seems to want to fight me to the death. Is he crazy? All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed across the old man's mind. Having just suffered a blow, the old man's body had been greatly shaken, but at this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. All he could do was desperately pour his Xianxia into the small shield in his hand and pray that it would be able to protect him. The golden figure shone brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. The next moment, rumbling sounds of collisions rang out as the old man's body was constantly pushed back by the powerful force. The sword chi bombarded the shield, shattering it one after another, but they continued to surge forward in an endless stream. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk a crisp sound rang out, causing the old man's face to go pale instantly. Looking over, he discovered that the golden phantom in front of him had actually cracked open a small crack. This small crack quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a spider's web had appeared. No matter how strong one's defense was, it could not withstand endless attacks. Even Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array could not escape this iron law, so how could a trivial origin grade low-rank small shield be able to withstand it? Not good. The old man exclaimed in his heart as he hurriedly threw the shield in his hand forward while quickly dodging to the side. At this critical moment, he could only abandon this small shield that he regarded as a precious treasure. This small shield did not have the special power contained in Xianxia's purple shield. With a bang, without the old man's Xianxia pouring into it, the small shield, no matter how high grade it was nothing more than a dead object. After being swept by Xianxia's sword waves, the small shield was instantly burned to ashes by his demonic flames. However, this brief moment of resistance allowed the old man to escape and retreat 300 meters away. Staring coldly at the place where the old man was standing, Xianxia clenched his left hand and condensed a black spear into his hand. Go! Xianxia shouted and the black spear trembled slightly before suddenly disappearing from its original position. When it reappeared, it was already above the old man's head and piercing towards him. The heaven-punishing spear of the 9 heavens divine skills was one of the 9 heavens divine skills that Xianxia was now proficient in using, so its power was quite extraordinary. The old man had not yet recovered from the thrill just now, so now that he was in danger again, his heart filled with both shock and anger. Letting out a roar, he raised his hands and pushed them up fiercely, condensing a large amount of Xianxia into a light curtain above his head that blocked the fatal blow of the heaven-punishing spear. But this was not the end of it. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared and slapped towards the old man's head, causing his eyelids to twitch fiercely. This palm print seemed to cover the heavens and earth, sealing off all escape routes, causing the old man to feel a sense of despair. Heaven-covering hand, a single hand that could cover the heavens. With a bang, the palm print slammed down, causing the earth to tremble violently as a several dozen meter mark appeared on the ground. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they would be able to see that this was actually a giant palm print. However, Xianxia frowned as he turned his head and stared into the distance. Over there, the old man had been standing there for some time, his face pale as he coughed softly, his Saint Chi extremely unstable. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. He did not know what kind of secret technique this old man had used, but he had actually been able to escape from all of his attacks. It seemed that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator really could not be underestimated. Boy, do you really want to fight this old master to the bitter end? The old man stared at Yang Kai with resentment and fear as he asked coldly. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Even without the suppression of the spirit array here, the old man knew that he would not be able to kill Yang Kai. Perhaps the latter could even fight evenly with him. But now, under the suppression of this strange spirit array, the old man was unable to display even 70% of his strength, so he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. Besides the few times he had attacked at the beginning, the rest of his time had been spent dodging and defending. In particular, the scene just now caused the old man to break out in a cold sweat. If he had not decisively used a secret technique that greatly reduced his strength to escape, it was likely he would have been seriously injured by now. Suffering such a heavy blow in this place, it was easy to guess what kind of fate awaited him. However, that secret technique could not be used casually. After this battle, regardless of whether he won or lost, several years of recuperation would be unavoidable. The old man had already decided to retreat. Treasures could move one's heart, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. As for how to appease Elder Feng's anger, that was not something he needed to consider right now. If he continued to remain, he was likely to die here. Bitter end? After listening to the old man's words, a playful look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he said disdainfully, "You think you can do that?" The sarcasm and ridicule in his words were obvious. If it were any other time, the old man would not have let this matter go. He had never been mocked by a Saint King realm cultivator before, but now. Do you think this old master is already a fish on the chopping block? Boy, this old master admits that you are strong, but this old master is not so easy to kill. How about this matter end here? Let this old master leave and this old master will never return to Dragon Cave Mountain again. How does that sound? Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Yang Kai grinned and said coldly, "So what if I treat you like a fish on the chopping block? Little brat, where it's possible to make mistakes, if you really want to go all out against this old master, be careful your teeth don't break." The old man shouted fiercely. "Oh? Then I'd like to see just how many of my teeth you can break with your body." Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he showed no intention of backing down. The enemy had already invaded his home, so how could Yang Kai compromise and let him leave safely? Yang Kai had already made up his mind to kill all those who had intruded into Dragon Cave Mountain. Kind people were bullied, kind horses were ridden, and it was time for Dragon Cave Mountain to show its fangs. Hearing Yang Kai's answer, the old man's eyes flashed a fierce light as he grit his teeth and asked, "Do you really want to act so ruthlessly?" Yang Kai didn't say anything and instead raised the sword in his hand and sent out another sword wave, telling the old man his answer with his actions. "You forced me to do this." The old man's face suddenly became fierce as he stood in place, not even bothering to evade, seemingly not afraid of this sword wave at all. Yang Kai raised his brow and his expression became dignified. He didn't think that this old man was seeking death. From the old man's words just now and his current expression, it was obvious he still had some kind of trump card he hadn't used yet. Since he dared to act so arrogantly, he must be confident he could block this blow. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and with a flick of his finger, he sent out a space blade towards the old man. Yang Kai didn't intend to let the old man use his trump card and was only prepared to use his space blade to end the battle. With the black sword wave in front and the space blade behind, the old man didn't notice at all, but he still stood in place without moving and instead took out a jade box from his space blade. Opening the jade box, Yang Kai saw a blood-red pill the size of a longan. The old man picked up this pill, threw it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it with a gudong sound. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the old man swallowed this pill, Yang Kai clearly saw a look of nostalgia and struggle appear in his eyes. At the same time, the pitch-black sword ray had already arrived 10 meters in front of him, and was about to hit him. But right at this moment, a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky. Accompanied by a loud bang and the earth trembling, this behemoth blocked the old man's path. Whoosh! The sword light bombarded the gigantic creature's body, emitting an ear-piercing sound, as well as a painful gurgling sound. Blue-eyed blood toad. At this critical moment, the old man actually summoned his blue-eyed blood toad back. Although this monster beast was at the 9th order, in terms of strength, it was not as strong as the Firebird artifact spirit. Its only advantage was its thick skin and thick flesh. In the short time it had been fighting with the Firebird artifact spirit, the blue-eyed blood toad's entire body was covered in wounds from head to toe. Large blisters had replaced the original lumps on its body, and a large amount of colorful venom was flowing out from its wounds, giving off a nauseating smell. Even so, the blue-eyed blood toad still hadn't died. If it had been any other 9th order monster beast, it would likely have died by now. The blue-eyed blood toad was already riddled with scars, but after being struck by Yang Kai's sword light, a long gash appeared on its body, one that was so deep that one could almost see its white bones. However, the old man didn't seem to care about this at all, as if this monster beast wasn't the one he had kept in captivity for many years. Stretching out his hand, he patted the blue-eyed blood toad's back and desperately poured his Xianxia into it. Silently, the space blade that followed closely behind the sword light arrived, instantly creating a crescent-shaped gash on the blue-eyed blood toad's abdomen. Any target struck by this space blade would be banished to the void, so the wounds inflicted by this space blade could not be healed. Although the power of Yang Kai's space blade was not small, the strength of the blue-eyed blood toad's body was also not to be underestimated. This attack barely managed to penetrate its body before the power of the space blade dissipated. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt slightly regretful. If his space blade had been able to advance another 2 meters, it may have been able to kill this old man in one fell swoop. But it was obviously pointless to consider such matters now. No matter how thick the blue-eyed blood toad's skin was, it would undoubtedly die after suffering such a serious injury. As its owner, the old man seemed to have suffered a backlash and was desperately pushing his Xianxia when he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately turning to stare at the blue-eyed blood toad in shock, his eyes filled with horror. Perceiving that the vitality of the monster beast he was connected to was rapidly dissipating, the old man pushed his Xianxia even more violently, causing the blue-eyed blood toad's body to swell rapidly and soon become round and rolling, as if it would burst at any moment. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit in his mind. Accompanied by a crisp bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew towards the old man. Before the artifact spirit could reach him though, a loud explosion rang out and the blue-eyed blood toad exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but a colorful poisonous mist and venom. The artifact spirit was frightened by this and hurriedly flew up into the sky. However, the old man simply stood there with a ferocious look on his face, enjoying the baptism of the poisonous mist and venom. It was unknown what kind of secret art or secret technique he had used to absorb all the poisonous mist and venom into his body. At the same time, the old man waved his hand and grabbed the blue-eyed blood toad's monster core, tossed it directly into his mouth, and began chewing on it. A series of unforeseen events had happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Kai Yang dumbstruck. After absorbing the blood mist and swallowing the monster core of the blue-eyes blood toad, the old man's appearance also underwent a terrifying change. Lumps of flesh began to appear on his exposed skin, and from these lumps of flesh, a foul stench constantly flowed out, making him look exactly the same as the blue-eyes blood toad from before. This old man's appearance was already quite ugly to begin with, but now his appearance was even worse. Not only that, but his 2 eyes also seemed to have turned blue, as if they contained some kind of mysterious power. The most ridiculous thing was that his cheeks had also swelled up like the blue-eyed blood toad's, making him look quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to laugh at all because the aura of the old man at this moment had soared, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Good, good, good. The old man suddenly laughed wildly as his pair of blue eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai. Being able to force this old master into monster transformation, you can consider your death a worthy one. Monster transformation. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, it should be one of Myriad Beast Mountain's secret techniques. After all, Myriad Beast Mountain's cultivator had dealt with monster beast all year round, so it wasn't impossible for him to enslave a monster beast to do such a thing. With Yang Kai's eyesight, it wasn't difficult for him to see that this old man wasn't completely human at this moment, but rather half human and half monster. Moreover, not only was there Saint Chi fluctuations coming from his body, but there was also monster Chi, a terrifying combination. This secret technique is bound to cause great trouble. Perhaps it can't be reversed, Yang Kai immediately judged, otherwise, the old man wouldn't have waited until now to use it. After all, Saint Chi and monster Chi were two different things that couldn't coexist in a human body. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Myriad Beast Mountain's monster transformation secret technique was indeed extremely dangerous, and there was no way to reverse it. Even if the old man could successfully suppress his monster Chi afterwards, most of his cultivation would be crippled and he would no longer be able to fight. Otherwise, the backlash from his monster Chi would result in his death. This old man had been forced into a corner, otherwise, how could he have chosen to cut off all means of retreat like this? The old man's momentum was monstrous, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid, simply waving his hand and summoning the Firebird artifact spirit over, one man and one artifact spirit glaring fiercely at the old man. The old man didn't intend to waste any time. As soon as his monster transformation ended, his cheeks bulged and he let out a seemingly careless breath before shooting out a green poison arrow towards Yang Kai. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man was able to use the abilities of the Blue Eyes Blood Toad. Yang Kai raised his brow and naturally wouldn't stand still, his figure flickering as he dodged to the side. But before he could react, the poison arrow suddenly exploded mid-air, turning into countless tiny drops of venom that splashed out in all directions. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only condense his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body. The venom and Saint Chi collided and actually corroded a small hole in the demonic flame barrier. After undergoing monster transformation, this venom seemed to have become much stronger. However, before Yang Kai could investigate carefully, a dangerous aura pressed down from the sky. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly pushed his palm upwards, pushing his Saint Chi violently. A great force came from above and Yang Kai was pushed down, but when he looked up, there was no trace of his enemy in the sky. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the old man was leaping around him at an incredible speed, looking for a flaw and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This kind of speed was not something a human could possess. It seemed that after the old man had undergone monster transformation, he had also inherited the jumping ability of the Blue Eyes Blood Toad. This is going to be a bit tricky. The old man's speed was so fast that it would not be easy to hit him. However, Yang Kai was currently fighting 2 against 1, and the artifact spirit was a good helper. On top of that, Yang Kai had the advantage of being suppressed by the spirit array, so he did not panic and simply sent a command to the artifact spirit with his divine sense. The Firebird immediately burst into countless tiny birds. These birds looked exactly the same as the artifact spirit, but were countless times smaller in size. These birds were densely packed and covered a large area. Suddenly, a few of the birds cried out and burst into flames. On the other side, the old man's figure flickered as he helplessly reappeared, a look of resentment flashing across his face. He had not expected that Yang Kai would actually use the artifact spirit to investigate his whereabouts and had exposed his whereabouts. Several golden threads suddenly shot out from the front, transforming into a golden light that enveloped the old man. These golden threads gave off an extremely sharp aura, and once one was cut by them, their fate would definitely not be good. The old man's complexion changed as his eyes flashed a brilliant blue light as he glared towards Yang Kai. An invisible force burst out from his knowledge sea and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Soul poison. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man's knowledge sea had also undergone a mutation, allowing him to use powerful methods such as soul poison. Once one was infected by this soul poison, they would become like maggots in one's bones and become extremely difficult to expel. Using this soul poison in battle was even more difficult to defend against. Seeing the old man staring at him recklessly, Yang Kai didn't panic and instead rejoiced, his left eye suddenly becoming as deep as the sea as a golden pupil appeared. Demon Eye of Annihilation. This pure golden pupil was thin and long, giving off an intimidating aura that made it impossible to resist, as if this eye had become the ruler of heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was also some inexplicable multicolored light lingering around this golden pupil. Colored glass divine light. After refining the colored glass bead given to him by Dai Yuan, Yang Kai had fused some of its power with it. Although the colored glass divine light had not yet fully integrated with the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was now able to use its power. The demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's innate divine technique, and it was not something he had obtained through hard work but was instead something he was born with. As such, although great demon god was only a saint king at the time of his death, in Yang Kai's hands, the demon eye of annihilation was able to display even more tyrannical power. An invisible vortex vaguely appeared in the golden eye and a tyrannical suction force emerged from it. The old man was shocked. At this moment, he felt his soul become turbulent and he could not help but have the illusion that it was about to be sucked away. This discovery shocked the old man greatly and he quickly stopped circulating his secret art to suppress the palpitations and panic in his heart. But this was not the end. The inexplicable glow lingering around the golden pupil gave off a strange force at this moment, and under the influence of this force, the old man suddenly found that his soul, which had just stabilized, became turbulent again. Not only that, but this time even his body seemed to be somewhat out of control. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of swallowing the essence of a cultivator's soul, and Yang Kai had relied on it to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao that surpassed his own realm in advance. As such, no matter how fast one's cultivation speed was, there would be no flaws in their state of mind. On top of that, the colored glass divine light had the power to restrain one's soul and suppress all 5 elements, so when these 2 effects were superimposed, it was not to be underestimated. However, Yang Kai's current strength wasn't very high, so fighting a master like this old man across realms would be less effective. Not to mention, this old man had already undergone monster transformation and was far more difficult to deal with than an ordinary second-order origin returning realm master. As such, in just a breath's time, the old man managed to break free from the dual suppression of the demon eye of annihilation and colored glass divine light. However, it was enough. During this brief moment, Yang Kai had already sent out more than a dozen space blades towards the old man. By the time the old man's eyes regained their clarity and he regained his freedom, the pitch-black blade-like attack had already reached him. The old man's soul almost left his body as he let out a roar and summoned 2 thick light curtains around his body. One of these light curtains was condensed from his own Saint Chi while the other was condensed from the Blue-Eyes Bloodtoad's monster Chi. However, even 2 layers of protection couldn't stop the spatial blade. Silently, more than a dozen space blades flew past where the old man was standing, cutting through his body before flying several dozen meters away before gradually dissipating. The old man, on the other hand, stood in place with a look of shock on his face as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. Immediately, he lowered his head and looked down at his body, only to see many knife-shaped holes. Through these holes, the old man could clearly see his broken organs and wriggling 6 bowels. Crimson blood was gushing out from these wounds like fountains. Space Force. The old man muttered to himself as his body exploded with a crash, turning into a pile of minced meat. On his old face, his 2 eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually died in such a place. Looking at the old man's corpse, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had not been easy. Although Yan Yan had been controlling the spirit array to suppress the old man's strength, after using his monster transformation secret technique, the old man had been able to display far greater strength than usual. If it weren't for Yang Kai's many methods, he might not have been able to kill this old man. The demon eye of annihilation released a powerful suction force and swallowed the old man's soul. This was the soul of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so it would be of great help to Yang Kai in his comprehension of Shi. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. After this battle, Yang Kai had a vague understanding of his own combat effectiveness. At his current level, he had no problem confronting a second-order origin returning realm cultivator head-on, but whether or not he could kill one would depend on the other party's ability. As for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai seemed to be struggling, but without actually fighting, he couldn't make any judgments. On the other side, without the control of the old man's divine sense, the black python transformed from his one-handed axe artifact reverted back to its original form and fell to the ground. Yang Kai waved his hand and took back his purple shield before picking up the one-handed axe and playing with it for a moment before tossing it into his space ring. Standing in place and silently investigating for a moment, Yang Kai quickly understood the current situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. The intruders were basically all dead, but some were more than a dozen kilometers away, there was another second-order origin returning realm cultivator locked in a bitter struggle against 3 first-order origin returning realm cultivators. Through the auras of these people, Xianxia quickly determined that the enemy should be a master from Demon Blood Temple. As for the 3 first-order origin returning realm cultivators, needless to say, they were obviously Changqi, Haoan, and Ning Xianchen. Although the cultivation of these 3 was lower, they had no problem besieging the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Xianxia also perceived that the situation was one-sided, so it was only a matter of time before the enemy was defeated and died. Ning Xianchen wading into these muddy waters and standing on Dragon Cave Mountain's side was beyond Xianxia's expectations. After all, Xianxia didn't have much of a friendship with this senior and had only spoken with him a few times during his trip to the Emperor Garden. Although Xianxia knew that Ning Xianchen's purpose in making friends with him was to borrow his Firebird artifact spirit, Xianxia didn't find it objectionable. After all, the other party didn't have the slightest malicious intent and simply wanted to ask for help. What's more, Ning Xianchen had readily agreed to his request in the end. What had been an unintentional act at that time had actually brought reinforcements to Dragon Cave Mountain at this time, a truly unintentional act. Otherwise, with just Changqi and Haoan, it would have been impossible for them to kill this enemy from Demon Blood Temple. Of course, it didn't matter if Dragon Cave Mountain had Ning Xianchen or not, but this discovery made Xianxia feel much better. No longer paying attention to Ning Xianchen, Xianxia turned his gaze to a different place, a cold grin appearing on his face as he walked over. Inside this strange desolate illusion, where there was no sun, moon, or stars, Xiali sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He had been trying for a long time but still couldn't break the spirit array in front of him. At this moment, he decisively understood that he couldn't break the spirit array with his own strength, so he decided not to waste any more time and instead began conserving his strength. He knew that this illusion array didn't have any lethality, so if the enemy wanted to kill him, they would eventually show themselves. As the strongest member of the Xia family, Xia Li's mental fortitude was quite good, but the Saint Kings around him weren't so calm. At this moment, all of them were staring at Xia Li eagerly, hoping he could point out a way. However, Xia Li didn't say anything, so they were helpless and didn't dare to rashly ask. All of them were like ants on a hot pan, anxious beyond belief. Suddenly, Xia Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up, his eyes flashing a terrifying light as he stared towards a certain direction. When he stood up, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and then a figure strangely passed through it, as if passing through a transparent water curtain, easily arriving in front of the Xia family members. Looking at this person's face, Xia Li's eyes narrowed as his murderous intent surged. Of course, he recognized Xianxia. After all, his son, Xia Hongwen, had died tragically at Xianxia's hands. Xia Li had always wanted to avenge his son's death, but he was a man who had experienced many storms and had not rashly come to Dragon Cave Mountain to seek revenge on Xianxia. After all, there was still Qian Tong standing behind Xianxia at that time. If he were to act rashly, even if he succeeded, Xia Li would be buried along with Xianxia. If that really happened, the gains would not make up for the losses. As such, Xia Li had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. He had been lucky, he had failed, and now he had finally reached this moment. Now that he had met his enemy, it was only natural that he would become enraged. However, Xia Li was still able to maintain his composure and simply stare at Xianxia, not daring to act rashly. After breaking into this illusion, Xianxia glanced around and summoned his artifact spirit indifferently. The firebird spread its wings and sent out a series of wash-basin-sized fireballs towards the Saint King Realm cultivator. These poor Saint King Realm cultivator had been trapped here for so long and had long since become distraught. Now that they were attacked by the firebird, whose strength was comparable to an origin-returning realm master, how could they resist? The defensive artifacts they hurriedly summoned were unable to resist the onslaught of these fireballs and were shattered by the heat waves and impact. The Saint Qi barriers protecting their bodies also flashed wildly and broke in the blink of an eye, causing them to scream miserably as they fell to the ground and were burned to ashes. In an instant, the several Saint King Realm cultivator were all killed without being able to play a single role. However, Xia Li's expression remained unchanged, as if the ones who died were not his family's disciples, simply staring coldly at Xianxia. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and quickly said, "Is this the first time you and this old master have met?" "This old master is Xiaoli, presumably you are no stranger to him." Yang Kai curled his lips and said lightly, "I know you are Xiaoli, and I know why you are here, but I just want to ask you a question." "Good, before you die, this old master can satisfy your wish," Xiaoli coldly snorted, seemingly quite confident in his own methods. "Shameless boasting." Yang Kai grinned, "Forget it, I won't bother with you, you just need to tell me where Lu Yi is and I'll leave your corpse intact." "Lu Yi?" Xiaoli's brow furrowed, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to ask such a question at this time, but a strange look flashed across his eyes before he shook his head and said, "I don't know, he's probably dead." "Dead?" Yang Kai did not comment. It was impossible for Lu Yi to die so easily. Yang Kai had cut off one of Lu Ye's arms in Lu Yan's desert, but even so, this time, Lu Ye's arm had actually grown back. Yang Kai could not understand this. It was impossible for someone who could regrow a severed arm to die so easily, so Yang Kai faintly felt that Lu Yi was not simple. However, at this moment, besides Xiaoli in front of him, only the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple was still alive. If Lu Yi had broken in, there was no reason he would not have been discovered. Yang Yan and Wu Yi were monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements at all times. "This bastard is quite shrewd, not daring to come in." Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth. "Is that all you have to say?" Xiaoli showed an impatient look. "Yes," Yang Kai grinned back at him. "Then you can die." Xiaoli's face filled with a fierce light as he roared, a majestic Saint Chi pulsing from his body that was faintly visible to the naked eye. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds rang out from his body as his physique expanded dramatically, his muscles bulging and giving off a strange bronze color as he shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise as he had not expected this Xiaoli to actually want to fight him in close quarters, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the other party had a deep hatred for him, so naturally this kind of method would be more satisfying. Thinking so, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he stood in place and stared at Xiaoli indifferently, waving his hand and sending out a golden thread. Xiaoli, however, did not try to dodge and instead slowly stretched out his fist. This fist seemed to be slow but was actually filled with a powerful golden light as it met the golden thread head-on. In the blink of an eye, the fist collided with the golden blood thread, but to Yang Kai's surprise, his incredibly sharp golden blood thread was actually blocked by his opponent's bare fist. Not only that, but an inexplicable force passed through the golden thread and into his body, causing his vitality to surge. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yang Kai realized that this Xiaoli was even more difficult to deal with than the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain. As expected of a powerhouse from the Shadow Moon Hall, just his background alone was extraordinary. If Xiaoli were to fight the old man one-on-one, the old man would definitely not be a match for him. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and just as he was about to use some other method to stop this old man, a sudden change occurred. Xiaoli, who was rushing towards him with murderous intent, suddenly let out a strange cry, as if he had encountered some kind of accident, a look of pain and confusion appearing on his face. In the next moment, his flashing eyes were covered with a layer of blood-red light. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled, subconsciously thinking that the other side was playing some kind of trick, but he also felt that something was wrong. For a moment he didn't know what the other side was thinking. At that moment, Xiaoli had already rushed to within 5 meters of Yang Kai, his murderous intent so clear it was almost tangible, like a sharp blade cutting into Yang Kai's skin. The next moment, Xiaoli's body began to glow with a strange blood-red color, and his aura became extremely chaotic. Blood began to flow from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears as his eyes widened, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This is... Yang Kai watched this sudden scene in surprise, but soon he thought of something and his expression changed dramatically. With a tap of his hand, the purple shield flew out and transformed into a violent sandstorm that wrapped around him. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down from the sky and transformed into a curtain of flames, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just finished doing all this when Xiaoli rushed into the curtain of flames formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Scorching flames covered his entire body, turning him into a burning man in an instant, but Xiali seemed to be unaware of this and still rushed towards Yang Kai without any fear of death, muttering some kind of incantation under his breath as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. The curtain of flames shrank and blocked Xiaoli's advance, finally slowing him down significantly. Xiaoli's body also reached its limit at this moment as his skin began to crack and blood began to seep out, drying under the scorching heat. A loud bang rang out as Xiaoli's physical body and the massive amount of Saint Qi contained in his body suddenly burst apart. An unimaginable shockwave spread out from where he stood, sending sand and stones flying everywhere as the heavens and earth seemed to shatter. The surrounding space flashed wildly as the illusion arrays arranged here were unable to withstand the impact of this energy and only lasted a few breaths of time before collapsing, revealing the original scenery of this place. The curtain of flames that had originally wrapped Xiaoli's body was also torn apart by this shockwave. Fortunately, the artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was hit by this shockwave, it did not suffer any serious damage, only shrinking and distorting for a moment before restoring its original appearance, its eyes flashing an anthropomorphic look of horror. All of Dragon Cave Mountain shook at this moment, and even with the many layers of protective spirit arrays, the energy fluctuations could not be concealed. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who were 50 kilometers away, both stood up and stared towards Dragon Cave Mountain in surprise. Old Fei, this is... Qian Tong's expression became dignified. Did someone self-destruct? Fei Ji too said in surprise. And looking at this aura, it seems to be Xiali. That can't be. Xiali is a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Even if he fell into that spirit array, he shouldn't have ended up like this. Let's go take a look, something's wrong over there. After Qian Tong said so, his figure flickered and flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Fei Ji too frowned, smiled bitterly, and followed after him helplessly. Speaking of which, Shadow Moon Hall was in a bad situation right now, so it was best not to get involved in this matter, but after seeing that Yang Kai possessed a wisp of an ancient divine spirit's remnant soul, Fei Ji too could no longer treat him as an ordinary Saint King and subconsciously wanted to establish a good relationship with him. In addition, Qian Tong was obviously on Yang Kai's side, so Yang Kai naturally did not want Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain to suffer any losses. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer exchanged a glance before following without hesitation. The group of 4 flew up into the air and hurried over, but before they even arrived at Dragon Cave Mountain, they saw countless rays of light flying towards the same destination from all directions. Obviously, these were the masters from the various great forces who had been watching from the sidelines. After noticing the movement on Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them were greatly surprised and ran over to see what was happening. Over on Colored Glass Sect's side, Gong Ao Fu, Dai Yuan, and Yin Su Dai were also flying over, but unlike Gong Ao Fu and Yin Su Dai's indifference, Dai Yuan's face showed an anxious look. After hesitating for a while, she grit her teeth and asked, "Honored Master, what happened over there? Why are there such terrifying energy fluctuations?" Gong Ao Fu frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy that Dai Yuan was so concerned about Dragon Cave Mountain. Originally, she did not want to answer, but seeing Yin Su Dai also looking at her suspiciously, she thought about it and said, "It seems that someone self-destructed, otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a disturbance." Self-destruct? Who self-destructed? Yin Su Dai raised her brow and asked excitedly, could it be that Dragon Cave Mountain is heavily outnumbered and Yang Kai has no way out? Hearing her say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face couldn't help turning white as her heart pounded rapidly. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head. No, that little brat doesn't have the ability to cause such a big disturbance. The one who self-destructed must be at the same level as Honored Master. A second-order origin returning realm? That can't be, right? Yin Su Dai exclaimed, there are only 3 second-order origin returning realm masters who entered Dragon Cave Mountain, each of them possessing outstanding strength and fame. How could one of them choose to self-destruct? How would Honored Master know? Didn't you see so many people rushing over? I'm afraid none of them knew what was going on, so they decided to investigate. However, judging from this aura, it's a bit similar to the one from Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall, doesn't that mean? Yin Su Dai's pretty face changed. Honored Master, is that true? Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Gong Ao Fu turned her head and glanced at her coldly. Whether it is or not, what does that have to do with you? Once this matter is over, return to Colored Glass Sect and enter retreat. From now on, without my permission, don't go out easily. Yes. Dai Yuan bit her red lips and nodded obediently. Although Gong Ao Fu was very satisfied with her apprentice's attitude, she was also filled with doubts. What kind of danger was hidden in this little dragon cave mountain? How could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator be forced to self-destruct? At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain's cave mansion, Yang Yan's complexion changed drastically. Even though she was hiding inside the cave mansion, she could clearly feel the violent energy fluctuations outside. At this moment, the entire cave mansion was filled with rubble, so Yang Kai was almost at the center of this dangerous situation and she couldn't tell if he was alright. Quickly pouring her Saint Chi into the gold and silver spirit array in front of her, Yang Yan breathed a sigh of relief after detecting Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai wasn't dead, but his aura was a bit chaotic. Just as she was about to carefully investigate Yang Kai's situation, Wu Yi exclaimed, "Elder sister Yang Yan, there are many masters approaching our Dragon Cave Mountain, what should we do?" Yang Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the spirit array. Sure enough, she found that many light spots were rapidly approaching Dragon Cave Mountain. Many of these lights were extremely bright, obviously the reaction of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen of them, and that wasn't all of them. So many? Yang Yan's face sank. With so many masters approaching, even if the Shadow Moon Hall wanted to intervene, it wouldn't be able to help. Although Qian Tong had a good relationship with Yang Kai, he couldn't become an enemy of so many people and would only drag Yang Yan down with him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Yan's expression became cold as she shouted, "Activate all the spirit arrays and barriers, kill anyone who dares trespass on Dragon Cave Mountain." Wu Yi froze for a moment before nodding immediately, her hands forming a series of seals as she poured her Saint Chi into the spirit array. Soon, all of Dragon Cave Mountain was covered in a thick fog and the sounds of wind blowing could be heard. "Xianyu, take them to the basement," Yang Yan said coldly. "Are we going to use that?" Xianyu heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. Yang Yan smiled bitterly, "I hope not, but it's better to be prepared early. You helped me refine it so you know what to do now." "I know." Xianyu nodded lightly and immediately walked out. A moment later, all the cultivator hiding in the cave mansion came out and followed Xianyu towards a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain. "Xiao Xiao." Yang Yan called out softly. In the next moment, a little guy that looked like a stone puppet appeared in front of her silently and strangely, its pair of round eyes staring curiously at Yang Yan. "You go too." Yang Yan waved her hand and the stone mongoose's figure flickered and disappeared again. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stood somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain, his body dripping with blood as he stared blankly into the distance with a strange look on his face. In the ground in front of him, there was a huge crater with countless pieces of flesh scattered around it, making for a terrifying sight. This was obviously the result of Xiao Li's self-destruction. However, Yang Kai couldn't believe what he had just seen. Why would Xiao Li choose to self-destruct? Even if there was a great hatred between them, Xiao Li wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice his own life for revenge. What's more, the battle between them had only just begun, so how could Xiao Li not have any confidence in defeating him? Only those who were forced into a dead end would choose such an extreme method to die together with their enemy. Otherwise, if the enemy didn't die after they self-destructed, wouldn't that just cause pain to those close to them and pleasure to those close to them? Yang Kai subconsciously suspected that Xiao Li was playing some kind of trick and thought that everything just now was an illusion. However, the huge crater in front of him and the ferocious energy shockwave just now were clearly the result of a cultivator of that level self-destructing, so it couldn't be fate. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that Xiao Li's aura was nowhere to be seen. He had really disappeared. Is he crazy? While Yang Kai cursed in his heart, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. A second-order origin returning realm master had self-destructed just a few dozen meters away, and the terrifying shockwave had swept out. If Yang Kai hadn't sensed something was wrong and prepared in advance, he would likely have been dragged to the grave this time. The 2 layers of protection provided by the Firebird artifact spirit and the purple shield managed to reduce the power of his opponent's self-destruction by about 60%, but even so, when the shockwave hit him, Yang Kai felt like a small boat sailing in the middle of a storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Fortunately, his physique was strong and his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. At the critical moment, he had torn open a void crack and swallowed most of the shockwaves into it. At this moment, his appearance was a bit distressed, but it wasn't a big deal. In other words, Xiali had died in vain. However, Yang Kai was still frowning. He wasn't excited at all. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Unless Xiali's brain was rusty, there was no way he would make such a stupid choice. Xiali had always been the deacon of the Shadow Moon Hall. His cultivation realm was high, and such a person was undoubtedly very smart. He would never use self-destruction to launch an attack. Yang Kai could not figure it out. Thinking about the change in Xiali's expression before he blew himself up, Yang Kai was even more confused. While he was at a loss, a strange change occurred again. In the huge pit, a piece of flesh that belonged to Xiali after he exploded suddenly wriggled strangely, and then a blood-red light shot out from it. At the same time, 4 or 5 identical blood-red beams of light shot out from all directions. Looking at the location where the Xia family Saint King cultivator who had been killed by Yang Kai had died. As soon as these blood-red beams of light appeared, they rushed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. By the time Yang Kai discovered them, they had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he didn't know what these blood-red beams of light were, he noticed that they were strange. Stretching out his hand, he summoned a grand heavenly shield in front of him. Immediately, Yang Kai's golden blood threads flickered and cut towards these blood-red beams of light. With a series of whizzing sounds, the sharp golden blood threads cut through these blood-red beams of light hundreds of times in an instant. However, only a slightly weaker beam of light was dissipated, revealing its true form. It looked like a silkworm. Cocoon, its body cut into countless pieces and dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed. The rest of the beams of light arrived at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's face filled with shock as he hurriedly withdrew, but the speed of these beams of light was undoubtedly faster. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the grand heavenly shield, but the thick grand heavenly shield was unable to stop their advance. Several blood-red beams of light flashed and rushed into Yang Kai's mind, his spiritual energy defenses unable to block them. Shit! Yang Kai's face sank as he immediately closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. Looking around, he soon found traces of the intruders. They were exactly the same as the ones he had just seen. They were all blood-red silkworm cocoons that were quietly suspended somewhere above his knowledge sea. When Yang Kai discovered them, they all burst into light and immediately gathered towards the center. In the blink of an eye, these strange silkworm cocoons merged into one. A somewhat familiar aura emerged from this cocoon. Lu Yi. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he had only fought with Lu Yi once, Yang Kai still remembered his aura because this person was simply too strange. What Yang Kai hadn't expected was that behind these blood-red beams of light, there were actually traces of Lu Yi. Could it be that Xiali's self-destruction was also controlled by Lu Yi? Otherwise, how could a second-order origin returning realm master choose such an extreme method at the beginning of the battle? One of these blood-red beams of light clearly flew out from a piece of Xiali's flesh. Recalling the change in expression on Xiali's face before he self-destructed, Yang Kai faintly felt that his guess was correct. If this was really the case, then Lu Yi was simply too amazing. He could even control a second-order origin returning realm master. Just who is he? In an instant, Yang Kai raised his evaluation of Lu Yi to a whole new level, no longer daring to underestimate him. Staring at the blood-red silkworm cocoon in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This thing should have been condensed from spiritual energy and was not a physical entity. Lu Yi was just a trivial Saint King, so how could his spiritual energy be so powerful? Yang Kai couldn't believe it. Yang Kai's guess was not wrong. Xiali had indeed been controlled by Lu Yi. As a master who stood at the peak of this world tens of thousands of years ago, although Lu Yi's current cultivation was not outstanding, The various secret techniques he had mastered were far superior to ordinary origin-returning realm masters. Even if Xiaoli was shrewd, he would never have imagined that Lu Yi would be able to plant a 10,000 poison evil insect on him. Through this insect, Lu Yi secretly controlled the fate of the Xia family, Sea Heart sect, Flowing Cloud Valley, and the many cultivator he had subdued. From the beginning, Lu Yi did not intend for Xiaoli to seek revenge on Yang Kai or kill Yang Kai. His original plan was to control Yang Kai through the 10,000 poison evil insect and then take back what belonged to him from Yang Kai. In Luyan's desert, his precious treasure had been taken away by Yang Kai. Lu Yi had always wanted to take it back, and now, he had finally found an opportunity. His original intention was not to have Xiaoli blow himself up to kill Yang Kai, but rather to severely wound Yang Kai so that he would not be able to resist. Lu Yi had not expected that Xiaoli would choose to approach Yang Kai in a melee manner. If not for Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, Lu Ye's plan would likely have failed. After all, once Yang Kai died, Lu Yi would never be able to take back what belonged to him. The 10,000 poison evil insect was not a poisonous insect, but something he had condensed using his divine sense secret technique. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Now that several 10,000 poison evil insects had merged into one, their power was far greater than before. It could be said that using them to control a third-order Saint King cultivator was a simple matter. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai stared at the cocoon-like thing with a look of surprise on his face. Although he did not recognize the 10,000 poison evil insect, Yang Kai knew that it was not a good thing, so with a single thought, he sent out the flame-like seawater down below to wrap around the cocoon. The cocoon did not show any intention of resisting and simply allowed the seawater to hit it. Soon, it was completely wrapped up. Yang Kai's powerful conflagrated knowledge sea continued to burn the cocoon, but it did not seem to have any reaction, only a red light flashing across its body as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he secretly felt that he had underestimated this damned thing. His conflagrated knowledge sea did not seem to be able to cause much damage to it. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer tried to waste any more effort and simply waved his hand, causing the seawater to fall back down. Just as Yang Kai was about to use another method, the blood-red cocoon suddenly flickered and transformed into a blood-red light that shot straight towards his soul avatar. But how could Yang Kai allow it to succeed? Inside his knowledge sea, he was the master, he could control everything with a single thought. With a cold snort, Yang Kai condensed a number of fiery red spears from his spiritual energy and shot towards the blood cocoon, but the blood cocoon was extremely nimble, swaying back and forth slightly, dodging all of the attacks. So difficult to deal with? A fierce look flashed across Yang Kai's face as the demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge sea suddenly opened and shot out a golden beam of light towards the cocoon. The blood-red cocoon tried to dodge several times but was still unable to avoid this attack and was instantly enveloped. The rapidly flashing 10,000 poison evil insect immediately calmed down, as if it had been fixed in place, its fat body twisting and turning as it let out a strange squeaking sound, as if it was in great discomfort. Lu Ye's means were truly amazing, being able to control so many origin-returning realm cultivator with 10,000 poison evil insects, but he had clearly underestimated Yang Kai and actually wanted to use this 10,000 poison evil insect to control Yang Kai. Yang Kai's knowledge sea had a divine technique like the demon eye of annihilation. The greatest function of the golden light of annihilation was to purify the spiritual energy of others, so the 10,000 poison evil insect was naturally restrained by it. With a hissing sound, the blood-red mist on the surface of the blood-red cocoon evaporated, and no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape the golden light. Yang Kai looked on coldly from the sidelines, his expression neither surprised nor happy, but in his heart, he was greatly surprised. He didn't know how strange Lu Ye's spiritual energy was, but even after being enveloped by the golden light of annihilation, the blood-red cocoon didn't immediately melt. It seemed that it would take some effort to get rid of it. A long night was fraught with dreams. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before issuing a command in his mind. The next moment, from the seven-colored island in his knowledge sea, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, as if countless mosquitoes were flying towards him, flapping their wings. At the same time, a black cloud was rapidly approaching. Soul-devouring insects. The soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects that had been cultivated by Yangkai to this day and had even been nourished by the profound insect stone, so the power they could display now was incomparable to before. They could now easily devour the spiritual energy of a Saint King realm cultivator and could even cause some interference to an origin-returning realm cultivator. However, Yangkai rarely used them because Yangkai could easily kill ordinary enemies while the soul-devouring insects couldn't play much of a role in dealing with powerful enemies, so they were rarely used by Yangkai. However, this did not mean that the soul-devouring insects were useless. Their power lay in their ability to slaughter enemies on a large scale. But at this moment, they were perfectly suited for this purpose. The soul-devouring insect's favorite thing to devour was spiritual energy, so Lu Yi could only blame his bad luck. The soul secret skills he had condensed from his own secret technique were generally successful in every situation, but this time, they had been completely suppressed by Yangkai. Both the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of the 10,000 poison evil insect. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of soul-devouring insects arrived in front of Yangkai. Even under the golden light of annihilation, the blood-red cocoon only struggled slightly, but when the soul-devouring insects appeared, it seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and began trembling. The soul-devouring insects ignored this and rushed towards the 10,000 poison evil insect under Yangkai's control. Kacha-kacha, the sound of something being gnawed rang out. The soul-devouring insects came quickly and left just as quickly, returning to the seven-colored island a moment later while the 10,000 poison evil insect, which had been shrouded in the golden light of annihilation, was nowhere to be seen. It had clearly been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Yangkai swept his knowledge sea with his divine sense and after confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he gently nodded and released his soul avatar. At the same time, more than 200 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, in a certain room of the Xia family's headquarters, a handsome young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly turned pale and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a look of shock filling his face as he cried out, "How is this possible?" This person was naturally Lu Yi. He was actually quite clever, or rather cautious, so he did not participate in this siege of Dragon Cave Mountain, instead choosing to sit in the Xia family's mansion and wait for news. After all, if the matter was successful, it didn't matter whether he went or not. If it wasn't successful, it wouldn't matter even if he went. With this in mind, Lu Yi waited quietly in the distance from beginning to end. But just now, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. The 10,000 poisons evil insect that he relied on the most was actually killed. Planting this 10,000 poison evil insect on the Xia family Xiaoli had cost Lu Yi a lot of thought. After all, Xiaoli was a second-order origin-returning realm master, so it wouldn't be easy to secretly plant something on him. For this, Lu Yi even paid a trace of his origin divine essence. Now that his primordial spirit had disappeared, Lu Yi, as the master, naturally suffered a certain degree of backlash. His injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. He would need at least 1 to 2 months of recuperation. Lu Yi's face instantly became ferocious. What he thought was a foolproof plan had actually gone awry. What's more, from the little bit of information the 10,000 poison evil insect gave him, it was clear that it had been killed by Yangkai. As for what method Yangkai used, Lu Yi had no idea. No matter how powerful his secret technique was, it was impossible for him to monitor the situation in Yangkai's knowledge sea. Good. Lu Yi sneered, "This senior has underestimated you." A trivial Saint King was actually able to injure this senior. It seems the senior won't be too lonely in the future. Interesting. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Yi's expression became gloomy and he coldly snorted, "A bunch of wastes, unable to accomplish anything but ruin everything. If this senior hadn't seized this body and recultivated, how could he have needed you? It seems this place isn't suitable for me to stay for long." Saying so, Lu Yi stood up and silently left the Xia family's main altar, casually looking for a direction and disappearing. Although he was the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley, he didn't put this identity in his eyes at all. Since returning to Flowing Cloud Valley after seizing this body, he had subdued everyone in the valley. In order to cultivate his evil secret art, 90% of the sect's disciples had been sacrificed. Even the relatives of Lu Yi's current body had not been spared. Now that Flowing Cloud Valley was basically empty, Lu Yi naturally had no intention of returning. In any case, with his means, Shadowed Star was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. What he needed to do now was find a good place to restore his cultivation. As for Yang Kai, there would come a time when he would seek revenge. Lu Yi still didn't believe that his treasure had been refined by Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low. Even if an Origin King Realm Master tried to refine that treasure, it would take a few years for them to succeed. Yang Kai must have hidden it somewhere. Lu Yi thought so, but he could never have imagined that Yang Kai actually possessed a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai really didn't have the ability to refine that thing, but the soul-warming lotus had absorbed it. It was precisely because it had absorbed the huge amount of energy from that unknown crystal that the soul-warming lotus had been able to evolve into its final 7-colored form and allowed Yang Kai to comprehend the blossoming lotus secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai opened his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Soon, he noticed that the battle with Xianxia and the others had also ended and that Xianxia and the others were now meditating. The three of them were facing the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple. Although the other party was also a second-order Origin returning realm master, fighting inside Dragon Cave Mountain had greatly reduced his strength. After being beaten by Xianxia, Haoan, and Ning Xianchen, as well as being harassed several times by Yang Yan's spirit array, he had inevitably fallen here. At this point, all the enemies who had broken into Dragon Cave Mountain had been killed without exception. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had only sent out 4 people, 3 from the First Order Origin returning realm and 1 Third Order Saint King. Although this kind of record could not be said to be unrivaled in the future, it was basically unprecedented. If word of this spread, no one would believe it. Standing in place, Yang Kai thought for a while before reaching out and taking off his tattered clothes, putting on a new set of clothes, wiping off the blood on his body before walking over to Xianxia and the others. The soul of the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain had been swallowed by Yang Kai with his demon eye of annihilation, and Xia Li's self-detonation had not been spared. There was also the soul of the Demon Blood Temple Master, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Presumably, after swallowing the souls of these 3 people, Yang Kai would be able to break through to the Origin returning realm. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Xianxia and the others, glanced at the body of the Demon Blood Temple Master lying in a pool of blood, and quietly swallowed his soul into his knowledge sea. His arrival had obviously alerted Xianxia and the others. The 3 of them opened their eyes, and when they saw that it was Yang Kai, they all revealed looks of joy and stood up. Elder Ning, you've worked hard this time. Yang Kai kept his fists to Ning Xianchen. Ning Xianchen had stood on Dragon Cave Mountain's side without hesitation this time and had even killed many enemies for him, giving Yang Kai a good impression of him. No matter what his intentions were or what his intentions were, it was true that he had helped him. Haha. Ning Xianchen laughed. Although he had just experienced a great battle, his complexion was still quite good, obviously not injured. Little friend Yang is too polite. This old master has lived a long life and rarely encountered such a grand occasion. It has been a long time since he had been so excited. This old master must thank little friend Yang for providing this opportunity for me, making this old master feel much younger. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Old man Ning is too polite. If old man Ning has time in the future, please come to Dragon Cave Mountain often. We will certainly welcome you with open arms. Ning Xiangchen's eyes lit up and his smile became more and more hearty. Yang Kai's words clearly showed that he was no longer an outsider. Ning Xiangchen suddenly felt that his efforts had paid off, but he was still not satisfied and tentatively asked, instead of coming often, I wonder what little friend Yang thinks. Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise. Ning Xiangchen's words indicated that he wanted to join Dragon Cave Mountain. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai understood why Ning Xiangchen would make such a choice. This time, by helping Dragon Cave Mountain kill its enemies, he had offended Myriad Beast Mountain, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and Flowing Cloud Valley. Although he was an Origin returning realm master, he had no sect to protect him, so there was no telling when someone would seek revenge. Rather than this, it was better to simply tie himself to Dragon Cave Mountain. This was indeed the case. Although Ning Xiangchen had been free all his life, when he reached old age, he felt a little lonely. Usually, he wanted to find someone to chat with and exchange cultivation experiences, but there was no place for him to go. Today, after seeing the magnificence of Dragon Cave Mountain, he naturally wanted to join it and seek a place to retire. Moreover, there were only 2 Origin returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain who had the same strength as him. Their backgrounds were not high, but their tempers were good, so if he joined, he would not have to worry about being ostracized. Based on these considerations, Xianxia had made such a decision, but it was also the result of careful consideration and not a moment of impulse. He was not a young man and would not act impulsively. After saying so, Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with some uneasiness, wondering if the other party would accept him. Since Senior Ning has such intentions, this junior will naturally welcome you. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, but Senior Ning should consider this carefully. Dragon Cave Mountain is not a peaceful place now, perhaps. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. What little friend wants to say, this old master can more or less guess, but this old master has already buried half his neck in the sand, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing I am worried about is not knowing when I will die, and no one will know. If I can die here on Dragon Cave Mountain, it will be a blessing for me. This is a good burial place. Yang Kai raised his brow. Since the other party had put it this way, he naturally would not refuse and nodded. Good, then Senior Ning will be a foreign elder of my Dragon Cave Mountain in the future and will enjoy the same treatment as foreign elder Cheng and foreign elder Hao. Haha, this Ning will accept. Xianxia laughed and cupped his fists. Chang Qi and Haoan continued to congratulate Xianxia. Although the 3 of them had only known each other for a short time, having fought side by side together, they felt a sense of camaraderie. As they spoke, Chang Qi and Haoan faintly revealed the wealth of Dragon Cave Mountain and the treatment foreign elders could enjoy, causing Xianxia's eyes to light up and his heart to burn with excitement. When he was fighting with the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple just now, Xianxia could see that Chang Qi and Haoan's background was far superior to his own. Every artifact of Chang Qi and Haoan, whether it was offensive or defensive, was Origin grade high rank, and the pills they consumed were so good that Xianxia couldn't help feeling envious. Throughout his life, the best artifact he had ever owned was Origin grade low rank. In order to repair it, he had to travel far and wide in search of materials. Chang Qi had given him a few restorative spirit pills just now, but Xianxia was not willing to eat them and had quietly kept them. Thinking that he could also own these things, Xianxia felt more and more that his choice was correct. Over here, the atmosphere was harmonious, and the sound of laughter continued. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed, and his happy expression sank once more. Chang Qi observed his expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Many honored guests have come to visit. I'll go with you to have a look," Yang Kai sneered. Honored guests? Chang Qi and the others glanced at each other, but soon had some guesses and frowned before following Yang Kai outside. The thick fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain once again tumbled and parted, revealing a corridor that led directly to the interior. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai, Chang Qi, and the others appeared. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes swept over this group of 4, but after discovering that Yang Kai and the others were unscathed, everyone's expression changed to one of surprise, doubt, suspicion, shock, disbelief, and so on. Qian Tong and Feiji too, on the other hand, raised their brow slightly. Their reactions were quite different from the others as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Yang Kai in greeting. What a grand spectacle! Xianxia stood behind Yang Kai and swept his eyes over this group. Hearing this, he exclaimed. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, countless masters had arrived, floating midair in 2s and 3s, all of them casting curious glances towards the interior. Needless to say, Qian Tong and Feiji too. Xianxia also saw Mo Shaoxing of Heaven Battling Union, Qingpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and Gong Ao Fu of Colored Glass Sect. In addition, there were also people from Grand Fire Temple, Clear Sky Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Sea Temple, and many others. Even Yan Pei and Ren Tianrui from Treasure Trove Pavilion were here. These people had brought their own disciples with them. This was a semicircle. Surrounding Dragon Cave Mountain, each group exuded an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. There were at least a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters in this group. There were countless first and second and first origin realm masters. Dragon Cave Mountains, this place is. Ning Xianxia sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his heart uneasy. Without even mentioning the strength of the masters who had come here, just the sects they represented more than half of Shadowed Star's first-rate sects. In particular, Xianxia and Old Woman Feng were glaring furiously at Xianxia, and anyone could see the monstrous anger in their eyes. After all, many of their sects had participated in the attack on Dragon Cave Mountain this time, especially second-order masters like the old man and middle-aged man. Now that Xianxia had appeared safely while they were nowhere to be seen, it wasn't difficult to guess what their fates had been. However, did Dragon Cave Mountain really have such great ability? Could it have killed all the enemies who had intruded? Not only were Xianxia and Old Woman Feng suspicious, but everyone else was also pondering this question. However, if those people hadn't died, how could Xianxia appear here? What exactly happened inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array while it was closed? Everyone was confused. Although everyone who had come here was a master, no one dared to underestimate Dragon Cave Mountain anymore. However, when they looked at the mountain defending array and the layers of spirit arrays inside, all of them couldn't help feeling excited. There was no other reason other than the fact that these restrictions and formations were extremely profound. If he could find and capture the person who set up the formations, then the formations of his sect's headquarters would definitely be improved by a great deal. Junior Xianxia greets seniors. Xianxia shouted loudly, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. I did not know that seniors had come to visit Dragon Cave Mountain. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The expressions of the masters from the various great forces changed, but no one answered. After all, not many of them had any kind of friendship with Dragon Cave Mountain or Xianxia before. Most of them had come here out of curiosity while others had come to inquire about information. As for Xianxia, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, none of them placed him in their eyes. Only Qian Tong chuckled and said heartily, "You don't need to worry about it, us old fogies just came here to take a look." Qian Tong's words swept across the crowd, causing many of the masters present to glare at him fiercely. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xianxia grinned and said indifferently, "Then I'll have to disappoint seniors. Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated and the scenery isn't very good. I'm afraid there isn't much to see here." Such an obvious eviction order could be heard by even a deaf person. Xianxia had basically told them to go back to where they came from. But since so many experts had come, how could they just leave without getting the truth out of the matter? The others didn't care, but Xianxia and Old Woman Feng would definitely not let this go. Thinking so, most of the cultivators turned their eyes to Xianxia and Old Woman Feng, waiting for them to answer. At this point, Xianxia and Old Woman Feng naturally could not stay out of this. The former coldly snorted and stared at Xianxia with a dignified expression, shouting impatiently, "Boy, this old master will ask you, where did those people who entered the mountain go?" "So it is Senior Xianxia." Xianxia acted as if he had just discovered him, a respectful look appearing on his face as he asked casually, "You mean the group from the Xia family?" Xianxia lightly coughed, "This old master is asking about the people from the Xia family, where are they now?" Although everyone knew that people from Demon Blood Temple had participated in this operation, Xianxia was not stupid enough to admit it, because on the surface, this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was a matter of grievances between the Xia family and Xianxia. All those who participated in this operation were disciples of the Xia family, no outsiders. "If Senior is concerned about the people from the Xia family, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Xianxia's lips curled slightly. "What do you mean?" Xianxia's heart clenched. Haha, why ask a question Senior Xianxia already knows the answer to? Those people dared to trespass into my Dragon Cave Mountain and tried to harm this junior, so Junior naturally sent them to the netherworld. This junior is not a good-tempered person. Xianxia's expression gradually became cold. A series of gasps sounded, and everyone's expression became extremely shocked. Although everyone had already guessed in their hearts that the group of people who had broken into Dragon Cave Mountain had met with misfortune, now that Xianxia had confirmed it himself, they still found it hard to believe. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The expressions of the other masters were not much better, all of them looking like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Among that group of people, there were more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters, 3 of which were Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 200 Saint Kings. Such a force had actually been wiped out on a small Dragon Cave Mountain? How was this possible? Was Dragon Cave Mountain really so powerful? If this was the case, then this small mountain could already be considered a second-tier force. What nonsense! You think you can do that? Old woman Feng had always had a bad temper, so when she saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly, a trace of anger appeared on her old face and she slammed the dragon head walking stick in her hand into the air, obviously unwilling to believe Yang Kai's words. She instinctively felt that he had used some kind of spirit array to trap the intruders. Senior Feng doesn't believe me? Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. Ignorant child, this old woman has lived for more than half of her life but has never heard such a good joke. As soon as old woman Feng's voice fell, her face changed dramatically because she saw a one-handed axe appear in Yang Kai's hand and casually play with it. Grandma, that is. Feng Yan, who had been standing next to old woman Feng, also changed her expression because she could tell that this one-handed axe was Elder Du's artifact. This was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact that he cherished so much that he would not easily show it to others. If Elder Du had not died, how could such an artifact have fallen into Yang Kai's hands? From the looks of it, the old man had really fallen. Even a second-order Origin Returning Realm Master had died, so there was no way anyone else could have survived. Old woman Feng could no longer question anything as the facts were right in front of her. Continuing to doubt would be the same as deceiving herself. Yang Kai sneered and said, although my Dragon Cave Mountain is not big, it is not a place anyone can casually bully. Since all the seniors are here today, Junior will boldly say that if anyone without eyes dares to have any ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain in the future, the Xie family will suffer the same fate. Boy, are you threatening us? Xianxia took a step forward and asked fiercely. Old Ghost Jean. Qian Tong coldly snorted from the side, what makes you think Yang Kai is threatening you? He only said those without eyes. Could it be that your demon blood temple wants to bully the weak? He could see that Xianxia was trying to take advantage of this situation, so how could he give him the chance? Not to mention that Qian Tong had always been on Dragon Cave Mountain's side. Shadow Moon Hall's current embarrassing situation was enough to annoy Qian Tong, so now that he had an opportunity, he naturally had to retort. After listening to his words, Xianxia glanced over at Qian Tong and frowned, but it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so he had some scruples. Good, good, good. On the other side, old woman Feng grit her teeth and shouted, sure enough, heroes come from the young. This old woman has underestimated you, your courage is quite big. Yang Kai grinned, many thanks for Senior Feng's praise, many people say the same thing, but this junior doesn't know how big his courage is. Asterisk Poochie, asterisk a chuckle came from the side as Dai Yuan of Colored Glass Sect couldn't help giggling. Gong Ao Fu couldn't help glaring at her in warning. In Su Dai also wore a disgruntled look, what's there to be proud of? This little brat is so unruly, sooner or later something will happen. Senior sister, it's best you don't get involved with him. You don't need to meddle in my affairs, junior sister should just take care of herself, Dai Yuan replied indifferently. Your junior sister is right. Gong Aofu snorted, it's not a good thing for a young man to show off too much. The taller the tree in the forest, the more likely it is to be destroyed by the wind. If he doesn't change his character, he will definitely die an untimely death. Master will not allow you to have any contact with him so as to avoid causing trouble for my Colored Glass Sect. Honored Master. Dai Yuan was shocked and was about to say something when Gong Ao Fu stared at her with a dignified expression, what's wrong? Do you not even want to listen to your honored master's words? Dai Yuan bit her thin lip lightly and after a long time nodded, disciple will follow honored master's instructions. Seeing this, Gong Ao Fu turned her gaze away with satisfaction. On the other side, 2 women stood together, both of them staring towards Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. One of them was slightly charming while the other was pure and innocent, but both of them were frowning slightly at this moment, seemingly somewhat worried. The strength of these 2 women wasn't high, both only Saint Kings, and they were standing in the middle of a group of people, so Yang Kai hadn't noticed them. If Yang Kai had seen them, he would have definitely recognized them as Clear Sky Sect's Xianxia Tao and Lu Ying's senior sister. Yang Kai had several dealings with Xianxia Tao, and the other party had repeatedly invited Yang Kai to join Clear Sky Sect so he could participate in the sect trial, but Yang Kai had always politely refused. It was also thanks to them that Yang Kai had been able to meet Qianyu in Black Crow City, redeem her, and bring her back to Dragon Cave Mountain. As disciples of Clear Sky Sect, the two of them had come to Heavenly Fate City with their master to participate in the auction. Originally, the two of them had intended to visit Yang Kai on Dragon Cave Mountain, but due to the various matters they had to attend to, they hadn't been able to find an opportunity until today. Seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's situation, Xianxia Tao and Lu Ying were naturally anxious. Yang Kai had given them a good impression and had even saved their lives in Grand Burial Valley. The two women weren't ungrateful people, but with their low strength, they had no right to speak at this time. "Senior sister, he seems to be in big trouble this time," Lu Ying said softly. Xianxia Tao nodded subconsciously. Her vision far more profound than Lu Ying's, she knew that if Dragon Cave Mountain's situation wasn't handled properly this time, it would be beyond redemption. "Then do you think he can escape this calamity?" Lu Ying asked. Again. "How would I know?" Xianxia Tao smiled bitterly. If she had enough strength, she would definitely not hesitate to help, but she was just a Saint King Realm cultivator, so there was nothing she could do at this time. Biting her red lips lightly, she said thoughtfully, "It's just that his luck has always been good, so I wonder if he will be blessed by the heavens this time." Although the two women spoke softly, a middle-aged man in front of them heard them clearly. This man's cultivation was quite good, a third-order origin returning realm master like Qian Tong and the others, but his long hair was even darker and more beautiful than the two women's, reaching his waist. He had a tall stature and wore a scholarly robe, giving him a somewhat wild and unrestrained aura. Turning his head, with a gentle smile on his face, he beckoned to Xianxia Tao and Lu Ying. The two women exchanged a glance before quickly stepping forward and bowing respectfully, "Honored master." This man was Clear Sky Sect's great elder, Mou. He was a famous figure on Shadowed Star, on par with Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, and the others. Originally, Xianxia Tao and Tao Nu weren't qualified to worship him as master, but in Lu Yan Sand Field, the two women had made great contributions and brought back countless saint crystals for the sect, so Mou made an exception and accepted them as his disciples. Occasionally, he would give them some pointers in their cultivation, allowing them to grow rapidly. The defensive artifact Xianxia Tao used in Grand Burial Valley, the 9-palace heavenly silk umbrella, was given to her by him. "Do you know this young man?" Mou asked with a smile. Xianxia Tao and Lu Ying glanced at each other, not daring to lie in front of their honored master. Immediately, the former said, "Yes, honored master. He is the lucky friend I mentioned to you before." "Oh? Is he the one with great destiny you mentioned?" Mou raised his brow, showing a look of interest. "Yes, that's him." "Haha, that's a bit interesting. Luck is nothing but an illusion. A person can have good and bad luck, it's impossible for them to always have good luck. This is what they call extreme misfortune leads to bliss." Mou seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be teaching Xianxia Tao. The latter didn't dare to interrupt and could only listen respectfully. Mou glanced over at her faintly and chuckled, "Do you expect master to say a few good words for him?" Xianxia Tao's tender body trembled as she quickly said, "Disciple wouldn't dare." Although disciple is a woman, she understands the gravity of the situation and wouldn't dare ask honored master to wade into these muddy waters. "Good, very good," Mou nodded lightly, "the current situation is unclear, so this old master naturally won't easily wade into these muddy waters." Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually quite old, so it wasn't a problem for him to call himself an old master. Changing the topic, Mou smiled and said, "However, this old master is very curious. Just how lucky is he to be praised so highly by you? If he can overcome the danger this time, this old master will believe that he really is blessed with great fortune. In the future, you can communicate with him more often." "Yes." Xianxia Tao smiled happily, but when she thought about the current situation, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of worry. In any case, Yang Kai had saved her life, but now she could only watch helplessly without being able to help, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy and guilty. However, if he can't survive this crisis, and if he can't, there won't be any future for him. You can just sit with this old master and watch the show, Mou chuckled. Chen Tao and Luing glanced at each other, only able to stand aside and observe the situation. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai stood behind the mountain defending array and cupped his fists slightly. Since so many seniors have arrived today, it stands to reason that this junior should invite all of you into the mountain to have a seat, but Mount Song has just experienced a battle and junior still has many things to deal with. I hope that seniors can forgive this junior's lack of hospitality. Please return. Yang Kai didn't want to waste any more time with these people, so naturally he wanted to drive them away. Everyone understood what he meant, but no one moved, especially Xianxia and old woman Feng, who glared at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. If it weren't for Qian Tong and Fei Ji too being present, it was likely they would have immediately attacked. However, it was impossible for them to just leave. After all, their two sects had suffered heavy losses this time, so if they really left like this, where would they put their face in the future? Yang Kai also understood this truth, but no matter what, he had to make his stance clear first. If these people really attacked regardless of the consequences, he would be in the right while Qian Tong and Fei Ji too would be able to intervene without implicating Shadow Moon Hall. Seeing that no one was leaving, Yang Kai sneered and said loudly, "What's wrong? Could it be that seniors like the Xia family have taken a fancy to this junior's little mountain? Little brat, don't say such nonsense. Since this old master has come here, shouldn't you, as a junior, invite us in to rest? This is the proper way to treat guests," Xianxia coldly snorted. Many masters heard this and nodded lightly. Although they had no grievances with Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain and had come here purely to watch the fun, after learning about the wonders of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, all of them wanted to go in and take a look. As such, even if they understood that Xianxia had other intentions, all of them agreed with him at this moment. As long as they entered Dragon Cave Mountain, with Yang Kai's ability, how could he stop them from studying the spirit arrays? As for whether Dragon Cave Mountain would invite a wolf into the house and bring disaster upon itself, how could they care? Old Ghost Jean, do you have any shame? Others have already made it very clear that there are many things that need to be dealt with on this mountain and that it is inconvenient to entertain guests. We have already apologized in advance, yet you still insist on saying such things. Are you trying to bully the weak? If you really want to rest, Heavenly Fate City is just 50 kilometers away. Come with this old master and this old master will entertain you. Qian Tong looked at Xianxia with displeasure. No matter what, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Not giving Yang Kai face was equivalent to not putting Shadow Moon Hall in his eyes, which made Qian Tong very annoyed. Naturally, we must go to Heavenly Fate City, but this little brat is acting so arrogantly. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all, Xianxia said with a look of unwillingness to give up. Don't try to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. If you want to cause trouble, this old master will accompany you. Qian Tong shouted, his expression becoming unfriendly. Perceiving Qian Tong's resolute attitude, Xianxia frowned. He didn't know what the relationship between Qian Tong and Yang Kai was that made him not hesitate to offend him, but now, it seemed that if he continued to be entangled, things would definitely not end well. However, leaving like this was really inappropriate. Intentionally or unintentionally, Xianxia glanced over at old woman Feng and saw the other party's gloomy face, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Yang Kai. His brow furrowed, and just as he was about to drag old woman Feng down with him, a shocking pressure suddenly descended from the distance. Xianxia's complexion changed as he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and turned his head to look. Everyone else did the same. Among the masters present, there were a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters, but even with their tyrannical strength, they could tell that this newcomer was not someone to be trifled with, causing them to show looks of shock. Only old Black Yan Pei showed a look of astonishment on his face as he muttered, "Why is she here?" It was as if this person shouldn't have appeared here. In the distance, a blue light quickly approached, and a moment later, this blue light flashed and stopped a few dozen meters in front of the crowd before dissipating, revealing two figures hidden inside. One was a man and one was a woman. The woman was the leader. She was dressed in a jade-green palace robe. Her long hair was tied up behind her. head, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her bearing was graceful and luxurious. Her pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be born with the dignity to give orders. No one dared to look at her for too long. This woman in palace robes looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and although she was quite old, she had maintained her appearance quite well. Her skin was fair and delicate, and even a young girl in her late 20s could not compare to her. Her 10 slender fingers and enchanting figure were enough to arouse one's imagination. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this woman because the aura that caused everyone to pale was coming from her. This was an aura that was even stronger than that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. Behind the woman stood a man. This man had a rather peculiar appearance. He had a pointed mouth, monkey cheeks, and narrow, slender eyes, as if he couldn't open them. There were only 2 slits in his eyes, and he had a mouthful of buck teeth that made him look like a rabbit. This man looked extremely wretched, and when he stood next to the beautiful woman in front of him, it created a sharp visual contrast, making the woman seem even more beautiful while this man was extremely ugly. However, from the way the two of them stood, it was obvious that this buck-toothed man should be a junior or disciple of the woman in palace robes, because he was standing behind her with a respectful expression, as if he was following her lead. His strength was also at the first-order origin returning realm, but the Saint Chi fluctuations faintly exuded from his body were much purer and denser than the average first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When he saw this woman, Yang Kai's face sank, not knowing what kind of background she had. If she was an enemy, then this situation would not be easy to handle. Facing this woman in palace robes, Yang Kai felt a faint sense of oppression, a feeling Xianxia, old woman Feng, and the others couldn't give him. It was obvious that this woman was stronger than Xianxia, old woman Feng, and the others. But when he saw the buck-toothed man, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Because he knew this person. This buck-toothed man was actually Guqi, the one who had exchanged his Star Emperor token for a spirit pill after the auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion. Yang Kai had a particularly deep impression of this man because when this guy saw Yang Inflammation, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Not only was he extremely afraid, but he was also quite respectful, even calling himself Xiaoqi. This man's appearance was quite unique. How could Yang Kai forget such a strange person? He still remembered that after the exchange of spirit pills, the other party had said that if possible, his elder would come to visit him and Yang Inflammation. Thinking about it, this woman in palace robes was Guqi's elder, and the spirit pill he wanted to exchange his Star Emperor token for was also prepared for this woman. Was this woman an enemy or a friend? Yang Kai frowned, his expression uncertain. However, the appearance of these two people successfully attracted everyone's attention, alleviating the originally hostile atmosphere by quite a bit. Moreover, when the experts from the various powers saw the woman's appearance, all of them revealed expressions of disbelief, and some were even extremely terrified. It was as if he was extremely afraid of this woman. Even Mo Shaoxing of Heaven Battling Union and Qingpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect were the same. The two of them glanced at each other and both showed looks of dread, secretly feeling a headache coming on. As the two giants of Shadowed Star, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect did not put anyone in their eyes except for the mysterious Star Emperor Mountain. As for Mo Shaoxing and Qingpeng Xian, they were the great elders of the two great forces. Their positions were high, and their strength was extraordinary. To be able to make the two of them so fearful, this woman's identity and background were obviously not to be underestimated. Yang Kai observed his expression. Although he didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, and what her background was, he knew that this woman was definitely a famous figure. How could it be her? Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong also looked like he had seen a ghost, squeezing his eyes hard as his eyelids twitched. Fei Zhitu's mouth opened like a hippopotamus, his expression not much better than Qian Tong's. Elder, who is this senior? Wei Guchang asked curiously from the side. The woman in the palace robe had only appeared once. She didn't say anything. She simply suppressed all the masters present with her absolute aura, causing Wei Guchang to feel very confused. At the same time, he also felt an inexplicable excitement. This was the power of a true master. Her? She is the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain. Qian Tong replied casually with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wei Gucheng's body shook as he stared at the woman in the palace robe with even more admiration. He had never expected that this senior's background would be so great. Star Emperor Mountain was one of the most mysterious and powerful forces on Shadowed Star. No one knew how many masters they had or how much heritage they had, but it was said that Star Emperor Mountain had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of Star Field, so even the great leaders of Heaven Battling Union felt inferior when facing Star Emperor Mountain. Fortunately, Star Emperor Mountain didn't compete for anything and rarely appeared on Shadowed Star. Otherwise, how could there be room for other sects to develop on Shadowed Star? Shadowed Star would have long since been unified by Star Emperor Mountain. Although Qian Tong's words were soft, they still fell into the ears of the woman in the palace robe. The other party turned her head slightly and glanced over at him with her pair of phoenix eyes. Being stared at like this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. The younger generation cultivator might not recognize this woman, but all the masters at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm or above present knew her name and knew her terrifying methods. Recalling the many major events that happened when this woman was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain more than 100 years ago, Qian Tong became more and more uneasy. Why would she appear here? This queen has been away from the world for a long time, but I didn't expect to see so many old friends as soon as I came out. The woman in palace attire suddenly opened her red lips, her voice pleasant to the ear, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze, their bodies and minds relaxed. Little Money, Little Fei, the two of you have also reached this level. It seems that you haven't lived these years in vain. The woman in the palace robe was silent, but as soon as she spoke, her voice was earth-shattering. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were old star elders of Shadow Moon Hall, but in the mouth of this woman, they had become Xiao Qian and Xiao Fei. Countless Saint King Realm cultivators' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets while many others couldn't help laughing secretly. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, however, couldn't laugh. Exchanging a glance, they quickly bowed and cupped their fists. Greetings, Senior Sister Yi. After not seeing you for more than 100 years, Senior Sister Yi is still as graceful as ever. Congratulations. Forget it. The woman surnamed Yi waved her hand lightly, no trace of joy or sadness visible on her pretty face. I'm just struggling at death's door, what grace is there to speak of? Saying so, she turned her head to the other side and beckoned, Xiao Hei, come here. On the other side, Ren Tianrui, who was known as the little black face of Treasure Trove Pavilion, heard this and responded reflexively. Just as he was wondering why this senior had called him, he saw his master Yan Pei stride forward with a smile on his face and quickly rush to the woman's side. Ren Tianrui blinked his eyes and suddenly understood. It turned out that his master had also gradually grown from a little black face to an old black face. This senior wasn't calling him at all, she was clearly calling his master. Yan Pei greets Senior Sister Yi. What instructions does Senior Sister Yi have for me? Yan Pei asked respectfully. What happened here? Why are there so many people gathered here? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly and asked slowly. It's like this. Yan Pei, as the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, was naturally an eloquent speaker. In a few words, he roughly explained the situation here, concisely and to the point, without any unnecessary details. Although he didn't explain it too clearly, with the shrewdness of this woman surnamed Yi, how could she not understand the twists and turns of the story? Hearing this, she coldly snorted with displeasure, bullying the weak, they deserved to be killed. Saying so, she shot a cold glare towards Xianxia and old woman Feng. These two masters, who were already considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star, both frowned as displeasure appeared on their faces. They did have scruples about this woman surnamed Ye's fame and prestige, but that was more than 100 years ago. Now, they had both grown to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, so the other party not giving them any face naturally annoyed them. What's more, this woman surnamed Yi no longer represented Star Emperor Mountain. More than 100 years ago, she had disappeared, rumored to have had some kind of conflict with Star Emperor Mountain. Since then, there had been no news of her. In other words, she was now all alone, so no matter how great her fame was, could she compete with an entire sect? Although they were annoyed, Xianxia and old woman Feng didn't show any intention of lashing out on the spot. After all, they still didn't know what the other party's intentions were, so rashly making enemies was unwise. After clarifying the cause of this conflict, the woman in palace robes suddenly turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai and asked the cultivator beside her, Xiaoqi, is he the one you were talking about? Gucci nodded respectfully, yes, martial ancestor, it is him. Then where is master? The woman surnamed Ji frowned slightly as she muttered to herself. Her voice was so soft that even with the cultivation of everyone present, no one was able to hear it clearly, otherwise, it would have caused an uproar. Glancing towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array thoughtfully, the woman understood that her master was definitely behind it. Thinking so, she showed a warm smile and nodded to Yang Kai, you are Yang Kai, right? Yang Kai was quite nervous in his heart, but his expression was neither servile nor overbearing as he cupped his fists and said, this junior is indeed Yang Kai. What advice does senior have for coming to Mount Song? I wouldn't dare give advice. The woman surnamed Ji pursed her lips and smiled. Her peerlessly enchanting demeanor caused everyone to be dazed. Those with weaker hearts and weaker strengths were unable to shift their gazes away. It was as if there was some invisible attractive force coming from this woman that sucked in their gazes. This queen has come this time only to see a single person. If this queen has not guessed wrong, that person should be in this mountain. If it's convenient, could this queen ask little brother to open the array and let this queen in? Her attitude was gentle, without the slightest hostility, and she spoke in a negotiating tone, but Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly, unable to make a decision for the time being. As for who this woman wanted to see, Yang Kai had some guesses. It could only be Yang Inflammation. After all, when Gucci met Yang Inflammation at Treasure Trove Pavilion last time, his performance had been too shocking, and before he left, he had even said that his elders would be coming to visit. Yang Kai didn't have any friendship with them, so the one they wanted to visit was undoubtedly Yang Inflammation. However, the other party's origins were unknown, and it was unclear whether they were friend or foe, so how could Yang Kai open the spirit array so easily? If the other party had some kind of malicious intent towards Yang Inflammation, wouldn't that be the same as inviting a wolf into the house? With the other party's methods, if they really entered Dragon Cave Mountain, none of the cultivators inside would be able to stop them, so Yang Kai hesitated for a while. Seeing this woman surnamed Ji actually speak to Yang Kai in such an amiable manner, even using the word please, Qian Tong and the others were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. The arrogance and methods of this woman surnamed Ji were something Qian Tong and the others had deeply experienced when they were young. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, she was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. Now that she had disappeared for more than 100 years, her cultivation had likely reached the point of returning to its original state. It could be said that there were very few people on Shadowed Star who could fight her one-on-one. She was bossing them around while treating a junior like Yang Kai with such a gentle expression. Was there some kind of mistake? Qian Tong and the others couldn't help feeling like they were dreaming. Seemingly noticing Yang Kai's fear, the woman surnamed Ji didn't urge him and instead said after a moment of contemplation, how about this queen won't force you to open the spirit array, but can you allow this queen to speak a few words with that girl named Yang Inflammation? This queen has no malice towards you and just wants to confirm something. Sure enough, she is here for Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her and gently nodded, if it's just a few words, there's no problem. Senior, please accept. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, took out a communication artifact, and tossed it over to the woman surnamed Ji. The woman surnamed Ji didn't seem to move, but the communication artifact flew directly over to her and was gently caught in her hand. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, the woman surnamed Ji closed her beautiful eyes and poured her divine sense into the communication artifact to communicate with Yang Inflammation. Time passed slowly and everyone present, regardless of their cultivation or background, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, as if they were afraid to disturb this woman surnamed Ji. As time passed, the woman surnamed Ji's tender body began to tremble slightly. The expression on her face also changed constantly, from shock and fear to uneasiness to pleasant surprise and excitement as a powerful tsunami-like aura uncontrollably spread out from her tender body. All the Saint King Realm cultivators trembled. Under the influence of this aura, they felt as if they were wandering around the gates of hell, as if a single thought from this woman surnamed Ji could kill them in the next moment. Even a first or second order origin returning realm cultivator would have to circulate their secret arts to resist. However, he was not affected by it. but he was also secretly shocked. Although they were also third-order origin returning realm cultivators, the same realm as the woman surnamed Ji, none of them could achieve what she had. This was clearly a sign of great success. In other words, if not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, this woman surnamed Ji was likely already an Origin King Realm Master. An Origin returning Realm Master wanted to break through to the Origin King Realm. His force had to reach the Great Perfection stage. This was something that none of the people present could satisfy. Realizing the gap between them and the woman surnamed Ji, everyone felt a sense of dread. Xianxia and Old Woman Feng looked at each other. They rejoiced even more. Fortunately, they had suppressed their anger and did not have any conflict with the other party. Otherwise, even if it was 2 against 1, it was unknown whether they would be able to escape unscathed. After a long time, the terrifying aura slowly withdrew and the woman surnamed Ji opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigor and her beautiful face was slightly red, exuding a dazzling brilliance, as if she had encountered a joyous occasion. Yang Kai could clearly feel that her breathing had quickened, and from her tender body, a rapid heartbeat could be heard. What exactly did she communicate with Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was filled with doubts. Everyone else was also curious, wondering just what kind of person on Dragon Cave Mountain could cause such a great change in mood. One had to know that a master of her level would never have such intense mood swings unless she had encountered something major. The woman surnamed Ji took a few deep breaths to calm her excitement before turning to Yang Kai and asking softly, "Little brother, can you give this communication artifact to this queen? This queen can exchange it with you." Yang Kai smiled, "There's no need to exchange anything, it's just a trivial communication artifact. If Senior wants it, just take it." At this moment, he had determined that this woman had no malicious intent towards Dragon Cave Mountain and most likely had some kind of relationship with Yang Inflammation. In other words, this woman was a friend, not an enemy. With such a powerful ally suddenly arriving, Yang Kai was overjoyed, so how could he care about a simple communication artifact? The value of this thing was not worth mentioning as it was only used to transmit messages. If he wanted, Yang Inflammation could easily refine countless of them. Since that's the case, this mistress offers her thanks. The woman surnamed Ji was not a wishy-washy person. Hearing this, her pretty face lit up and she happily put the communication artifact into her space ring. At this moment, everyone could see that this woman surnamed Ji had some kind of relationship with someone from Dragon Cave Mountain. Xianxia, Old Woman Feng, and the others all wore ugly expressions as if they had just eaten a dead fly. They had been putting pressure on Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, but now that this woman surnamed Ji had really joined Dragon Cave Mountain, they had no choice but to withdraw. For the sake of their dead disciples, it was extremely unwise to become enemies with such a master, unless their heads were rusty. Considering all this, Xianxia and Old Woman Feng both decided to withdraw. After all, there was still plenty of time for revenge, so it was best to first investigate the relationship between this woman surnamed Ji and Dragon Cave Mountain. Did he really manage to turn danger into safety? Over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Great Elder Mou's eyes flashed brilliantly, unable to believe what he had just seen. Just now, he had been lecturing Chen Tao that the concept of luck was nothing more than an illusion, but in the blink of an eye, this inexplicable situation had actually taken a turn for the better. This little brat's luck, isn't it a bit too heaven-defying? I knew his luck had always been good, and it seems it really is the case. Chen Tao was also inexplicably excited. On one hand, it was because Yang Kai had turned danger into safety, but on the other hand, it was because her belief had been confirmed. No one was happier than her. Over on Colored Glass Sect's side, Dai Yuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while In Su Dai's pretty face was gloomy and filled with dissatisfaction. She had been hoping to see Yang Kai fall to his knees and beg for mercy, but how could she have anticipated that this woman surnamed Ji would suddenly appear and cause so many masters present to feel fear towards her? Seeing this show about to come to an end, how could In Su Dai be willing to give up? A bunch of wastes. She cursed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. She had just broken through to the origin returning realm, so whether it was in terms of cultivation or seniority, she was inferior to all the masters present. At this moment, there was no room for her to intervene or speak. What's wrong? Is there some kind of heaven-defying treasure here? What is the purpose of all of you gathering here? After the woman surnamed Ji finished talking with young Kai, her pretty face became cold as she glanced around and shouted. Hearing this, many masters took a step back, revealing looks of embarrassment, but Qian Tong simply laughed. Senior sister, ye must be joking, how could there be any heaven-defying treasure here? Since that's the case, why haven't you left? Do you want this queen to drive you out? The woman surnamed Ji frowned with displeasure. We'll leave. Qian Tong said quickly, nodding gently to Yang Kai as he spoke. Yang Kai responded with a grateful look. With Qian Tong taking the lead, the other forces who had come to watch the show naturally didn't want to remain, causing the woman surnamed Ji to be displeased. They all cupped their fists to her before turning to leave. Jean Sher and old woman Feng couldn't do anything on their own and could only reluctantly withdraw. Just as the storm was about to subside, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth stirred, and then it became extremely chaotic. Everyone showed a look of horror as they instinctively thought that the woman surnamed Ji had broken her promise and taken action. Turning to look at her in shock, they were all stunned. Because the woman surnamed Ji herself had also lost all color as she stood in place with a look of shock. It wasn't that she had taken action, but that some kind of strange change had occurred. Kong long long, a violent sound came from the sky. The source of the sound seemed to be right next to them. But it also seemed to be far away, making it hard for them to figure it out. When they looked up towards the source of the sound, everyone's eyes narrowed, and their eyeballs trembled. Because up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, there was a scene of silver snakes dancing and thunder flashing, as if the end of the world had arrived. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, it had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. For so long, it had not moved, but many of Shadowed Star's masters had joined forces to try and break into it, but in the end, they suffered heavy losses and failed to find a way to enter. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that although the Emperor Garden had appeared, it was not yet time to open, so no one could force their way in. All the great forces had sent disciples to stand guard near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, waiting for it to open so they could send word back. But unexpectedly, the Emperor Garden, which had always been peaceful, suddenly changed. No one knew what this meant. After all, the Emperor Garden was the private residence of the great emperors of Star Field, so the secrets involved in it were far too deep. At this moment, high up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, lightning bolts danced about as they rumbled violently, as if they were trying to tear apart the heavens and earth. As this voice rang out, the surrounding world energy became more and more chaotic, becoming more and more violent. Immediately after, a series of 5 colored balls of light began to take shape, filling the air as they slowly flew towards the Emperor Garden. 5-element world energy! Someone exclaimed. There was no lack of masters present, so naturally, they were able to tell what these 5 colored balls of light were. They were clearly formed from the world energy of the 5 elements. Looking left and right, everyone was shocked, their expressions filled with wonder. Because as far as the eye could see, all they could see were these 5 colored balls of light. Even in places where they could not see, there was a large amount of 5-element world energy slowly floating up into the air. These balls of light formed from 5-element world energy seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, they were converging towards the Emperor Garden at an extremely fast speed, as if there was some kind of attractive force coming from it. Gradually, the Emperor Garden, which was originally visible to the naked eye, disappeared and was replaced by a massive 5-colored light that completely enveloped the Emperor Garden. An even louder buzzing sound rang out from inside it, causing the world to tremble. All the great forces had stationed their disciples near Heavenly Fate City, waiting for the moment the Emperor Garden opened. No one could explain the scene in front of them, but it was indeed possible that the Emperor Garden had opened. Realizing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a little excited, their bodies trembling as they began paying closer attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to step forward and take a look. The world energy fluctuations coming from the original location of the Emperor Garden were extremely frightening, and the scene was even more shocking. Who would dare to investigate this matter without fear of death? Most likely, before they could even approach the Emperor Garden, they would be torn to pieces by the violent world energy fluctuations. Even the woman surnamed Ji didn't dare to make any moves, simply standing in place with a gloomy expression. The expressions of Yang Kai, Chang Qi, and the others were also quite interesting. The four of them stood inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array and looked up, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over as another person appeared beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Yang Yan had at some point run out and was now standing beside him, also looking up at the sky. "It's not the Emperor Garden opening." Yang Yan muttered softly, her expression indifferent. Unfortunately, only Yang Kai could hear her words. Even Xianxia and the others were too focused on the changes in the surrounding environment to notice what she was saying. "Then what is this?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked, his concern clouding his mind. He had just forgotten that Yang Yan was a soul clone of the great emperors of Star Field, so she should know something about the Emperor Garden's situation. Since Yang Yan said that this was not a sign of the Emperor Garden opening, she must have her reasons. "I don't know. However, it's definitely not the Emperor Garden opening, but it seems to have something to do with entering the Emperor Garden." Yang Yan frowned, seemingly unable to understand. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors and many of her memories were incomplete, so it was understandable that she was unclear. Yang Kai frowned but didn't ask any more questions. Perceiving that Yang Yan had appeared, the woman surnamed Ji showed a look of joy and her figure flickered, suddenly arriving in front of the mountain defending array. She stared at Yang Yan respectfully and excitedly. But just as she was about to say something, Yang Yan stopped her. "If you have something to say it later, come in first." Saying so, Yang Yan sent out a wisp of Saint Qi. Of Saint Light Yang Yan stood in front of her. The light Saint Yang's light immediately. "Only one person at a time." Yan Yan's heart nodding, and of course, of Yang Kai's of Lady Yang Kai's Saint Yang Kai. Of Saint Yang Yan squeezing into the mountain defending array, the buck-toothed cultivator Guqi naturally followed closely behind, a submissive look on his face as he glanced at Yang Yan from time to time before quickly averting his eyes, as if he was afraid his eyes would blaspheme her. Changqi, Haoan, and Ming Xiangchen finally turned their attention to this woman. At this moment, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the woman surnamed Ji, a look of disbelief on their faces. The three of them were standing next to Yang Yan, so naturally they had heard what this woman surnamed Ji had just said. This made them unable to believe their ears, exchanging a glance with each other, all of them somewhat confused. "Are you kidding me?" This woman surnamed Ji, a person of such high status and strength, was actually acting like a subordinate in front of Yang Yan. What was going on? Although Yang Kai was also a little surprised, his situation was much better than Changqi and the others. After all, he already knew about Yang Yan's identity and secretly guessed that this woman surnamed Ji probably had some kind of relationship with the original body of the great emperors of Star Field. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to behave like this. Although he had some doubts in his heart, now was not the time to ask, so Yang Kai could only suppress his doubts and wait for an opportunity to ask in the future. Glancing at the buck-toothed cultivator, Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists to the other party. "Brother Go, we meet again." Ahem. Guqi's face was full of discomfort as he bowed back and said, "Little Qi, just call me Little Qi." Although he didn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and Yang Yan, he didn't dare act arrogant at this moment. After all, even his martial ancestor was inferior to Yang Yan, so if he didn't act humble, wouldn't that be disregarding his martial ancestor's position? This was a matter of deceiving one's martial ancestor. How could he possibly do such a thing? Yang Kai's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything more. He was only a third-order Saint King right now, and although this buck-toothed cultivator didn't look very old, he was already a first-order origin returning realm master. No matter what, he couldn't just call Xiaoqi by his name. For a time, everyone's eyes turned to the Emperor Garden up in the sky again. The humming sound continued as the entire sky was filled with violent lightning snakes. The small ones were a foot long while the big ones were as large as flood dragons, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Looking around, it was as if the sky had become a world of lightning dragons. Shrouded in this five-colored light, the Emperor Garden was faintly discernible, making it difficult for anyone to see it clearly. All they could see was countless lightning snakes and lightning dragons roaming about. The world energy of the five elements continued to gather together and float upwards, gathering towards the Emperor Garden. This phenomenon was not only occurring around Dragon Cave Mountain and Heavenly Fate City, but also all of Shadowed Star. Almost everyone witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Under the powerful pressure of this world energy phenomenon, even third-order origin returning realm masters felt as weak as ants. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, there was a towering mountain 10,000 meters high that pierced through the clouds. Obviously, there was an excellent earth vein here, otherwise, the world energy aura would not be so abundant. The scenery of this mountain was beautiful, and there were many pavilions and pagodas scattered about. From the looks of it, this was the headquarters of a certain sect. Star Emperor Mountain. It was a tyrannical existence that caused all of Shadowed Star to pale at the mere mention of its name, a behemoth that surpassed even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Although its name was resounding, Star Emperor Mountain's style of conduct was extremely low-key, with very few people coming out. As such, it was very rare for anyone on Shadowed Star to see a cultivator from Star Emperor Mountain. At this moment, in a palace at the highest point of the Star Emperor Mountain, an old man with a calm expression and without the slightest fluctuation of energy was sitting cross-legged. He looked like a mortal. The moment the heavens and earth changed, this elderly man opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction of the Emperor Garden, a brilliant light flashing across his eyes, as if he could see through all the obstructions and observe the Emperor Garden's movements. After a while, he raised his brow and muttered to himself, "Is the Emperor Jade about to appear?" After he finished speaking, the elderly man's face lit up with joy and he immediately stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the woman surnamed Ji spread out with him as the center. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away. At this moment, a young man with an indifferent expression was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, staring at the five-colored world energy mass floating up from the mountain in amazement. Seeing the old man appear, the young man was shocked and quickly got up and bowed, "Disciple greets honored master." If Xianxia were here, he would definitely recognize this indifferent young man at a glance. He was the cultivator named Lingqing he had met twice in Luyan's sand field. This person had displayed great power where the soul-cleansing divine water was and occupied the best position, forcing Chu Changfeng to hold back his anger. In the fourth layer of Luyan's sand field, Lingqing had also met Xianxia face-to-face. At that time, Lingqing had been attacking the Supreme Profound sect defending array. If there were any cultivator on Shadowed Star who could attract Xianxia's attention, Lu Yi was one, and Lingqing was another. However, Lingqing had now broken through to the First Order origin returning realm, which was somewhat different from when he was a Third Order Saint King. Pass down the order and have all the elders move out, the old man ordered lightly. Lingqing was startled but quickly cupped his fists and asked, "Disciple dares to ask what honored master wants all the elders to do?" The old man didn't get angry and instead explained, "The Emperor Jade is about to appear and all the elders are to intercept it. This matter is related to the number of spots to enter the Emperor Garden, so make sure they don't act carelessly. Even if they have to snatch, they must snatch as many as they can." "Yes." Although Lingqing was confused, he didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly withdrew. After Lingqing left, the old man clutched his chest and coughed lightly, his face slightly pale. He was actually injured. It was unknown who had such powerful means to injure such a strong cultivator. Since the Emperor Jade has appeared, the Emperor Garden should be opening soon. Damn it, I was injured by that slut at this time. A fierce look appeared on the old man's face as he secretly felt annoyed. Who was this slut he was talking about? Near Dragon Cave Mountain, all the cultivators were paying close attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. The changes in the heavens and earth lasted for more than half a day before a slight change occurred, shocking everyone present and causing their eyes to widen as they paid closer attention. Up in the sky, the five-colored light that had been enveloping the Emperor Garden began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye before collapsing and disappearing. At the same time, the buzzing stopped and the world energy of the five elements also returned to normal, as if the previous changes had never occurred. Everyone looked towards the Emperor Garden again in amazement, but in the next moment, all of them exclaimed in unison. The Emperor Garden looked somewhat different from before. It was much larger than before and had inexplicably many new buildings that had not been seen before. It was as if these buildings had been hidden from view until this time's heavens and earth's heavens and earth's heavens and earth's heavens. this discovery made everyone bewildered. They didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. There is more than one Emperor Garden. Yang Yanyan muttered to herself thoughtfully, there are still half of the Emperor Garden in other places. Only when these two are combined will the Emperor Garden be complete and officially open. After hearing her words, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Yanyan frown, as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, the Emperor Garden looked even more majestic and magnificent, and an invisible force was radiating from it, causing everyone to tremble. Emperor pressure. The Emperor pressure exuded by the transformed Emperor Garden was even more terrifying than before, and as this Emperor pressure pressed down on everyone present, none of them daring to move, only the sound of gulping could be heard. Enveloped by the Emperor pressure, everyone found it difficult to breathe as their hands and feet went cold. At this moment, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, in front of this Emperor pressure, all masters seemed to have become 3-year-old children. This discovery shocked and terrified everyone, and only now did they realize just what kind of lofty existences the great emperors of Starfield were. If the great emperors were still alive, a single thought from them would be enough to crush everyone present. That was definitely a level beyond the Origin King realm. Fortunately, this Emperor pressure did not last for a long time. After about an incense stick worth of time, the invisible force gradually subsided until it completely disappeared. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard one after another, and everyone's complexion was not very good. All of them had a lingering fear in their hearts. But before everyone could catch their breath, another change occurred. A deafening buzzing sound rang out from the Emperor Garden's side. What happened? Someone exclaimed with bitter faces. Today's events had made them tremble in fear, fearing that something bad had happened to the Emperor Garden. Looking up, everyone saw a beam of light shoot out from the Emperor Garden's location, seemingly slow but actually rapidly falling down. This beam of light was only as thick as an arm, but it seemed to contain enough power to destroy heaven and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Yang Kai's face instantly became livid. This was for no other reason than the direction this beam of light was shooting towards was none other than Dragon Cave Mountain. The Emperor Garden had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, so this beam of light was also falling straight down, so Dragon Cave Mountain was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. Although the mountain defending array was powerful and had many powerful spirit arrays inside, Yang Kai was not confident it could withstand this beam of light. In a moment of desperation, he turned to look at Yang Yan and saw a depressed look on her face, immediately understanding that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light shooting out from the Emperor Garden collided with Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This light curtain, which had been able to withstand the attacks of more than 30 Origin returning realm masters for 2 days and 2 nights without breaking, quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Without a sound, a hole was pierced through the great mountain protection formation. The light screen flickered wildly and dimmed in an instant. Immediately after, this beam of light fell into a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain and disappeared. Faintly, Yang Kai could feel a powerful energy fluctuation coming from this place. Countless eyes turned towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, each with different expressions, some with surprise, some with puzzlement, some with greed, some with dread. Regardless of what that beam of light was, there was no doubt that it had been shot from the Emperor Garden's Emperor Garden. This moment, after the beam of light disappeared, something was left behind. Everyone wanted to know what it was. Was it some kind of treasure to enter the Emperor Garden? Regardless of what it was enough to make everyone's eyes go red with greed. The appearance of this beam of light once again made Dragon Cave Mountain the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and if it weren't for the woman surnamed Ji standing there, the scene would have long since fallen into chaos. The only reason this place was barely able to maintain balance was because of the deterrent power of this woman surnamed Ji. However, no one could guarantee how long she would be able to deter these people. After all, this was a matter of great importance, and this woman surnamed Ji was alone, so even if she was strong, she couldn't stop everyone. The woman with the surname Yi also seemed to have realized that something was amiss, and an invisible power began to emanate from her body. Even though she appeared to be quite frail and delicate as she stood there, she seemed to be able to hold back 10,000 enemies by herself. Yang Kai's eyes twitched as his mouth filled with bitterness. No one could have imagined that the situation would develop to this point. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was either retreat and allow these masters to explore Dragon Cave Mountain on their own to satisfy their curiosity, or forcefully stop them from entering and monopolize whatever was left behind by the beam of light. There was no other choice. Stopping them was impossible, as even a tiger could not stop a pack of wolves, so how could this woman surnamed Ji stop the impact of so many masters on her own? Retreating was also not Yang Kai's style. While others were curious about what was left behind after the beam of light disappeared, he was also curious. Observing the expressions of the masters from the various great forces, Yang Kai knew that he had to make a choice, otherwise, once they acted first, he would lose the initiative. Realizing this, Yang Kai used his divine sense to send a message to the woman surnamed Ji. The latter's brow rose as she showed a look of surprise before she immediately nodded. Just as the two of them reached an agreement, Mo Xiaoxing of Heaven Battling Union could no longer hold back his curiosity and stepped forward, cupping his fists with a dignified expression, "Senior Sister Yi." Before he could finish speaking, the woman surnamed Ji frowned and shouted, "Don't even think about it." At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly retreated, his figure blurring as a ripple appeared in the surrounding space. Space Force? Mo Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai's gradually disappearing figure in amazement. As an elder of Heaven Battling Union, Missouri Xiaoxing also cultivated the Tao of space, so he was more sensitive to this kind of fluctuation than anyone else. Seeing Yang Kai not hesitate to use his space force to retreat, Mo Xiaoxing instantly understood what he was up to. While surprised by Yang Kai's proficiency in using space force, Mo Xiaoxing shouted, "Boy, you dare." Mo Xiaoxing was indeed afraid of this woman surnamed Ji, but besides her, he didn't put anyone else on Dragon Cave Mountain in his eyes. Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, actually daring to act first in front of so many masters, how could Mo Xiaoxing tolerate this? Saying so, Mo Xiaoxing also took a step forward and his figure gradually blurred. Like Yang Kai, he also used his space force. "Come out." The woman surnamed Ji shouted as she stretched out her jade white hand and clenched it fiercely towards a certain spot in the void. The world energy there suddenly shrank and a figure staggered out. It was the horrified Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, Elder Kuang. He didn't seem to have expected this woman surnamed Ye's methods to be so powerful that even his trump card could be easily broken. The delicate balance and tranquility was broken by Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoxing. All the masters who had been eyeing Dragon Cave Mountain covetously wanted to enter and take a look, so seeing this golden opportunity, how could they hesitate? Using their movement skills, they rushed towards the place where the beam of light had fallen. "No one will leave." The woman surnamed Ye's tender body flickered and a light flashed as an oil lamp-like artifact appeared out of thin air and floated in front of her. Immediately, the woman stretched out her hand, swept it across the wick, and pinched a blue flame between her fingertips. With a flick of her finger, this blue flame flew forward at an extremely fast speed. The blue flames grew with the wind, and in the next moment, they transformed into a majestic giant bird that was more than 100 feet long. The giant bird opened its mouth wide, and balls of flames the size of washbasins sprayed out from its mouth, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the experts. "Bone incinerating flame lamp." A knowledgeable master called out in alarm, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly summoned his strongest defensive artifact to protect himself. When the words "bone incinerating flame lamp" were shouted out, everyone else also wore looks of shock and quickly retreated, not daring to face this attack head-on. This was not surprising though, as the bone incinerating flame lamp was simply too famous. It was one of the few Origin King grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. This grade of artifact was simply impossible to refine with the current artifact refining standards on Shadowed Star. All of these artifacts originated from ancient times and possessed unfathomable power. The bone incinerating flame that flew out from this artifact could not be contaminated, as once it did, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would inevitably die. Although the woman surnamed Yi was alone, with this artifact, even if her strength was not yet at the Origin King realm, it wasn't far off, so who would dare find trouble with her at this time? For a time, many masters wore gloomy and panicked expressions as they tried to hide, creating an extremely lively scene. However, although the woman surnamed Yi was powerful, dealing with so many masters at once, many of whom were in the same realm as her, was extremely taxing for her, causing her face to pale slightly after this one attack. With her cultivation, using this Origin King grade artifact was a great burden for her. Sister Yi, do you really want to make so many of us your enemy? Qingpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon sect looked at the woman surnamed Ji with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice. The woman surnamed Ji glanced at him faintly and said coldly, if you stand still, this queen will naturally not find trouble with you, but if you dare to force your way into this mountain, you'll have to ask this queen for permission. Such bold words. Could it be that Miss Yi really thinks we're made of mud? Mo Xiaoxing also stepped forward with a gloomy expression. Just now, he wanted to chase after Yang Kai but was blocked by this woman, so he felt he had lost a great deal of face and was not about to give up. This queen is not made of mud, I don't want to say the same thing twice. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude was extremely tough. Mo Xiaoxing and Qingpeng Xian glanced at each other and gently nodded. Although the two of them were usually not on good terms and had fought against each other for countless years, at this time, they naturally stood on the same side. Moreover, because they were quite familiar with each other, they knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. If that's the case, then this old master will offend you. Mo Xiaoxing let out a long roar as a short ruler suddenly appeared in his hand. This short ruler was pitch black in color and looked quite ordinary, but when Mo Xiaoxing poured his Saint Qi into it, it emitted a shocking energy fluctuation and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the woman surnamed Ji. The moment Mo Xiaoxing took action, Qingpeng Xian also took action. A long night was fraught with dreams, so how could they be willing to be blocked by this woman surnamed Ji? All of them wanted to break through her defenses quickly and break into Dragon Cave Mountain to explore its secrets, so they immediately used their most powerful artifacts and offensive methods. Qingpeng Xian summoned a large seal artifact that transformed into a behemoth and pressed it down towards the woman surnamed Ji. Xianxia of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and the other Origin returning realm masters from various sects were also unwilling to give up and did not hesitate to join in the attack. End of chapter 1413. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.